watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Oh boy, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as always, you know, I'm happy you all are here. I'm happy to be here, in fact. So it's been a long week. I don't know about you guys. It's a long week, yet it feels like yesterday since we were here last. How does that happen? Maybe Sam will know. I don't know. But thank you for being here to the one and only Twin Solar System podcast that exists. Again, the one and only Sam Hofman is only person that has this information. So let's go ahead and connect with Sam there in Montana. I'd love to see how Montana is doing today. Hey there, how are you?
The one and only, we are doing great. It's a very beautiful 61 degrees outside and crispy Montana blue skies. A few sea trails across the sky, a few base clouds, barely visible, but it's just blue as heck. It's a beautiful day out here. Now that big super, what they would call a cyclonic reverse cutoff low rotation just went over Montana and is now reaching down up into Canada. Interesting set of words there. Right, but actually, what the overall rotational cold patch that it is affecting all the way down to Texas, all the way up through Minnesota as we speak. We can go back into the weather around the world here a little later. Sure. But yeah, you know something? We are the one and only. We are the only people that I have found in these 14 years of us looking around the world to communicate and reach out to other citizen scientists who are, which is why you guys are here today. And I see the comment section is continuing to fill up. And the first one here today was Experimental. Hey, Experimental, how are you? I've got to give a couple of quick shout outs before I forget. I would very much like to thank Chris H., and I'm leaving the name out for a reason, from Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Donations are very important, and I have not been seeing a lot ever since we started doing this. And yes, I do absolutely understand that our world economy sucks right now. And I'm sorry for those of you who are wearing headphones that you may have just blown you out. I do apologize. I have turned my microphone down a little bit this week because I was hearing in some of the past shows that I've been a little loud when I move. So anyway, I do apologize. And hopefully we can do a better show for you guys in the future. And we are trying desperately to seek out that which you would like to know about. Now, I did see a comment earlier, which I'll get into in just a moment. But, guys, we at Nibiru Followers Anonymous, we at Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, we at Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, Nibiru Followers Off Topic. Hey, Rebecca, have you been to Off Topic lately?
Have I been there? It's been a minute.
Yeah, I knew that. I was teasing you.
I know. Thanks for the reminder, though. But yeah. Yeah,
and then and Nibiruaholics, and we also have to talk about. Now we haven't seen Christoper yet today, but Christoper has a new YouTube channel that is also bucking up right next to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. And if you haven't gone there yet, and you're listening to us on TikTok or whatever. And I hope you are. I hope you're out there listening, you guys. This is really important. We have to get this information out. I've spent the last week reviewing in my brain our 14 years worth of effort, Rebecca, and all your work and you coming of age and learning all about this and how Jesus and Gillian, speaking of which, you need to bring Gillian in.
We can do that.
How all of us have worked really hard to get this message. Go ahead, and I'm sure she won't mind me talking over the intro.
Hiya.
How hard we've all worked, and then we all go through these ebb and flow of a tide of of discomfort, and where we get a bunch of crap for what we do, and we get people that come after us for it. And then we also have this elation period where where our work turns out dynamic, and we can't believe that, oh my God, I did get that capture, and look what I got, and oh, look, shit, holy cow, this is real. And we go back and forth through the ebb and flow of, oh crap, this is uncomfortable to do for people, and oh God, this is glorious because look what we're experiencing and learning.
Yeah.
And I could never to this date ever express enough at how factual and accurate and unbelievably insanely exciting all of this has been over the last 14 years. And I have found myself in the collective thought process saying, I'm sitting at my dinner table at 8:00 in the evening and watching the sun start to set and go, oh my God, thank you everybody out there. Every Skywatcher member, every citizen scientist, every one of you guys that has ever sent in one picture to Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, et cetera, and all of our sister sites. Thank you everybody for the collective works that you have sent to us, because it's absolutely priceless. It is priceless. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for acknowledging everybody, because it's like you couldn't do it by yourself. That's what is so nice about it.
I'd be some idiot standing on my soapbox in an alley alone with the mice and the cockroaches, which we don't have in Montana, but it's a New York joke, and I do apologize, New York. But I'd be standing among the steam pipes, the cardboard boxes, going, oh, yelling at fire escapes and things like that, and rats. Anyway.
I do think about the early years before I, was part of all this, where, you just try to win over one person at a time, basically. Where do you start?
We still do, because, we do approach one person at a time, because that's the only way we can really explain minute. There's so much information. I mean, there's no way I can hand you within a 2-hour session where I've got you, handcuffed to the bench you're sitting on and explain it to you. And I had a guy the other day, and I cornered him because he cornered me. He was asking about poll workers for the coming election. And then I asked him, had you heard about Nibiru yet? He said, yeah, I've heard some, and off I went. And poor guy. And that was at the dollar store in Missoula. So if you know who you are, then but one more pump out. Jason at Town Pump, he's going to be listening. He should be driving home right now, and he just got off work. So in Lolo here, he's a new guy, and he saw. I believe he finally, after many months of me prompting him to subscribe to the Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and TikTok and all of that. He finally actually sort of acquiesced and said, okay, this guy keeps bugging me, I'll do it. And then he actually listened to our show last week while driving home from Lolo, because I believe he probably lives in Missoula, and which is a small drive, and depending on which part of Missoula, it can be a large drive. Anyway, look up Missoula, Montana. It's an interesting education. If you don't know about it, it's one of the coolest cities in the entire world. Anyway, so I had to give a shout out to him. Hopefully he's listening right now. And he said to me, oh, it was an awesome, I enjoyed it very much. It's an awesome show. And here, in the green room, prior to the show, Rebecca and I were, talking back and forth, because, every time I do a show lately and I start talking off topic, the skies, which is what we're supposed to be here for, and we start talking, I don't even remember what it was. We were talking about food recipes again last week, and after, and I have to apologize to our audience, except this is the only opportunity that maybe you guys actually get to learn about us, on our personal level. It's like old Prince talking on the phone. And we're a little bit of a different show, but we are the one and only Nibiru factual, seemingly, not the, but seemingly the only public speaking group of people that have factual, time-proven, documented Nibiru and the other passing planets and the second star and the binary twin solar system. That's the whole rock joint right there. I mean, we're talking the lid, we're talking the bag, the quarter-pound snack. That's 70s hippie terms, man. For the big smoke, Cheech and Chong, and all of that. No, we're the big joint. The whole damn thing is there is a second star. It is here. It's heating up the planet. Climate change, and oh my God, have we got a lot to talk about. And there's Katie Joe. We have so much to talk about this week, you wouldn't believe. And I did my homework. Okay, I'll take a sip of my Coca-Cola and let somebody else talk.
Okay, you mentioned Christopher having a new, wait a minute. I could have sworn it was just in this group. I was going to show you all. Well, we'll get there.
Oh, this is, a few of our sisters.
He does have a new group. That's strange. I could have. Anyway, I'll show you in a moment. But and Christopher
and Oli in bed. I thought this week we got to plug him a little bit in Africa Skywatch.
That's right.
Go. Well, as per his schedule, the world works in mysterious ways. Oh my God, the world works in mysterious ways.
Sure
There's a lot of shit going on right now. There's a lot of uncomfortable. We have stepped into a new planetary upgrade alignment that is coming. It's called the 4/4 squares of the normal planets, and they are moving on the other side of the sun from us. They're going to create this geometric shape. Although I watched the overviews of it, and I think it's rather limited because there is so much more going on in our solar system connected to the other larger solar system and the Oort cloud, and then the asteroid field between Mars and Jupiter and Saturn and all of that. There's so much more going on, and to reiterate and roll back to the mini moon. We have the mini moon to talk about. I did some research into that.
So, that's right.
Yeah, we want to talk about the mini moon.
Go right ahead. Well,
how about
there's a lot of other stuff. Yeah. I was just gonna, hand the reins to you there, Fine. Rebecca, and let you start your normal show, and I'll shut up, Sam.
Sure,
Time to shut up.
Yeah, I thought we'd check the comment section and see who all is here. And then we'll talk about that mini moon. Right. I had somebody even call me last night at midnight. I'm not exaggerating. Somebody, it's not a stranger. I know who she is, but still, she messaged me like at 11.
Welcome to my world.
Can I call you? And I'm like, sure. I thought I'd be something wrong, not at all. She wants to talk about that mini moon. And I'm like,
people are excited when they see that kind of thing.
Yeah. But Brendan is here, everybody. Brendan is in Ireland.
Brendan.
That's pretty cool.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah, we're just all the way around the world from each other right this minute. But here we are talking. Must be.
There's lots of wonderful folks are here. Thank you guys for showing up every week.
And we saw experimental.
I do go kooky over our regular.
I do too. What did you say? You go what?
Our regulars are the reason that you guys are why I do this every week. Otherwise, I would have quit. I mean, you wouldn't believe how much everyone. I'll go back to the shows on YouTube tomorrow and the next day, and I'll check the views and I'll read the comments. By the way, still not enough comments, people. Hello, even you guys, watch. Rebecca has to have the view count. So every one of you guys that are here right now, I expect you to watch this again tomorrow or the next day. We got to up this lady's view count, so her site will get that. She needs that big, silver YouTube plaque behind her. So we got to get her there, you guys, because she needs to be monetized. We both actually have a lot of bills that we paid to do this for you guys. This is not a once a week thing and we pop on and start talking out our noses. No, this is a thing that we work at pretty much 7 to 8 days a week, as the Beatles would say. We work this very hard every day, all the time, and we do our research, we do our background information, And for future reference in the later part of the show, I took a deep dive into religion again this week, and we will, excuse me while I'm hicking from Coca-Cola, we will talk about that. So please go ahead, Rebecca. I took off again. I do apologize.
You're fine. Yeah, you're good. I'm happy. So Esther is here, though. Hi, Esther. Good to see you.
Esther.
And Robin is here. I knew Robin would be here. Yeah. She's always prompt and on time. Good to see you, Robin. Let's see. I almost, within a few minutes, realized that I did not have the show even connected to YouTube. I don't know what happened last night. I don't know, but I'm glad I caught it in time. That way you all found us and everything. So let's see. And Irene is here in Florida. Hi, Irene. Good to see you.
Hello, Irene. I saw your work this week.
Hi, Irene.
Nice job. Thank you.
No, I mean, she's senior member, but I mean, I'm not saying that because she's older, but she's been around longer. She's, like senior, like she's been around.
She
longer.
is a very long time Montana Skywalker member, and we love her dearly.
Right, it's true. And Thunder.
And my daughters even comment about her every once in a while for the nice things that she has said to us. Thank you.
Very nice lady. Very.
Oh, she's been a wonderfully, very kind, long valued member. She's been the best of anything we could have ever asked for. Thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, all of you guys. I mean, well, not, she's actually been exceptional because she's been very, very kind over the years and very, very involved with our children, and they love getting mail from Florida, and we talk about it regularly, and we look at the map. It's a geography. I'm so stuck in the oleologies. My brain doesn't work. Oh, God, what a week. God, what I studied this week was awesome. Source does provide. Source leads you to learning and growing. And I implore everyone out there not to believe that high school or early college or whatever you took in life getting there is the end of your learning. I have learned more on the internet within the last decade. We'll just throw that one out there. In the last decade, I have learned more 5 times over than anything I learned any of the schools I ever went to. Although I did have a rather unusual extra religious upbringing, and I don't think average Joe American goes through that, but I am a first generation American, and I grew up in an immigrant family, so I had a starkly different upbringing than most people around me, and I can explain that by saying I had my first American hot dog when I was 12, so I had an entirely different diet and clothing, apparel, and religious upbringing that most of you guys out there never had. So anyway, and went to religious private school, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway,
I went to a private religious school from the 2nd grade to the 9th grade. So
yeah, you know about that. Yeah,
I did that from when I was in standard 8. Yeah.
We talk about that regularly, where you and I, Rebecca, were both very religious, and a very large thing of the Nibiru concept is how unbelievably we can't believe you and you're full of shit that the rest of the world is going to obviously first thing that's going to utter out of their brain is go like, you guys are like batshit crazy. There's no such thing as Nibiru. That's a conspiracy theory. That's up there in the La Lulu land. By the way, Lolo, Montana used to be Lulu, Montana, which in the Indian language means crazy. So I live in Crazy Town. Okay, I will admit that I live in Crazy Town, Montana. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm there. This whole topic and whole subject has actually fun me. We were, talking about this before in the beginning of the show. I spent a lifetime in literal grinder through, coffee mill, for my whole life, because I wrote a paper in chemistry, which was naively innocent of the ramifications of my opinion, but just my opinion and what I saw. And I gave 3 examples in my paper, of our binary solar system. It was a term paper for my junior year, secondary term paper for the final grade in my junior year of advanced chemistry. And so I wrote a paper because I was like everybody was giving out their paper topic to the teacher ahead of time, so that we wrote it down so she could prepare and also make us forcibly prepare, that we knew that this paper was mandatorily deemed necessary to turn in for the final grade. That was her way of showing that, hey, wake up, you have to do this paper, and if not, you don't get a grade, and if you grade, you fail. Anyway, so I'm sitting there, everybody declare their paper, what they're going to do in the science, paper, and they're talking simple equations, mixing this and isotopes and et cetera, and how to mix this chemistry and this chemistry, from turning a yellow liquid to a blue liquid, whatever, something basic, crazy crap. And I sat there, and as a joke, literally as a joke, I said, well, I'm going to take on Einstein. And I did. I took on my understanding of what our solar system had to be, atomically speaking, due to the size of our yellow dwarf star. I knew that atomically it had to be something different than what Einstein was proposing, because it didn't fit with me. And I never believed in a gravity well, and I never believed that this, and this is, in the 70s when they were talking about the aberration in the jog in Neptune's orbit, saying there was this dark object, Planet X, out there affecting us. And so I took that on in my mind and accepted it. In that time, I was, reading, Backpacker's Guide to the Galaxy and a couple other, major books back then, and all this, Isaac Asimov stuff that was going on in the 70s. And so I took all this information in and wrote my paper, which ended up, boy, this is a long story to get back to this circle, where we all pay for our opinion sometimes in ways that we do not expect. And that's where we are here today, trying to share our opinions with you of time-proven information. Boy, it took me a long time to get to this. Because, we've documented this. We've watched it. We, as a group, have taken the time to go back many, many years gathering this information. And unfortunately, now only a few of you new folks are out here now learning about this. And we've been doing this, and I say this over and over every show, for 14 years now. And we've documented this information. And like that poor guy that was standing there asking me the questionnaire outside the dollar store, I was going, there's no way I can, inform you of the tens of hundreds of thousands of photographs of these past planets and this accurate information that we've gathered together within about a 15-20 minutes me standing in the parking lot trying to explain this. Boy, that was a long story short. Got there. Go ahead.
Or long story long. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, we get the idea.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to go back to the beginning. How all of this started,
it's tricky,
and we watched them come in.
To sum it up, yeah,
and
it's hard to put it all.
At first, and they're this little bright blip in the sky in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, and then we started gathering all of this information.
Hi, Alexandra.
And hi, Al. Hey, how you doing? Excellent work, thank you. Some interesting stuff. We gathered all this, we watched all this stuff come in. And don't discount that. Don't, all these guys are showing pictures of clouds. No, we know what we're looking at. We know what the bottom. We know that. Oh my God! You go back to any old movie, and you look at the sky in any old movie, a war movie, a sailing movie, a romance novel of Italy, or in the 70s, 80s, 90s. The sky is nowhere, absolutely nothing in comparison to what we see every day now. It's completely, absolutely far more, by 3,000 times more intense of what's going on in the sky right now than anything all the way through 2005, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it's a completely different sky. So, let's go back to the basics. And this is where I was thinking about your early short of the sky sounds, and we can point out to people that
please,
even if you don't know anything, if you don't know anything about the Nibiru system, Can you grab up that video, Rebecca, of the sky sounds? Your
sky
short?
sounds? Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you don't know anything about the Nibiru system, if you don't know anything about the sky, you don't know anything about this topic whatsoever, and you're your average Joe Facebook, and you're standing there going, okay, I've heard some people talk, and they're talking about some things that, well, we don't know if it's real or not, but this would not be happening, and this started happening in 2010. This is Australia. Can you turn it up, Rebecca? Can you turn up the volume on this?
I can. Yes.
Is that coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
That would be weird.
What is that sound?
This is about 2018.
You can hear that, right?
Yeah, what is this?
Gonna hop around a bit.
No idea. We're up at Bonnie Doon.
Okay, Christopher.
Can't say anything, but I can certainly hear that.
Planet right there.
What the is that?
Yeah, if you could even turn it up more.
That is the loudest.
I want those people in with the headphones.
I mean,
Okay.
I wish I could. Yeah.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll play it. Sometimes YouTube, the secondary video, which is the reason why to rewatch them as well, because sometimes the secondary video is actually better or worse.
Hi, Tara.
Trumpet
I'm waiting.
phenomena.
I'm waiting for my
This is the
turn.
sky
to hear
sound.
this. Like I've put in my time.
Oh,
so
we had it happen. Well,
I feel like it's
we
due.
still have it happening here. It's still happening here. I hear it all the time, about every 6 to 8 months.
Wow.
Now it should happen again. Okay, Uri is now coming over us again. Do over the top of us again. We'll see evidence of that in some of the other videos that you have saved ready for the part of the show later. But
yeah.
When there's I think it's tectonic plate movement and a sky thread attachment between planets where it's an electrical harmonic and I always refer to it as like if you take a crystal glass and you lick your finger and you rub around a crystal glass, it will put off that harmonic. And I think that is exactly what's going on. Is there's a harmonic rub between planets and passing bodies.
Sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
And it's been heard around the world. About 20 in series of at least 20 times. I'm not 20 times in each series, but I mean 20 times 20. I mean it's been heard around the world many times. This did not start happening until the arrival of the passing planets. And we got to go all the way back to that as a beginning to bring that up as the point of this is not the same sky that everybody grew up with. Us 2020, 2021 in Michigan, I believe, or Wisconsin. I remember a lot of these videos.
Yeah, I remember the one that they had over Israel.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Like full-on trumpets.
They've had many occurrences over Israel. Many, including some really weird other shit. It must be because of
where they are on the planet. It's where they are on the planet.
Well, everybody's expecting Jesus to arrive over Israel. And yes, there's been some weird shit going on over them. And we've avoided talking about that. And because we try to stick to credible information, but this is a documented event that's happened, at least 20 separate worldwide events over and over in the last decade. And we're not talking individual events. We're talking mass events where people around the world report this. Germany, Czechoslovakia, Austria, France, England, the United States, North Dakota, California, you name it. It happened. You can go to YouTube, type in Sky Sounds, Missoula, Montana, and you'll find 3 separate occasions where it happened. I've heard it for years.
Godzilla.
It sounds to me like 2 Star Destroyers bumping each other like 2 boats at the dock, it's like, what the hell is going on up there? And it is, that echoing sound, it only started. And this is, I want to get back to that basic where we started back in 2008, 2009, 2010 is when all this crap happened. And then the arrival of the second star was visible from Antarctica. And we were watching live webcams back then when before they shut all the science that we used to use down. And I mean, we used to use all kinds of stuff years ago that it's not even available anymore. And, and we were, really doing some great science. And then, over the times, the live webcams around the world were shut down, all kinds of crap. And I got to reiterate again, if you're still watching the Alaska's live cams, don't. They're really screwed up and they've got a lot of lens flares. Don't run off that information, please. Anyway, moving on. We've watched this over the years, and we watched these planets arrive and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where they are today. And if you're new on this subject, the problem is they are so large, it's almost impossible to see them. But now, as they are going over us and doing new things again that we've never seen before, and, not back to the old cycles that we already pretty much knew. So we're learning new, really cool crap on top of it. And,
Hi, Carlos.
Gillian, you were talking about what you saw this week and how insanely intense everything is and what's going on over your head. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the sun. I thought the sun had moved, but it could be also our position because we're going into the winter solstice now, into equinox for winter. But
fall equinox, winter. The winter solstice does not happen until the 21st of December. We're going into fall solstice on the 20th or today, right now.
I feel like it's winter. It feels cold to me, and my tree started dropping all its leaves.
Well, yeah, you guys just went through a clearing. I checked European weather, and you guys went through a really nice period of rewarming last week, and you enjoyed yourself. Now, next week, you're going to go into fall-like conditions of cool. We have, in Montana, we have frost warnings today and tomorrow. So,
it was cold the other morning like that as well, frost. And then
we have gardening frost warnings here in Missoula and Lolo. So we're going to, this is where our plants will get frozen and wilt and die. And some will live through the summer or through the winter, which is weird because of the second star, but that's another story entirely. So anyway.
See, it got really hot here again. It was like so nice in the 70s and 80s. Well, it's back up to 100 again today and yesterday, the day before. And
today was 12 degrees Celsius here, but what I've noticed in the last week is the sun had moved right over from being somewhat east to all the way over on the other side of my house, and it came out through the trees. Now, the dogs woke me up early that day. It first did it, and I got a chance to take those incredible pictures that I've sent. Okay. And also that whole day, it looked like the two brightnesses, and they're the same color, same intensity of brightness, moving apart, like, making this weird shape.
Can't wait to see them.
I can't wait either.
And they got like a beam across them, and the sky scribblers went out and tried to scribble over them so that you wouldn't notice it or you would misconstrue it. But you actually could see that something's going on there that isn't right and then of course they come scribble over it so that you think, oh well, there you go, it was just them all along. But before that, you could see the natural, the binary made one that looks like a scribble, but it isn't. It's as if something rips on the top of the magnetosphere and it makes that sort of like a scar or like a pool, like if a car skids on a racetrack.
Is over the top of the sun. Saru is cutting into the top of the sun because it's way back. I got quite a few pictures this week that came in that were showing the unbelievably huge base illumination of the base of Saru and that big bright orange yellow thing that it always does. And it is widely around the top of the sun layer too. So remember, there are occasions in our out view where Saru is now massive water type planet Saru, the secondary largest planet in this secondary solar system, where the other life people live, is cutting off the top in our out view, cutting off the top of the sun. So that has to do with the creation of the flaring and the hourglass and the cutoffs. And there's been a lot of cutoffs of Uri. There's been a lot of cutoffs of the Saturn Magellan Moon on the right-hand side. And then again, as well, the cutoff above it. And Nepacity has been doing the dance. And we got some pictures from Wendy Williams that I sent to Rebecca that hopefully she will show later. Okay. So we can do that whenever you're ready.
Mm-hmm. We can do that. And after we do that, then we can do the clip about the mini moon.
Christopher made a clip. Christopher made a cool clip. Christopher made a cool clip of the things that I was doing in September. He's so awesome with the videos. And he did my favorite song, my newest song for them. So
awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I joined his YouTube page.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you. It's gorgeous.
What is that? It's not supposed to be there. What is this?
I don't know. It's scrolling to me.
I don't know. That's not what I want either.
Like the sun.
Yeah, the moon was wild as well. The moon had wings on it. The moon had wings on it one night.
Sam sent me this video. This is one he sent me. But that's not the Wendy Williams one. Let me get that.
No, this is this is the last one. This is Uri onset. Uri is coming over the top of us again. And she's actually going in. If you see, the illumination is coming from the upper right. And she is behind Earth in the facial illumination. And this is the bottom base cloud of Uri rolling in. And it's so far away, and yet it is actually affecting our atmosphere. Yeah, well, it has literally only the two major bands and then the base cloud. Where Nepacity has
it's kind of more gray.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Uri.
Yeah, that's gray as well.
This is that 180-day cycle. This is that thing where we talk about, and I sent a bunch of pictures from Wendy Williams this week, showing that right up here now, cut off in the upper left corner of this shot is where the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group are coming in from, because this is a smaller hand cell phone shot. But this is the base onset of coming in or incoming Uri, and the part of the end cycle of the 180-day cycle that we strongly warn about, because this is when Uri comes in.
All right, here is that picture from Wendy Williams.
Wow.
Yeah,
that looks similar to mine. Look at them.
That is the Tan asteroid and that whole bunch of the bottom stuff of the facial makeup of the bottom of Uri and the onset and the Salamander asteroid group. And the reason we call it the Salamander asteroid group, because when it's seen from a smaller view, it literally because it's half protruding out of the base of the gaseous exterior of gas giant planet Uri, that it looks like a lizard holding onto the side of a ball. That's why it's called the Salamander asteroid group. But in the central mixings of it, the largest main protrusion is the Tan asteroid. And the reason that we've named it that way is because it's generically tan in color. And we've had close enough sightings of it to know that it is what it is, which is time-proven information, is how we've gathered and documented all of this. Now, this is also part of what they call the dragon or wormwood. And if you check your calendar and ask the Chinese what year it is right now, it is the year of the dragon. And they're having that great flood again We have to talk about this and remind people that there is a great flood going on in China, and China has been flooding for 2 years. It flooded last week. It flooded 2 weeks ago. It flooded a month ago. It flooded 2 months ago. It flooded 6 months ago. It's been flooding all over that whole damn region for so long. Those people are in dire shape, and we should be, I'm not talking about the Chinese government. I'm talking about the Chinese people. We should feel very sorry for them and a huge portion of the rest of the world. There's major flooding going on in Europe right now, people. It is not making the news. This is climate change times 10, and it's not making the news. And there's thousands of videos out there proving it.
Yep, they just tell you where to go on holiday and how lovely it is. And
And this was
I want to tell Alex.
from such Channel 12 News. Thank you for their picture. It was sent in by JD. JD, thank you for the picture. This is the bottom of Uri again. What we just saw coming in on the previous video. Here's an exact match of it. This is Uri, planet Uri, a gas giant going right over the top of us. The close past 180-day cycle. It's happened many times before. We've watched it happen. That's why we talk about it.
Just like that one. Yes, it's identical. And I want to tell Alexander, thank you. We've had several people comment about it today being our 80th show. So,
wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's nearly a year since we started. Wasn't it back on the 4th of October or something? Yeah, you did the first show just as I was moving here. It's literally a year since everything started.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, we've been through a lot since last year this time.
And this is a drawing from 2017. And we saw them back when the planets were smaller. And I drew them, and they were visible in the sky. We saw this repetitively, which is partially how I could draw it. I didn't copy this from any drawing. I just sit at the table and I hand draw these from my mind. And I don't copy anything ever. Never have, never will. So I drew this, and now we're having this reoccurring pattern because the planets are going through the transition where they're actually getting semi-smaller. They're actually starting to go above us and away from us. And so we're seeing this reoccurring pattern. And some of Wendy Williams's capture, which I imagine is the next photograph. Notice the drop tail.
Wow, I am lagging.
There should be one before that attached to that previous drawing.
Bear with me. Everything just piled up.
That's a good one. Thank you for sharing this as well. Never confuse education and... No, let's keep going. One more.
I have a strong delay.
One more, two more.
I have a major delay. Here, is this one?
I
won't touch it again.
No.
Yeah.
I was talking about the Wendy Williams photograph, which is why I sent you the drawing.
A master's degree.
I sent you. No, it wasn't this one.
Oh.
I sent the two together with each of them. You may be okay. That is from Nicole.
That's Nicole.
That is the side of Uri. That's Uri right there.
Wow, that's perfect. Look at
Look at that.
Perfect curve. Oh my God. That is ideal. What time was it?
It was September 20th.
Okay.
And here again, let's reiterate to everybody, the general population does not know what's happening, and it doesn't even know that it doesn't know. And if you look in this photograph, this is Attu's moon and the object cluster group coming in from the upper left. As usual, this photograph was roughly, I would say 2019. And it's right there in front of you. And we know the pattern. We've watched it. We've documented it. We've drawn it. We've studied this. And thank you to whomever, I didn't cut off whoever that photograph, the Enlightenment, Cosmic Enlightenment. Thank you for your photograph. And we use it regularly. We use it for science purposes. We're not selling it. We're trying to show other people, this is real. Look at the water. It's real. Look at the refraction. It's real. There are planets right here, you guys. Planets. And we go through this all the time, up and down, ebb and flow. Do not confuse education. And, this is something about what's been going on, there's a huge level of mind control going on, and disinformation, and Rebecca knows it, and I know it. They're doubting our material. Our material is not being forwarded. I think we're actually being stalled. That's evident in the fact that I can't post anything. I run into constant trouble and limiting of my internet. Now, I can't point a finger, but we know that our, I mean, I commented on one of Rebecca's posts that came in 10 days later, and she's my friend, so I should get that day one, shouldn't I? How come I'm not? How come it takes 10 days to get that notice? Oh, there's a lot going on.
It's weird.
And we are not nut job.
Like why some people get it right away, some people don't get it for days.
Yeah, it's horrible. It should be the way it used to be. That's what newsfeed was all about, everything that was going on today. And now it's like weeks old. And your friends, you should get your friend notices on Facebook right away through newsfeed, right? Isn't that what that's all about?
That is awesome. May the collective consciousness begin to grasp this concept. I'm waiting every day. I'm waiting for this to click in. Can you imagine if a large sum of people all one day just
suddenly got it?
Just all of a sudden they're like,
well, what you do is you go out and do 528 hertz Om chant on your front porch with your bare feet on the ground, on your steps, and you put your bare feet on the ground, and you bring out your tablet or your phone, and you play 528 Om chant, and then you match that tone in your throat and the hollow of your mouth, and that harmonic resonance within inside you will connect you to the collective consciousness. It will connect you to source, because you are creating an inner vibration in your cerebral cortex, in your spine, in your body, and all of your cosmic worldly corpuscles and matter and material will harmonically connect to the earth. And it's 235 volts it's giving you through your feet, and the cosmic reach of the positive charge of all that we could perceive or purvey, all that we could see across the galaxies will connect through your brain. And then you put a circle bubble around you, your magnetosphere of protection, and you will connect to source. It's that simple.
It's that simple. So it's
528 Om chant while grounding. Yeah, you put your bare feet on the ground and you 528 Om chant, and you will find you'll turn your brain on and you'll connect to the universe. It's like grabbing the switch and throwing it.
Something like that could just spontaneously happen if people did not go out of their way to do that. Like just to,
well, that depends on your inner nature. I mean, if you have it within you and you're running on things you don't even know that you're running on, which a lot of people do and can. I mean, there is a level of far-seeing abilities and connective source to the universe. I mean, hello, kitty. It depends on how connected each individual. I mean, there's a lot of people that are running connected and they don't even know it. But the idea of consciousness and connection and enlightenment and Om chant and bodhisattva and all of these things that everyone's ever sought throughout history for meditation only has to do with A, believing it, and B, creating the harmonic within yourself. And the best way to do that is, I like 528, that's a personal opinion. 425 works too, but 528 Om chant, you can just type that into YouTube, and you'll get this guy sitting there, this Buddhist guy sitting there in his little robe, the best one, and you just hit that tone, you match that tone in your throat voice. And when you do that, and you think about the chakra towers in your body and all of that, those connective spirits and gaining and learn about all that stuff, it helps. But you can start off just by putting your bare feet on the ground, because we don't do that anymore. We're walking around in shoes, and we live in electric houses, and we're being shielded and blocked. from the connecting natural earth, and we've broken away from our belief pattern and separated our environment. So if you go back to your real environment, you place your bare feet on the ground and you reach for the universe in your mind, you can find source. And it's that simple. And the more you believe that it's easy, the easier it becomes. And the more you do it, the more practiced. And then once you turn on that inner enlightenment in your pineal gland, in your brain, in your acceptance ratio of what's going on, then all of a sudden you change how you see things, because what you see has changed. It's the circle. You become more because you reach for that. And it has to do, and you'll notice it when you hit that Om chant vibe where you're humming along with your phone or your tablet or your laptop or whatever, and you got your feet on the ground, and all of a sudden your throat and your head and your butt and your feet all vibrate at the same time when you've hit the proper note, and you'll experience the euphoria of connection to source. And I've seen many people, when I've tried to teach that to them, that will actually break down into tears, because they will experience such a dramatic change of enlightenment, of that opening of their gut and their brain, and all of a sudden they connect to something that they actually do feel. And wow, it did happen. And then they break into tears, because reaching for source is just trusting that it's there. And it is. It really, the force be with you, be with you, and all of that. It's real. And that's the being exceptional. That's reaching for what could be and should be and must be. Because that is the one thing of the human condition that we have, is our belief in tomorrow. For it must be. That is the power of mankind and human, and all of everything that we've got within us that we burn out in 80 years, where it takes ET 2,000 years to burn that same flame. That's the secret of mankind, is it must be. And when you believe and you fight for that belief, I'm not saying fight in violence, I mean fight as in strive, persevere, whatever, and you strive for that belief that it must be, and it proves itself to you. It's a very emotional, very beautiful, wonderful thing. And then it starts to teach you, as well as you find it.
I agree with that. I mean, what I think is, like, life will teach you, like all these events happen in your life, and then you learn something from that you had not have ever encountered before, and you didn't even know until after that.
You only find it when you're ready.
Yeah, well, like how you feel when you feel a prompt to go one way instead of the way you always go. Like I did yesterday, I was going home,
It helped, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you find that it was the proper thing to do. And when you get proof of it, this is what,
do then, and I thought,
and in my early years, when I was recruited for farseeing, I had a level of disbelief. And yet I went, okay, well, they chose me, so I might as well do what I know I can do. And I did what I could do. But then there was more. And then over the years, only after I started being on the internet, talking to people, like seeing inside Gillian's home without actually being there years later, and then having evidence where these people gave me some feedback that, I was accurate and correct, that I learned even more after then and trusted more. And the more you trust in what is capable within all of us, some better, some worse, we all have our own little special gift. Each of us has some talent or other, and you have to let go. And we were talking about mind control and disinformation and leading us down the wrong paths. You have to actually learn to question the things that we have been handed as our education, and you have to be able to. We tell people forget everything you learned, but there's another more important step: is you have to be able to want to disbelieve and ask that question. Otherwise, you're going to be shunned or pushed away. There is so much to what goes on around us that we're being fed every day in little terms and little terminology that can lead us astray, including information that comes from NASA and from the government, and including what they're handing us about the mini moon. The mini moon is a distraction.
Okay. Yeah, we have a 1 minute clip on the mini moon, just for anybody that needs to be up
to get another
by all means,
moon.
yeah.
Yes, we're gonna have 2 moons.
A mini moon will start to orbit Earth this month. It's an asteroid that's being pulled in by Earth's gravity. Researchers have been tracking the asteroid called 2024 PT5 since August, and they've mapped out its path. Starting on September 29th, it will start.
It will start.
It's
from what I understand, it is approximately 15 meters.
The Earth, much like our moon does, but in the shape of a horseshoe. The asteroid will have negative geocentric energy, meaning it can't escape Earth's gravitational pull, and it will become a so-called mini-moon. But they project it will eventually leave Earth's orbit on November 25th. So we'll only have 2 moons for about 56 days. This isn't the first time this has happened. An asteroid called 2022 NX1 became a mini-moon in 1981 and 2022, and it's going to return in 2051. And 2024 PT5 will return as our little mini-moon in 2055. Unfortunately, you won't be able to just look up and see 2 moons in the sky. Amateur telescopes won't work, but astronomers will be able to see it with their high-tech tools.
Meaning it's really small. And it's a distraction compared to what else is going on up there, especially now. Did you see this week's captures of the red asteroid and how it is now actually crossing from center out view to over toward the right-hand side? Because Christoper had some great captures, and you did a bunch of comparatives, and you do not use your comparatives enough in our shows. You have so many awesome comparatives that you run on Facebook during the middle of the week, and you don't share those with these guys.
Are you talking about?
And you don't share your clips and your shorts that you're running on. Yeah, just the 2 photographs that you stack together all the time. You don't share anywhere enough of those.
Well,
because that is literally your forte.
I'll do it more. I will.
And I do love, by the way, on your YouTube videos. My favorite YouTube videos of yours on your shorts and even some of your segment videos is the layovers where you actually you're going through the structuring of how you just basically record you building the whole thing together. I love those.
Yes,
and those are so informative because you take the time to build illumination. You're showing the viewer what you're seeing as you build the video. And I love those, and I wish you'd show more of those during our shows as well.
Okay.
You really need to add and share more of your shorts in these shows every week. Because
it's funny you mentioned that, because I have a new project I'm working on that entails has that involved. What you're talking about?
I love those. I love those.
So yeah.
Yes.
I have a friend who was asking. She was wondering, does the full moon and having this second little moon affect people?
Well, this second moon is just an asteroid that is going to be literally in the same orbit as the moon, meaning it's much closer in, which is also part of the secondary half of the close passing cycle at the end of the 180-day cycle. There is so much bigger stuff showing around the world in different illuminations, especially the red asteroid is glowing red in last few weeks at night around the world. We've had sightings come in. I haven't been able to gather a lot of that information because for some reason a lot of this stuff is non-copyable. They've had some new crazy stuff to some of the Facebook sites where you cannot get captures or grab IP addresses to copy their information. And there's I woke up here the other day again, and my computer, all of my screensavers that were on my computer were gone, and they covered me with new upgrades, and it just irritates crap. And thank you, Tara.
Thank you,
Thank you
Tara.
very much,
Awesome.
Tara.
Awesome.
Thank you. Wow, that helps.
By the way, I saw your work this last week. Good job. Thank you.
And there's a
Thank
planet
everybody
above an
for
airplane.
everyone who's sending in our.
Cool. I love that.
Yeah.
Sorry, that
And we
excites
have to
me
again
because
say
it
thank
looks
you
like
to
when I
Wendy.
saw coming back from Iceland, we got stalled on the runway and they wouldn't let us go up. And I thought, I wonder why they're not letting us go up, because we know that when these things go over, there's probably particular electromagnetic shit going on, and that it might affect planes.
No,
and when planes go up, then
with
jiggle.
With us, it has to do with volcanic ash. It has to do with weather and volcanic ash.
No, back then
the planets
it was
don't
different.
directly affect.
2 years ago.
Well, okay,
and
well,
sometime when
I'd have
came
to
here,
see video of it, but yeah,
they do
we
affect
have we have to
planes, do they?
discuss what's going on.
Mhm.
We have some backpedaling systems in our weather right now that is prominently important and dangerous. I love these. Yeah, the comparisons.
This is from a fawn in Maldives. Thank you, Egg. Thank you.
In 2024.
Uh-oh. Here it is.
Yeah,
This was yesterday in Maldives, but this is unfiltered, untouched, dark blue. Look how dark that blue
Look
is.
how
And
dark it is. It's awesome.
yikes. It's right there, y'all. It's so perfect.
Oh, somebody else asked me, so if it's got a moon, right? Why doesn't the moon shine like our moon? And that's also because its dark side's towards us as well, isn't it?
Correct. Our moon, the visual sightings of our moon is refractive Earth light. We don't see generically the illuminated side of what they call the dark side of the moon, generically, because most of the moonlight that we see is refracted off of Earth onto the moon. And then remember, we're seeing on the inside, and the face of the moon on planet Earth has never in recorded history changed until 2010. And then we've had all kinds of crazy moon events. So anyone who actually believes that the planets are here, there are so many things going off with this extra star and all of this going on that are across the board completely not normal in comparison to 2010 and prior. And all you got to do is look that stuff up, and there's just dozens of different things that are so completely wrong that all of this information fits into. So don't take our word for it. Do the homework. Look this up. And we have documented this for over 14 years.
Match it for yourself. Go out and pattern watch. It does take you
Anybody can
a little while to get the eyes for it. It's like, back in the 90s where they had this whole rage of tessellation pictures, and you had to look at it like kind of like that, because the sky's interactive and almost like 3D, so it's quite cool. It's moving all the time, so
you also have to learn to look at the dark areas in the picture first.
Yeah.
Don't look at the sun. First. Look at the dark first, and then you'll see the planets. You blind yourself on the left-hand upper picture. If you look at the dead center sun, you're not going to see the rest of the photograph. Look at the rest of the photograph, then the sun. And this is why. Oh, by the way, we did just put out, and we don't do this enough. Do you have a copy of this month's Montana Skywatcher sighting drawing, Rebecca?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, let me get your drawing.
Because we do not talk about that. We do not post it often enough per show for those folks who do not go to Facebook and they want to pull it off for YouTube or TikTok or wherever this is available. There are folks that will not necessarily get to see the whole site drawing for September 2024.
Sorry, bear with me 1 moment. It's loading.
Yeah, no worries.
Where did it go? Oh, there was an issue, it says. Let's try it again.
I have this. Sure.
Issues. It's just issues. That's all it is.
Not enough yogurt in my diet. That's a joke.
All right. Let's see. I may have to exit and come back in, but we'll see. Yeah, it did it.
Here it is. Sam's asking the impossible again. I'm gonna throw the sabot into the machine works. By the way, a sabo is a Polish word for shoe. And that's where the word sabotage comes from. Throwing a shoe into the machine works to stop it. There's a protest that happened in one of the first recorded worker revolts of sabotage. I love those little word things.
Oh, have we lost Rebecca?
I'm back. I'm back. I had to reset. I don't know what the word is, but
have you killed the gremlins?
Oh yeah, I sent you the videos that Christoper made for me. He's really cool.
You did? Okay. I will look at that. And I'm getting your pictures lined up right now.
My phone is just acting crazy. I hate when it
Me
does.
too. It's making me want to like sign in again and everything. Hopefully I don't.
I just signed in again and now it's gone bonkers all over again.
Okay.
It's driving me nuts, man.
Why? All right. All of this to get to this drawing. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
I did not mean
we need to see it. I feel like it's a sign. It's like everything's working.
No, we don't.
us.
I don't think we post it enough. I don't think we talk about it enough because the people on Facebook, they get a copy of it and they get repeated copies of it because I post it all the time. But there are folks out there that don't get to see this, and we talk about it all the time. And they're probably going, "Yeah, but what's it look like this month? I haven't seen it yet." So, if you can do a screen capture, and it's all really big, huge on top of us in our face. It's gotten way bigger. It's way harder to draw. Nepacity has moved forward into the combination dance, where Atu goes over the top of us, Nepacity goes over the top of us. Yuri is now coming facially over the top of us as well on the left-hand side, as well as the spin of Isatum's very large yellow moon now, very, very large, affecting our sunset colors and everything, as well as massive, massive Isatum now. It's so big, it's unbelievable. And then barely visible on the lower right-hand side is Nibiru, where actually I had to draw a line into it and then just tag it from the side. It is going over farther, literally to our side right during the day at the first thing in the morning in dawn. So it's become harder to see, but all of this is going up, and it's all going to become smaller and slightly toward the right-hand side of our, of our right eye, over our right eyebrow, so to speak, slightly above us as time goes by. And yet they're still rotating in front of us and changing positions, especially between Atu and Nepacity. And we've seen configurations of that in Wendy Williams' shots this week and other people from around the world. And their out view from Europe, et cetera, is a little bit different, New Zealand, et cetera. So it's hard to fathom, but they are rotating and they're getting higher and smaller as we speak. Although that's, a month from now, 2 months, and 3. And
they actually don't feel smaller. They actually seem
quickly,
to have changed shape. Sorry.
Its out view is being weird, and they're all so oddly ghastly close to each other, and that's not really what's happening. What's happening is our out view is, of course, in a weird magnification because we're looking through, water, and so it distorts our real out view. Yeah, fishbowl effect, definitely. Thank you. And so you have to, you take your sightings individually, and then you got to cross-reference them. It's not an absolute upon first view. You've got to conceptualize what you take into account, and it's not instant either. It's a thing that you've got to culminate the information in your head over multiple sightings. And again, go outside, look up, not out, look up. Mm-hmm. And then choose your
Rebecca. Sorry, it's like our time we're lagging between how we talk to each other, and my phone is just freezing up. Is that because
we're having issues too, lagging back?
We had complaints again in the comments on last week's show where people say, "Well, how come you guys are talking over the top of each other?" And that is because there is a huge lag between all three of us.
Yeah, well, I'm in the north of Scotland, and you guys are way over the pond in America.
Right, and it takes some time to get there, especially with the X flares and the G4 solar storm that we went through last week as well, and there's been some residual minor effects coming in. I've noticed internet disruption the last few days as well. So
I just seen something on my news feed about a plane that made an emergency landing because people had nosebleeds and stuff like that.
Wow.
Don't know if you guys see stuff like that. Maybe because way back 2 years ago this time I was in Iceland, so that's why I'm getting plane things on my feed, because it's towards the end of when my holiday would have been as well.
Yeah,
so
they always feed, they feed you. Yeah. Oh boy, back to mind control. What's going on is spooky in the whole world and all the shit.
Oh, I was going to.
We need to focus on worldwide weather and climate change extremes that are happening all over.
Oh man,
it's insane what's going on around the planet right now, and how many people are.
Yeah, I do know.
Oh, poor Rebecca's popped out again.
The major earthquakes, the volcanoes. Hawaii's erupting again. Krakatoa is erupting again. Vesuvius is erupting again. The volcanoes are going apeshit crazy. Iceland is burping up again. There's so much activity, and none of this is connected to anything. And they're not talking. There's been X number of typhoons going through China and Taiwan and all of that, and the Philippines. This week has just been one after another, and that is not making the news.
Look at that guy's house.
Have a little mud. Have some mud.
Look at that.
I think he really was crying.
Oh, I would.
I'd be crying. Look at that lot.
I know.
This is happening right now. Portugal is on fire, and everywhere east of Portugal is flooding all the way to Japan. And I am not kidding. Everywhere east of Portugal is flooding all the way to Japan. Typhoon after typhoon after. Oh, have you heard? They're now calling cyclones over the U.S. and over Europe again, and what they're calling anti-cyclone, which is all part of this weird weather we were talking about before the show. There is these new weather patterns that are arcing up from the south, going due north, and creating these cut-off low anti-cyclonic, which is why Europe and Poland and the Czech Republic and Austria and blah, 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 and on all the way down to Italy are all flooding. It's from these reverse northern hemisphere storms that I think there's a new pattern forming. And we've talked about this in previous shows. So there's some dire new drastic weather events that are coming that we don't even know about yet. Be prepared. Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous told you first. So beware. I mean, there's some shit gonna come that we're not even ready. Now, I even looked up the winter weather for Europe this morning, and Gillian, you're gonna have a semi-mild warm winter, and so will most of mid-Europe, and then on Eastern Europe, all the way through Siberia, they are going to have a really, really heavy snow winter, because we're embarking in El Nino, which means that Montana may have a lot of snow, which would be great. I would love that. Because when you have snow,
you
guys are going to be mid tolerably warmer than normal. We'll see what happens. That's just what's the so far forecast I've seen, and it's early yet, so we'll see. Yeah, that's what the models are saying, but we'll see what happens. And then there's a new tropical storm that's about to form between the Yucatan, western Cuba, and Jamaica this week, and it will be heading up into the Gulf between Florida and Louisiana. Again, this week could reform a new hurricane, so be ready for that. That's going to yet to come. The European model and the American model don't match. But there's flooding going on everywhere in Europe, in Italy, in Poland, in Taiwan, in the Philippines, in China, in Russia. It's going on all over, and it's not making the news. And it just, it's not every month; it's every week. Look up last week's effects of Cyclone Boris in Europe. A backpedaling anticyclonic reverse moving storm that then re-rotated back down and then reflooded again.
Bad, man.
This is climate change. You have to ask why. It is not what they're telling you. It's not CO2 sequestration, although it's part of that. But this is more. This is the passing planets. This happens every cycle. Look it up. Go back to 1650 BC. Look up the climate change. There was also another climate change in 1250 BC. But the big one was 1650. That was the breakup of the Bronze Age. And it's documented throughout all civilizations. Sumerian, Egyptian, you name it, Chinese. Chinese invented the year of the dragon. This, again, is the Chinese year of the dragon. And, the dragon is the wormwood, is the asteroids, is the events in the sky that have been recorded throughout history in many, many cultures and civilizations. Look it up. All documented, all proven, it all matches.
At the moment, we're having trouble with those
we're not
CGI
crazy. We're not
guys.
talking out our nose.
There's CGI stuff.
Yeah, everybody's starting to scream, "Oh, it's AI! It's AI! It's AI!"
How do you
And
tell
making
new
stuff
people
up. Usually,
about
your
that?
eyes will tell you if it's.
Some people know about the fake.
Well,
stuff,
you
some
just
people
warn them that they've
don't.
got to, Well, you got to check your sources. You have to look up, only credible people that have proven to you over time that they're accurate, that you can believe. Otherwise, they're just talking. We talked about the money boys for years. In the early years, those folks, including, pardon the expression, but the Zeta folks, have put out so much crap that nobody knows what to believe. And it's been so over time, repeatedly wrong. Time after time after time, these people were talking out their noses, and finally, including NASA, and we got to the point of Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 where we just stopped believing anything they told us. We took the information with a grain of salt and then compared it and thought, well, is this or is this not a distraction? And a lot of times, the information they release is a distraction. They're pointing out small crap when the big shit is happening, including the Elenin thing, which was at the same time the arrival of planet Nibiru, going all the way back when, and Google Earth was shut off for a while. That big black segment where you couldn't look into that black area of Google space was because Nibiru was arriving. Yes, people, the planet is direly screwed weather-wise, and it's happening all over the world right now. You must prepare. If you have documents, get copies. If you have things that are important, put them in an isolation area where they won't get flooded, or they won't get blown away, or caught on fire, or destroyed. Think about, bug out plans. Know where your camping gear is. Just, keep extra food just in case this shit happens to you and everything goes out of the store in your area. Shit it's happening everywhere, and it's not making the news.
No, and they'll go out of their way to, keep people from ever knowing it ever happened even,
God, did you know that Europe really, from Poland to Italy last week, the European Union has allocated $11 billion for recovery funds. If they're handing out $11 billion, That shows you the amount of damage that just hit from Poland to Italy last week. Eastward. And it's going to continue. It's not done yet.
Leave the kitty.
Oh, God, I've had to shovel out the barn before, but nothing like that. You better call Hercules.
Never seen anything like all this. So bad.
Look, we've got 3.5, 4 feet of free soil. Where are we going to put it next? Probably, well, it's very nutrient rich with all kinds of artifacts from around the world. And that, the problem with the blood soil stinks really bad.
Now it's got everything in it, and I mean everything.
Yeah, poo-poo caca. Yeah, dead people, you name it, and plumbing and artifacts and, Elvis Presley records and photographs and you name it. And there goes that 1957 stereograph console set. Yeah, you can use it as canoe. And they've lost everything. That's a month's worth of work just to shovel that out.
You wouldn't want to go in there again.
No, you probably wouldn't. It's going to stink, and there's all kinds of soil. Look at that. Forest fires everywhere. Yeah, even the California fires fell out of the news is a week ago, and now it's not top of the, still happening.
And why do they?
And Portugal is burning. And they found a brand new guy, a firefighter that an area, so he's probably creating his own work, and kind of criminal. Bummer that they would think that to do that. A lot of people suffer it, I'm sure. Well, we talked about this from December of last year on, that this was coming, and we knew, and here it is. There's going to be more. Fortunately, up here in Montana, we got a very, very nice series of rain, which came from odd northern exposure of the monsoonal flow from Mexico, which is that same weather pattern I've been saying. There's the south to north odd weather that we've never seen before, which is occurring. And we got very nicely soaked over that. We're quite moist right now, and our fire damage possibilities are way reduced, which is great. Not like last year at this time where we had that flash fire and past my house. So that's a good thing. And this is what this is when you looked out the window at my house. That's what you saw right there. This fire that went by us. Unfortunately, I was out in the yard with a hose and dousing the neighbor's field down so it didn't come my way.
Right.
So we're in a dire weather scenario, and people are just oblivious. And I watch the national news, ABC and CBS and NBC, and pretty regularly, and I'll go through their clips, and this is not making the world news, and it should be. It should be.
No, I know. Limited people are talking about it, that's for sure. Like, you have to go looking for it. You're not going to just hardly scroll across it.
Yeah.
Most likely.
No, it doesn't come up on YouTube feed either.
All sorts of other weird stuff goes on.
I'll be right back after this.
Okay. Definitely flooding is like the majority of situations out there, of all of them, the fires and everything's all about floods. Makes me think of that movie Waterworld. You know, it's like, what are they trying to tell us? I wonder. Oh no, look at that. That's Mexico.
Yeah, there's a crack like that in Africa too, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah, the shit's cracking all over the place. It's like the earth is like a Rubik's cube and it's just moving. Getting full.
Mighty racy.
Mighty racy.
You're okay. We'll let you slide. At least you apologize.
Hope it's not raining too much.
Yeah, and there's
It's actually wet here. We had fog. I mean, one week we had 6 days in a row. It was just gloom and fog. It was weird.
Right. Last I looked, we had not a cloud in sight here over Tulsa, and it's like almost 100 degrees. It's hot.
We have to realize that the climate extremes that we are seeing right now,
I'll be
and have
right
been
back.
for months.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
The climate extremes that we've been seeing for months around the world are all connected. They're not individual places. This is happening around the world, people. This is major climate change. We've never seen storms like this around the world. Even within the last 5 years, it has dramatically changed. We have to realize that we are in the throes of the passing planets, the tipped axis of the Earth. The weather is different. All this is an effect of the coming passing planets. We have moved. We have direly changed our skies. Right there. Attu's moons on the left-hand side of the sun. Boom. Can't argue with it. Time after time.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side, there is the Saturn's yellow moon with the ion tail going to the upper right with the Saturn behind it. Time after time after time. You cannot make this shit up. It's really, really happening. Attu's moon, Uri, right there. You see those dark little micro patchy clouds in the upper areas, dark shadowy. You can see the shadow behind the planet away from the sun. You have to learn to look at the dark areas first. Right there again is Saturn's yellow moon coming in from the right. That angle, see how dark that is. See how cut off the sun is.
Video did not belong in this video, but anyway.
Poor puppy.
Oh well.
Probably very warm.
I think that was Carol Ann's video, actually.
People have lost everything. This is happening around the world, people. We cannot financially recover from this. This is affecting everybody. We're going to have to replace all of that. I mean, good on one hand in the economy, boom, but if you don't have the money to recover from it.
You say you just pick up and like start over somewhere else, then that's
which leads us right to climate migration, which is exactly what happened. You know, and you look at the dawns of civilization, the dawn of Ur, the dawn of Samaria, the dawn of these other previous, what happened to the Mycenaeans, what happened to the Minoans, and all of that. And you look at Santorini, you know, the eruption of Santorini in the middle of the Mediterranean. And that all happens within the same time period of the last passing of the planet. It all matches, and these people moved because they had no choice. And then, you know, you talk about the Arcadians and the Sumerians and where they live, which is northern Iraq and Turkey and all of that area. And then the move in of the Aryan races, which were white-skinned people, which moved all the way down into India and Pakistan and all of that. And that all affected and changed, and it's all documented. Oh, look, there goes the picnic. I was about to have lunch, and I looked down, and it was gone.
Loaded away.
Yeah, and it's happening. You know, people are going to have to move. You know, I've said this in, you know, not a million, a few 100,000 times or a few thousand times. I don't want to exaggerate too bad, but we are not in Kansas anymore. Our earth is tipped. Our weather has changed. Everything we know is changed. These people are getting washed away time after time after time. And look, We can make clay pots galore for a lifetime.
Good to see you, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis. Glad you're here.
And did you see this, Sam? Nicole just said that there was a 6.0 earthquake in Argentina just now.
Argentina. Good to know.
Not
Thank you.
populated area. Good.
I will
Still,
look at that now. Okay. Dun 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 dun. I missed the 70s and the 60s television. Okay.
And
It is not listed.
like it.
There's a 5.4 in Adak, Alaska. 4.6 is the only one listed in Argentina currently, and a 4.4 off of Chile. But it'll come in. It will come in. Okay, back to StreamYard.
More bad.
Yeah, I've been through a flood, and once you get that mud in your house and everything that it touches smells, and you literally have to throw everything away.
Makes sense.
And then you have to tear out the walls and get all the mold and the mildew out of everything that got wet, because it's full of bacteria, all kinds of nasty stuff. You have to bleach the hell out of everything. Especially in the tropical regions where they really grow some major bacterial nasties. It has to do with temperature. Now remember, generically, the temperature of normal Earth, the overall condition of Earth, is much higher than we humans find comfortable in our little pampered post-Ice Age existence that we live today. This is not the normal weather of Earth, by the way. We're in transition as normal. But then you add the passing planets on top of it, and then it's an escalation. And when you think about it, humans are actually just such a short-term blip on the map. We've only been here for a brief time compared to what Earth has actually been. In the time of Earth, man is but a flea. A short-lived fly upon the crest of its shores. Not going to get crazy prophetic again this week, I promise. Last week was a little silly. I departed reality and speaketh ill.
Oh dear. Oh, did you ever get your mail from Hector?
No, I have yet to ever get it. I have been looking every week. And I never did get my mail from Hector yet. Surprising.
He's here again. He's busy. He's in the
Hello,
chat.
Hector. Yeah, I never did. I never did. There have been many a package over the years that I have not gotten. And some I wish I had not gotten. I'm joking.
How did they get there?
Christmas packages from our favorite trolls, etc.
Yeah.
What was the strangest thing you ever received?
That huge bundle of Hollywood money.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Money. What blew me away is what the postage that it cost them to send.
I bet.
And when you get this package with no return address, it's in one of those UPS boxes. And it weighs. This thing weighs, and you open it up, and there's this manila envelope, and inside it is this big, huge stack of $100 bills.
Wow.
And the paper didn't feel right, and then you flip it upside down, and it says, "This is Hollywood money. This is fake money," And why? Thank you. What a nice Christmas gift. Thank you.
Yeah. No money or no notes or anything. No, I would at least included a note.
I think there might have been. I don't fully remember them. I think there might have been a minor tease, like "Merry Christmas" or something like that, and a small, and then no return address. And I've always known every time I get a package or anything with no return address, I know pretty much who it's from. One of our trolls. Because most people want you to know, or get their package back if it doesn't get delivered. They want it back to know that it didn't get delivered. And anyway, and I do try to mail it. 99% of people get a letter back from me. If I can read your address, I will send you something back.
Look at
And I sent a few off this week.
street squirting stuff. Sorry, Sam, but look at that street squirting stuff.
Yeah, it was some sort of tidal flow underneath the road.
That's wild. Ow.
Yeah, this has happened around the world, people. And oh my God, those car owners, those cars will never run right again, or the interiors will mold and rot. And if you live in these very moist southern Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, and you leave your car parked in the garage for months, it molds inside unless you drive it regularly.
Oh, yuck.
Yeah.
Oh, yuck.
And that's all that brown, water right there you're looking at. People walking in it, I go, oh my God, you're going to be on antibiotics before you know it.
Yeah, God knows what you're going to get, hepatitis or something.
A lot of these small European countries, like the whole country is practically flooded.
Yeah, Poland, Austria, Czech Republic. Where
do they go?
And of course, we're not getting any reporting literally from the Russian, like Georgia or any. We don't get any news from them anymore. I used to have Facebook friends that were actually in Russia, and I do not hear from them at all anymore. I had friends in South Korea I used to hear from, and I don't hear from them anymore. And if you're out there listening, please contact me. I'm kind of worried about folks around the world that are suddenly no longer regulars. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
But our submissions, I don't know. Maybe a lot of people are really uncomfortable, and they have stopped or lessened their submissions. But membership submissions have actually gone down recently, and I don't know why. We're counting on fewer and fewer people, which is kind of sad. And I hope you add to the information so we can keep going, because it's only through member submissions on many different sister sites that we got that all that furniture is going to be ruined. That will all be ruined. Water damages everything. Yeah, you'll never be able to use that again. All the glue and everything is going to split apart on all of that.
All that water still coming.
And this is happening around. Well, this also has to do with the climate change, temperature warming. Now, for every main climatary degree of temperature rise that planet Earth has, it is able to hold 7% more water in the atmosphere. And we have already gone up 2.5 degrees. So we are already looking at about 16%, 17% more water in our atmosphere above us, able to drop down at the transitionary areas between hot and cold, the highs and the lows. And those fronts in between is where all this water accumulates in the atmosphere from hot and cold, just like a sweaty glass, and it drops down on us. And this is why we're seeing worldwide flooding and climate change. And we there's no going back. It's only going to get worse. And it's now we all have. Well, yeah, it boils off. We've got an extra star right now, and it's boiling off our oceans, our lakes, our water. That's why all the main rivers. That's why the Amazon in South America is going through a drought right now. All that water is being boiled off by the extra sun, which is why the sun burns when you roll down your window, which is why plants are wintering over up here in the cycles, which is why we had 2 batches of roses this year rather than just one, because the sun is more, the sun is different. And they're not telling anyone because people would freak out. Even Tesla said that if people knew the truth, they would freak out.
Hi, William. Hope you're feeling better.
Do you think, though, over time?
People have to take into account that. Go ahead.
What?
how long would they freak out though? I mean, it's like once over the initial response, we'd be better off for the freak out, right?
That's you.
Depends on what you mean by freak out. Depends on what you mean by freak out.
Let's examine what people are buying into. Yeah. Let's talk about from one hand of the spectrum to the other. Let's talk about QAnon people. Let's talk about crazy religious people. Let's talk about any number of that spectrum A to Z, where you go from conservative to liberal. Let's talk about what people are buying into, and the crazy shit that people are buying into. Flat earthers, for example. If you can go back to 1400 and believe that crap, you believe anything. We've talked about this in their base. I got.
Where's Sam
I have
gone?
the conspiracy. That's.
What?
Oh, I cut out.
Yeah.
I hear him. Okay. I can hear him.
I can't hear you both okay, and you're both lurching. Your picture's lurching.
Oh.
Well,
just wait a second. It'll be back. Huh. Yeah, sure enough.
Okay. Start preaching again, and saying things that people should or should not hear. We're at a transition. It's happening, and they don't want you to know about it, and the whole stalling of the information. And we've got so much background information over the years that we cannot deny the information that we share. I mean, it's all time proven. Everything we talk about, we've had examples of for over a decade, and we're sharing the information. That's why we do a weekly show, and we just have to get more people on board. And do ask questions and question us, and don't believe everything we say. And here's Alexander in Germany.
It's time for Alexander, y'all.
Dark blue. Look at the dark blue.
Yes.
Not normal skies. Look for the big rounded edges. There they are. There they are. There they are.
Look at the streaks across them.
We over time have learned what we're looking at. New people start to develop. Those are planets.
Look at that big blob up there on the top.
And if you match the monthly site drawing with this, right there's the red asteroid, dead center. Oh, look, the long box cube inside orb. See it? Long box cube inside orb right there.
Nice.
And it's crossing over the sun. They are mixing direly. I saw this all week where the cubes have moved seeing each other again. Look at these asteroids. This is crap under Uri.
Yeah, I was seeing that too, from a different angle, naturally.
Base core of Saru, just above the sun.
Yeah,
I, of course, is in the northern hemisphere in Europe, northern Europe. All of that is the base asteroid group underneath the bottom of Uri coming in. And that's going to go over the top of us again at the end of the 180-day cycle, which does have some electrical interaction between Earth and discharging and stuff, and storm creation and stuff, literally the end of the month and the beginning of October. Then, she could rise up and separate. We don't know. Before it's done different things. But again, we have to reiterate, is Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon have never been this close to Earth before in any of the processes that we watched in the last 14 years. So this is all new territory when it comes to the stuff going on the right-hand side.
Look at the strange shape of that thing. Aye.
Very
It's
likely
so strange.
the asteroid.
It's like there's like these little fibers in their clouds. You see that?
Yeah, look
I
at
don't
them.
know. I mean, I know it's not.
Well,
but
remember,
it's like
remember, we go back
strange.
to the society. IS generated video that we go many shows, or earlier shows.
Yeah.
That ISS generated video of the oncoming asteroid group around at the bottom of Uri, and to this day I'm amazed they released it.
Oh yeah. Right. Me too.
But that
I think they were
debris
just
thing, yeah.
people not knowing what they were seeing, but still.
Imagine the astronauts going through it. God.
And we can talk about the sightings of the cubes. And this is small stuff right here. This is not cubes. The cubes, the intergalactic craft, and the extraterrestrials are here. They're still here. They've been here. People don't like to talk about it or comment about it. Now, I saw this, and I was I like the background view of this, and part of this I wasn't so sure about. This part.
Mm-hmm.
I'm contemplative if that's a seagull or what.
Okay.
Bug or something.
I don't have enough information to even make a guess as to what we're looking at. It's cool. I saw it, and he shows what he captures is different, and so
yeah.
I don't know the background. Maybe if if he's here, you can type the background information behind that, and then we could go from there. Although you did, who was it that captured somebody? Yeah, that's the 10 asteroid or a spiral, one of the two. I'm tempted to say spiral.
That was from today.
Who was it that captured
he
Matim,
said-
and you did a comparative of the Matim drawing this week?
Oh, who was that? I don't remember who. I have to look and see. And he said it was on an airplane
Yeah,
or a bird.
I saw it.
But we did have a Matim.
It wasn't an airplane or a bird. Okay. Yeah, remember the drawing where you did a capture. Somebody sent in a capture, and then you put the drawing of Matim over the bottom inlay. And
Yes.
it's amazing. Matim is exactly where I drew it. I got a chuckle.
Yes. Yeah, I'll show that here after that. I'll make a note.
Or he draws it before we piece it.
It's actually, I know, it was actually perfect. It was like perfect. Because you have it peeking out from behind Yuri.
Yeah,
And that's what this guy. Oh, it was
Yep.
a man in Azores, Felipe. I know I'm probably butchering the name. Azores. Felipe Macchiato or something along those lines. I'll get his name correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work. It was
He takes
awesome that
captures.
you got a good capture. Yeah.
I'll show that in a minute.
Yeah, that is probably right there, the red asteroid underneath Atu's moon. Very, very large red asteroid currently. And then we notice in the right-hand side, there's a green-bluish color going on, and that's Saru behind Yuri, behind Atu's moon, behind the red asteroid. And in Germany and Europe, they've been seeing a very large red asteroid. So, and all last week we saw copies of that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I caught it over the sun as well.
Red asteroid is huge.
In the morning. Yeah, it was over the sun in the morning, I'm sure.
And
I sent pictures, you can tell me.
Thank you, Alexander. Yeah, we've also been seeing a lot of copies of the Skull asteroid coming in and hiding up in the dark between and behind Atu. It's just awesome. Great week.
Wow.
Phenomenal week. Awesome week. Oh my God, week. And yet, people, you got to get on board with. There, I'm saying it again. You got to get on board with this shit because we've been watching it for over a decade, and it's happening and happening now. Oh my God! I mean, I could, roll on the floor laughing over this sometime.
It was in this series. I'm quite Pretty sure. Maybe this one? No. If not, I'll get it on here. I thought I got it added because it's no. Maybe I didn't get it added, Sam, but it's totally doable. We'll add it.
Okay. Well,
I thought we did.
You can pop it out in a short on YouTube this week. Give people something to look forward to.
Yeah.
And you can talk about, how the drawings match time after time, and I do them ahead of time.
I want you all to see. Let's go ahead and show some pictures that Gillian sent me. So these are a surprise. I didn't even see some of these till just a few minutes ago. So.
And Gillian, you didn't tell us what's on your shirt today. We didn't get to see what your shirt said. Ah, okay. What's it say? We will change the world. Yes, correct.
That's too cute. That's perfect.
I thought about putting on my Montana Skywatcher t-shirt today before the show, but I'm currently wearing a Led Zeppelin t-shirt, black, with the wing.
Yeah, I've got a black one on as well, but it's also music related. But
there you go. Love our t-shirts.
Yeah. Gotta say something. Yeah, I seem like really cool vintage.
I am a t-shirt junkie, just like Sheldon Cooper. Not that
T-shirts are cool.
That's so funny.
Yeah, we got to put some more
I don't know how many
t-shirts
times you said
together.
that name until I finally come out and ask you. I was like, "Who is that person that you're talking about?"
Sheldon Cooper. Oh, he's one of my bros. He's one of the people that think like I do. I mean, when Big Bang Theory came out, I was like, I so identify with these nerds.
That's so cool.
Dungeons and Dragons and advanced chemistry class, and except I was a hippie and I wore leather, and I was the guy that went out to the corner and smoked cigarettes, and and they all made fun of me, and yet until it got to chemistry class, and then I ruled the rules on that one, and I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons in my time, and I did a lot of chemistry, so much chemistry I got noticed by people that I wish hadn't noticed me. But I do have to look back and say, well, it was a cool thing they screwed with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how unbelievably cool and awesome everything that is happening. And I wouldn't have expected that to happen. In my wildest dreams, said they never paid any attention to me. Were I wrong? Because they don't come out of the woodwork after you for being wrong. They leave Montana teenagers alone unless you've written a paper that they don't want you to talk about. And that's kind of a reverse order story that I've told many, many times on many, many shows. But anyway, again, everybody rewatch this stuff, like, subscribe.
We plugged it in South Africa as well, the Big Bang Theory. Oh, really?
I know. Can't believe it.
So
I've never seen it.
Well, Big Bang Theory,
the sci-fi. You missed out, man.
Wow.
I've got many a quirk when you have an IQ and you live in a different world, because I view things through chemistry and through I'm a wash your handaholic, and I'm a clean freak, and I bleach everything, and I like to straighten out books until my children came along, and they've of course have beaten me to death with my own obsessive compulsive disorder. Rather than forcing them, they have forced me the opposite. And I regret it daily, but I'm kind of a clean freak, even though my house is not clean. Yeah, well, I've been doing laundry since 5 a.m. today. Anyway, they're a little bit argument, but children are always the pendulum swing of what you are. They like to be messy. I don't. Anyway, Sheldon Cooper and the Big Bang are people I could identify with comfortably. And it was like, oh, those are my people, and that's why I always refer to Sheldon Cooper, because I do have, now granted, I am not as quirky as he is, and I'm not the mega nerd who can't go out in public or drive his own car, but I'm a little different. But I have some of those quirks, and germaphobe and all of that does exist in me, I assure you. So so I identify greatly with those guys quite well.
I'll have to check it out.
And for those of you who don't know, there's a Big Bang Theory.
Mm-hmm.
Go to YouTube. The Big Bang Theory is a TV show that went on for many seasons, and it's a great show, great actors, and you'll love it. Start from the beginning, work your way to the end.
Okay.
Quite endearing, wonderful characters. Very well written show, I might add. I did watch many years of it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I do know it's very popular, so I just gotta check it out.
And for a hint, Sheldon Cooper, the fictional character, had an IQ point 1 point higher than my government-rated IQ number, which I don't give out often. But if you do your homework and watch enough of his shows, he'll admit to his IQ rate. And mine is -1 of his. And which is many times higher than Einstein, hint, hint.
Many time. Okay, like many.
Yeah, I
dozens.
I am
higher?
quite
dozens higher.
quite a hand. Yeah, even more than dozens. Well, yeah, dozens plural. Yeah, dozens.
Right.
Yeah,
Dozens.
that's within the
Yeah.
spectrum.
Okay. I thought so.
It's a couple of handfuls beyond Einstein, and I'm not trying to brag. That's the thing, because to me, it's just absolutely uncomfortable to live in your world. And I apologize, and I mean that in the nicest way. But I don't see the world as you guys know. I don't see the world the same way everybody else does, and I'm sure that you guys have all experienced that with me, as my friends have come to know. Okay, that's just Sam. Don't worry about it. Because this is where you tell the intimidation story, Rebecca.
Oh, I know. Not again. No.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, for the new people,
I know. I mean, well, I just remember you and I had only up until that point visited on Messenger, and we finally arranged a time when we were going to visit on the phone, and I just know that, yes, I was, pacing back and forth, and I was intimidated with my Sam. I didn't want to, be wrong on something or whatever. I don't know why. It's so funny now because I learned what an easygoing person he actually is, and his sense of humor is one of the biggest surprises. I did not expect that. I don't know. I just wasn't. I thought he was scary. I don't know. Anybody else agree?
Yeah,
with me on that? Maybe it's not just
Montana Skywatcher.
I thought it was funny.
When I started Montana Skywatcher, I was very serious about it, and I went through a series of years worth of trolling. And oh my God, I mean, people ate me and chewed me and spit me out, and I mean, I was in a piranha pool trying to tell everybody in the first early couple of years, if you look to the southwest sky, you can see frickin' Nibiru and Amelsaru and Nana concentrically orbiting right there, and you can see the land masses, and oh my God, there it is. And people just went after me like crazy for years. So I developed a rather overly serious nature, and tried to just share the information and drastically not embellish anything and not say too much. And I was very, very careful because I didn't want to get in trouble and have the men in black drive up to my front door, kick in my door, and make me go bye-bye. So, and I have experience with those folks in ways that I'm not even going to ever elaborate on. And believe me, it's not something you want to have happen. And I know what it feels like to be handed off to the men in black. And anyway, so we went through this sternness, and because Montana Skywatcher was so serious about science, I was very, very strict for a long time with a lot of people, and it carried over into the co-admins and all this, and then we went through a bunch of work where he ended up losing my huge portions of my Understanding the Sky series, and all got destroyed. And so I was very, very serious with a lot of people, and so on occasion I have apparently been slightly intimidating to some people by my science attitude. So it's people didn't want to get it wrong, and oh my God, what if I get it wrong?
Because all I knew from you was online, and it just, I guess in my mind, it seemed, abrupt or whatnot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just easily intimidated. I don't know.
Right.
But I was nervous. I was nervous.
Well, people read into,
Yeah.
you read into what you're reading online because you don't have facial expressions. You read into your own level of point of view. And so if you're going to be negative, then you're going to read into negative. If you're going to be semi worried that you don't count, whereas I do, because you've heard of me and I've got this persona that you're afraid to tap in. A lot of people will say to me, I hate to bother you, but, and I know you're busy, but, and it's like, oh, no worries. If I'm here answering you, then I'm giving you my undivided. Yeah, there's the picture. Exactly. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Keep it up, please.
Sure. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I mean, you're everybody, and I treat everybody as everybody, and I am not this great legend, although my work is legendary. I am just a person, and like you said, you found out I have a point of view and a level of humor that was unavailable in type, and now that we're doing the show, it's
totally different.
More.
It's yeah.
And this excellent photograph. And if you look at there, the bottom picture is this month's site drawing. And then approximately a week later, or 5 days later, 6 days later, we get a copy of the site illumination that is on the left, and then the drawn in diagram on the upper right. And as you can see, I draw it before it happens.
Mainly,
although that asteroid.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Say what you were going to say.
I just wanted to say, for a good few minutes, I kept looking at that picture, wondering, what that bulge was of Matim. But at the time, it didn't click because I've never seen that before. But what I do is I go get your first drawing, your most recent drawing, and I pop that up there and look at it side by side and see, because sometimes it will, point out things that I'm not even thinking of, and that's what happened. I was like, oh my God, that has got to be Matim. It's perfect. You see it. It's right there.
It is getting bigger. It's exactly, we do believe that it is getting bigger, and you can literally, if you look at the left-hand picture in the upper left hand, and you see that white dot, that is an asteroid in front of it there. Okay, but let's look behind that. You can actually see the white mountain range on the side face of Matim that we have seen before, and it facially matches Matim.
I was going to say,
what looks like a white square. My eye's drawn to this white square thing right there.
And that mountain range in all the pictures of Matim that we have, which are very few, going all the way back to 2015, 16, 17, and that's when Matim went bye-bye after the moving of Isatum in the Path Crossway. Because Isatum was in the way, we couldn't even see where Matim went to. But we saw ice coatings. Yeah, you can see it sort of on the right-hand side of this centralized. That is, that is asteroid Pappy.
Is that okay?
That is.
It's got like a small Pappy, round thing, like a tube, and a big fuzzy thing. Yeah.
That's Pappy.
That is
the
Pappy.
Upper one is the stuff in front of the white cloud. And on the left-hand picture, the white cloud, the two pieces, the two chunks of candy floss or cotton candy, are smaller asteroids in front of the tan asteroid, which is the dark circle in the upper left corner of the left picture. That is the smaller stuff in front of the tan asteroid and Pappy, and then the one glaring white stuff in the left-hand picture next to the sun is where Lorraine is. Pappy, Lorraine, and the tan asteroid.
All right. Wow. Okay. I was wondering
that thing that's the square is the moon. Is that the mountain on Matim? Is this the thing on Matim? This thing that looks sort of pointy?
No. On the right-hand picture, The square in the upper right-hand corner is the mountain range on Metim. It runs down all the way down to the right-hand side to the bottom of the picture. There's that white illuminated line. That is the mountain range on the side face of Metim.
Where? There.
Now remember, I'm looking at
Above
this
the
on a
tree.
43-inch screen.
So there's like
No,
a tree
on the
on the
right-hand
left
picture,
one.
not above the tree. No. It
So
is
that
more,
thing-
but the mountain range is above the light pole. The light itself, the light pole, directly straight above the light pole, the light is where that mountain range is on the side of that light circular illumination. And that is
Can you
Metim
show?
behind Uri, poking out from behind Uri.
Yeah.
And
On
we're
the
seeing
bottom.
the main asteroids that are in front of dark blue Uri on the left picture. The dark blue area is all of Uri. And that slight illumination coming out from behind Uri, heading toward the sun on the middle of the picture, is Metim. And then you've got Pappy, you've got the three smaller asteroids in front of the Tan asteroid, and Lorraine, which is the little white blips just upper left of the, or upper right, upper left of the sun. On the right. It's a mouthful. It's there,
It also,
but you only see the white illumination.
I'm glad Michelle made it better late than never. We're only 2 hours in. I mean, that's just a.
I'm surprised we have not seen Carol Ann today.
Well, I know she's listening.
Anyway,
I know she's listening. She's taking on a big project in her backyard. She's been working several days now. So
Okay, yeah, that's true.
like a
I heard
warrior,
about that. Yeah.
and she's like really strong lady. Really, I'm impressed. So
Yeah, I saw this. Now I commented on Nibiru, Africa Nibiru Africa Watch.
Oh, you did?
I always get
Okay.
the site wrong.
This
I do
one-
apologize. I made a comment on this. This to me looked like the cube and a whole bunch of Star Destroyers. That was my first thought. It's a guess, but it is so distinctly different than the actual atmosphere of everything behind it in the background of this picture. I was going, that really looks like the cube, the edges of the cube, and a whole bunch of Star Destroyers. And support craft. You can see those support craft in front of the cube because there's sort of an L shape going on here. And I saw that and I went, oh God, that really reminds me of it reminds me of the Texas Cube and a whole bunch of Star Destroyers. Just the shape. And we lost Rebecca.
Yeah, we've got a lot of interference tonight.
That's because we're talking about all the meaty subjects. Hi, T. Racy. Hey, Andrea. Hey, Sandy Cheeks. Hey, Michelle. Hi, Nicole again. Andrea, Audrey. Everybody's here. Good. Glad you're all here. Thank you. And my ears are ringing. I wonder what people are saying about me.
Yeah, it looks like I can't see the live chat at all on that thing. It's just stalled. There's just no comments.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's like it's messing
And now
around some
for
more.
for something completely different. Yeah. Brought to you by Ronco, makers of TV-made products. And while we're at it, I might as well go Ricola. You know,
I seen Calgon today when I was at the shop, and I thought of you telling us about Calgon, and I'd never heard of Calgon before.
yeah, Calgon, take me away. You know, it's an old. You know, they would advertise it in between soap operas for a bath soap, where you soak in Calgon. And the commercial same commercial probably ran for 30 some years. Oh, Calgon, take me away. It shows you how old I am. Ancient, yeah.
Right. Stop it.
Madge, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. We still did not get. I looked at last week's show and I read the 8 comments that folks left that I'm visibly seeing. 8, yeah, and there should be far more. So when you guys go to watch,
like a few, like a certain, there's like a few people that talk to us.
Nobody is mentioning the extraterrestrial square cubes and the Star Wars Star Destroyers. Oh, Rebecca's back. Where did you go?
My son reset the router, so that's the last to know that. Anyway,
Alexander is about everything that's asking about everything that's happening at night lately.
But now, then we're lagging.
Yeah, there's been a lot of nighttime sightings. A lot of red asteroid has been visible around the world. There's been a whole bunch. We had a solar storm where we had a G4 class solar storm where we had a whole bunch more aurora borealises going on around the world, and they were illuminating the passing planets and the asteroids as well, because those objects also put off North Pole, South Pole aurora borealis reactions within the stellar material bouncing off of the magnetospheres of those individual bodies, as well as Earth, which is why we have ours. When the stellar material goes around Earth and through our magnetosphere, that it breaks through and creates the office tube lighting or illumination, ion illumination of our planet and the asteroids and the bypassing other planets. And they're all visible if you know what to look for, if you pattern recognition. And so, yes, Alexander, we are seeing a lot of the material, especially the asteroids, because they're very close and very large, especially underneath Uri right now. And I can't stress it enough. And we're going to see some extreme weather coming. There's something big going to happen very soon. I don't know what it is. A lot of people feel it coming. I have my guesses, but I don't want to alarm people. So we lost Rebecca again. Calgon, Andrea. Calgon is an old bath soap they used to sell on soap opera commercials. It was, like Procter and Gamble product where you'd, pour this pink soap in a bathtub and it would bubble and it would be very soft and soothe your skin and make you look younger. It was a bath soap, and early 60s and 70s and 80s bath soap commercial. So Calgon, take me away. Would be the whole promo, and you'd see, your 15-second to 30-second quick commercial. And you saw it over and over and over again in between soap operas. And back in the old days, we only had so many channels. We didn't even have cable television. So you got bombarded with that same commercial over and over again. So therefore, you understand the joke and the humor behind the redundancy of Calgon, take me away. It's just, and now back to our sponsor. For anybody who's old enough that remembers the old screen pattern on TV before the TV station would start their day, you'd see an Indian and a test pattern. Look up old test patterns back from when TVs didn't run 24 hours a day. I remember when we didn't have a TV, and then we got one. So way back when. But then I remember JFK's funeral, so that gives off my age. But anyway, some of my earliest television memories.
Yeah, the sun.
And then the Nixon era and impeachment.
The sun seemed like it had moved again.
Please, let's go back to the topic.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, it has. We are, as of today, we are in fall. Yeah, today is the fall equinox, and today is the fall equinox. We are now officially on the calendar in fall.
Yeah, because the sun used to rise up behind the house and away to the left, and now it's moved over to the right to come in front of my house. Well, to the side.
So now is when we are banking into we're going to start off the planetary orbitation of our planet our orbit model will start into the fall to winter orbit, which will change the angle of our sun. And that has to do with how our temperatures change, because during the winter, we are actually closer to our star than we are during the summer, except the angle, the vexing angle of light that it lands on the face of Earth changes, and therefore the ambient temperature changes. So we'll see what occurs. That could be affected in our current axis planetary tip in accordance with the addition of the binary system, but that remains to be seen what's going to happen with this La Nina pattern that we're kicking into. So this is all an up and down in the air thing, and we of course will see what will happen. And I've been looking into those weather forecasts for the winter, and we'll see what everybody comes to here. It's a little early yet to see, but it should be rather interesting, I can assure you.
Stop it. Where's Puppy?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they've got two chew sticks.
I'm telling you, there's some outside.
No, I don't think there's something outside.
You don't park unless it's for a reason.
Oh, that's a weird color of the sky. Just the mist has been really weird. But then it goes funky like that sort of dirty tan color. Don't know what that dirty tan color is.
Anyway.
Yeah. Shame Rebecca's been gone for a while.
Yeah, I see that. South Africa only got TV in the early 70s. Yeah, well, up in Montana, all the way up into the 70s, we were pretty limited. We had like 3 channels, and they were all local. We didn't really have cable. Heck, in the early 70s, I remember when they put the interstate highway through Missoula. So, Army Corps of Engineers, the Highway Department, et cetera. It was like another world. Montana was behind for many, many years as well. Not quite, I'm sure, like South Africa, but or generic Africa for the rest of it. There's a lot of places that are still waiting for, paved roads and internet.
Yeah,
there's still a huge internet area.
Sorry. Audrey just said that we listen to Springbok Radio.
The United States don't have internet.
Yeah, we used to listen to radio. Go to bed. Yes, take your baby and go to bed.
Yeah, well, we did too in the early 60s and 70s, and the nighttime mysteries and stuff like that. I still very much enjoy my mysteries. Yeah, we don't know Joyce. Rebecca somehow she's been having some trouble since even before we started the show. So, and there are internet issues going on. I've had internet issues all week. I've had telephone issues last week, and people said they called, and my I think they've been going through, because I actually had to go to call the New York office for my internet like many times last week. So there's a lot of weird shit going on since the solar storm, and still is. There's probably
spent 2 weeks unable to do anything much with our phones when we went down into Old Nairn. It didn't work. I only started working again when I was out of the building and moving away and up, sort of up towards where I stay, and that's kind of up, so that maybe it gets more towards the mast that I use at home.
Unsolved mysteries.
Yeah, well, a lot of us.
Yeah, in the shadow. Yeah, the old time radio programs were good.
Yeah, they were lovely. You could actually.
But then
visualize
I'll bring up Monty Python. Yeah, and we've lost a little of that. And there's people out there that now don't even want to watch a video that's longer than 3 minutes, and so that boils down to us teaching ourselves. We really have to learn to take 5 minutes and actually to savor the information that we are being given. Yes, Audrey, I like tea. I have tea all the time. I have a very large selection of tea. I probably have a lifetime supply of tea for myself. I do. I like Earl Grey. I like Mandarin Orange. I like quite a few other teas. I like Sleepy Time occasionally. I like my green tea. I'm not a fan of mint teas. No, I've had it. I like my black tea and my green tea, and I like I will go out on occasion and collect my own chamomile out of my yard, and I've even made magic tea. So, that's an interesting procedure. And anyway, yes, I like tea. Thank you for asking. Run back through the whole house and back. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Charge your phone. Go put your bare feet on the ground outside, and then come back and restart your phone. Yeah, I can't do mint tea. It's a little, unless if you had indigestion, then it would be great. Okay, William. See you. Great work. I saw some of your work, William. Thank you. Nice that the good old members are all around. Great to see you guys. Yeah, it's been a really, really beautiful day here in Montana. All blue skies, and you see a little something up there, but not really much. It's just been a very, very beautiful early fall, and the colors are starting to change. We're seeing oranges and browns and tans and stuff in some of the trees. So here we go. And I was just thinking, wow, that summer went fast, and it was too hot to do anything too smoky. Thank God, and our fires got turned down. Apparently, I don't see any smoke hardly at all. So we did have a very nice heavy rain the last few weeks, and I'm not even hearing anything about local forest fires. So maybe, I'm sure they're probably quite contained. And I haven't heard much about the LA fires, and all of a sudden this week, in the last 2 days, it's been nothing. So I need to look that up again.
Rebecca says she's trying to get back online.
I wonder what happened this week.
Rebecca says she's trying to get back online, Sam.
Yeah, I heard you the first time.
Sorry. No, I can't. I
hear
something.
There's a lag.
Yeah.
Right, we hear a lag. We have a lag, and I hear you, so it doesn't block me out.
It's driving me crazy. It's been bizarre for the last couple of weeks. It's so annoying.
You guys, the UK has had a high pressure system roll in with that backpedaling warm front that came literally out of the east, literally out of Russia, and worked its way to the west. And that was what they were referring to, as I mentioned it earlier, the anticyclonic behavior, meaning cyclone, which, by the way, is Northern Hemisphere hurricane on land, people, and they're masking it with these convenient terms. And he's talking about the rain bomb. Exactly, that anticyclonic reverse low rotational hurricane force wind storms, and they're dumping mass amounts of rain. And those don't exist until the last couple of years.
It seems
and this is that
like certain times of the day where you get wet.
Well,
sorry.
Cyclonic storm Boris actually originated in northern Africa, and it went due north up into Europe through France, across the Mediterranean, and then went into France and Germany and Poland, and then started its way eastward, and then backpedaled anticyclonic rotation, and then backpedaled into Europe and rained out Poland and the Czech Republic and Austria and northern Italy, and then went eastward after that. And that does not happen. And the same thing happened here in the United States. It came up, these moisture storms are coming up from the Yucatan and Mexico. That's why Mexico is flooding, because they're having what they call a monsoonal flow. It's going due north. It went up into California, and went into Oregon, and went into Washington, and now we're having these matching reverse rotational cyclonic storms, which we just went through, which is why we got all rained on. I see that. Yeah, it does look like there's something on the right-hand side.
Can you see that?
Yeah, sort of. I can blow it up even bigger.
Trying to get back online there.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sort of. Almost read it.
Yeah, she says she's trying
I
to get
take your
back.
word for it. You know, yeah.
It's weird how your phone actually jumps on things as well.
Yeah, Cyclone Andrea Adams, Cyclone Boris. Look it up. It's, type it into YouTube. You'll find 50 references to it. It has really seriously, drastically wiped out Eastern Europe, and from Poland to Italy, and they are flooding. And all of that water is going to flood out everywhere where all of these, like the Danube and all of that, go. And it's just that wall of water, and it's going to continue to be worse. I haven't really seen the current European. I watched the 3-day outlook for Europe this morning, but I didn't see the current events that were going on because it's really hard to get decent radar for current now. You can see all these computer models, but not actual radar. And they've literally taken it away damn near on everything unless you pay for money. And I have not gotten any paid weather radar sites like I'd like to have right now. Of course, money's tight, and everybody knows it. Yeah, the names they give them, they're little deceptional names, and that you get used to. And then cyclone this, cyclone that. Well, a cyclone is a hurricane. And if it's in the northern hemisphere, and it's an anticyclonic back-rotating storm, a cutoff low, and it has wind speeds of above 74 miles per hour, gusts, etc., then it's a hurricane. In northern hemisphere, hurricanes on land do not exist until about 2020. And then they were infrequent, and then they happened. That's when they were naming storms. Here in the U.S., they did it for a few years. Then they quit naming them. But they're still doing it in Europe, which is why they called it Cyclone Boris.
Cyclone Boris, where's
And it's a backpedaling rotational centrifuge storm hurricane. Northern Hemisphere hurricane. Please look it up. You will be in awe if you get an actual explanation of its pathway, because it is nothing like normal European weather patterns. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Not. Niente. Nada.
Busy trying.
Yeah, Sandy Cheeks. Thousands where? Yeah, in which country? Thousands in each country. Southern Poland, Austria, the Czech Republic, northern Italy, thousands are being evacuated. And then you go eastward and you see all the typhoons that Japan is flooding. They got hit with a typhoon like last week, and China got hit with typhoons twice in the last month. And then there was a storm over Taiwan and Madagascar and the Philippines, on and on. Okay, yeah, northern Italy just got swamped. And that's the same, that's one of the outflow rotations of that cyclonic storm that went south after it backpedaled back into Western Europe and then dropped back down and then flowed eastward into India, etc., and Saudi Arabia, and you name it. And it's, if you check all of that, everywhere that those anticyclonic rotational storms happen, you're seeing a rain bomb deluge from hell. And nobody's putting any of that together. They're all listing as an individual. Oh, it happened in Italy. Oh, it happened in Germany. Oh, it happened in Poland. But they're not telling you the pathway. And this is why you have to look up hurricane or Cyclone Boris, because then you'll find stories about the entire pathway of that storm. It's huge, and we're gonna see more and more of this because our atmosphere can hold way more water. Now it's like when you fill a bathtub and you take the drain out, you get that rotational sinking of the weather.
Yeah, there's a
When
dramatic
cold
tornado
meets hot
swept
and
through
it transitions, and
Gloucestershire
then
as
it just
well. Something went through Gloucestershire as well.
Yep, our weather has Our weather has direly changed. Now you're making me. You say, "Oh, Gloucestershire," and I think of Worcestershire, and you make me hungry. I didn't have lunch today.
Disruption to flights over rail services in England.
Yeah.
3 for 20 p.m.
You know, and it absolutely amazes me that we are not seeing these events on what happens in Europe. I mean, it's important to us over here in the United States to know what's going on in Europe, and it's not making the news. Hello, media out there, if you're listening, which I doubt. I hope there's some real media people listening to our show. But, you know, the world needs to know this is happening to everybody, and we all need to be prepared for, you know, climate refugees are going on already. And we're having arguments about that in public, unfortunately, in politics, and it's being misrepresentative. But we better get used to the fact there's going to be a lot of people having to move, whether they like it or not, including you. I mean, me, all of us. We may end up having to move. And yeah, Budapest, awesome place, Budapest. Our dear friend Petty in Budapest.
Lie down. Lie down. Golly, there.
Oh, Rebecca, where are you?
She says she's trying. Let me just look again.
We are suffering technical difficulties. Please hang on.
She's saying, my son's reset our router to see if that helps. Yeah. Well, it's not really messed up show tonight. Shay, maybe we should stop and come back on or something so that we can all be together.
Well, that wouldn't be a good. Well, she's got control over it, and as long as it's running, we'll just leave it run, and we'll come up with something to talk about. You know, in the beginning of all of this, these planets were much smaller, and it is way harder now to just jump on board, as many people had the opportunity in the early years to be able to do. So we have to ask people to actually, you know, do look up our old information. Go to Radio Wasteland on YouTube. Type in Radio Wasteland Samuel Hofman, and you'll get. I did 87 shows on there. I did, believe it or not, Fight for Our Freedom Radio, and that was sort of controversial, and so we don't mention it a lot.
I remember the name. Yeah. Fight for Our Freedom. Yeah.
And yeah, she had a platform that over time didn't fit well with me when it became uncomfortable to do her shows, and I nice person and all, and no problem, but anyway. And I did other shows that, you know, we don't even have to mention, and then I did the Understanding the Sky series. And if you want more information, there is some. I do have an old YouTube channel that is still out there that I can't even access and get into to add to, and I just so you won't see. You don't need to subscribe to that one because you won't see anything new on it. But there's a bunch of old information on there. Type in Sam Hofman, Hofman, on YouTube, and there's quite a few videos there you can watch. And that's the early days, and it has early information, and it can teach you a lot. So please do check that information out. And then, of course, always go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Christoper's channel and Jesus's channel and Gillian's channel, and then you know, on Facebook, etc., and on YouTube. So you can look up all this past information and get caught up, because there is a plethora of information available. And I just went and got a chunk of cheese because I'm hungry.
She says we're all booted at the moment. None of us can connect.
Well, I'm
Maybe
still
we're
here.
not even broadcasting.
I imagine. I think we are. It hasn't told me any different.
She says just stay
I don't
on.
believe it. I'm still here. Yep, I'm here. Okay, Alexander in Facebook just sent some pictures. No, well, Sandy, pizza is not happened yet. I am hungry, and the girls have not decided to make pizza yet. Good point. But it is a hair early. Usually they make at 5 o'clock, and it's 4:37 here. So, yeah, I didn't have lunch, and I bypassed lunch to do other things in my notes. I mean, I have pages of notes today, and I so far haven't read any of them. But I've covered most of already what we want to cover about worldwide weather. I took a lot of notes this morning.
Yeah, we just want to go and see some pictures and talk about some pictures now.
A good portion of my notes are talking about topics that I cannot really, and one of them, of course, was the mini moon, and then rapid fire questions and answers to the binary solar system. Oh, I got a recommendation of a video I'd like you in.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, people are suffering from the passing planets, and they're uncomfortable, and they're short-tempered, and people are acting violently and disconnected and confused and uncomfortable. And so, if you feel uncomfortable, don't bite people's heads off. But if other people bite your head off, try to be a little more understanding and realize that we're all suffering from influences that are exterior of us. So don't take it too drastically, because you should expect it. And this is part of what we were talking about ahead of time in the show, before the show in the green room, was how some people are rather uncomfortable and mean, and we should just sort of get past them. So, yeah, pizza.
Theo says hi. Yeah. Theo was at his first vintage car rally today.
That would be, yeah, we don't have anything like that out here. We live on the moon. Lolo is a truck stop moon.
Well, they had a like a kind of meetup on the green. They call it the links here. And here's the other guy as well.
Yep.
Beefcake. The other doggy's much bigger than the first doggy. Ozzy is so huge. Been calling him Beefcake for the last couple of weeks. But anyway, we were talking about they had amazing bikes there. They had amazing bikes there. Really amazing. You know those bikes that about 2 or 3 people can get onto at once? Motorbikes.
Okay.
Really cool things. I took pictures of them. But the sky was fairly boring, so I did manage to get a short video of the guys playing their bagpipes, and naturally some of the motorbikes, because they were really cool. But Theo and Teddy, his brother, were just going bonkers with all the other dogs. So it's kind of fun, but the sky was boring today.
Yeah,
so.
I've been focusing on the California earthquakes that have been going on in the Malibu region, and there's been a huge the major earthquake last week off the coast of western Canada. Yeah, California had a pretty decent 4.7 like a week or so ago. But there's been like 80 of them ever since. So that whole area, and there was a whole bunch of earthquakes rolling up into Las Vegas as well. And I was looking forward to talking to Christoper, but we haven't seen him yet tonight. And then, of course, we're still waiting for Rebecca to come back. And so that's kind of put a damper on the work we were going to lay out for everybody tonight, because we did send a bunch of pictures and get them all ready, but she's apparently suffering technical difficulties. So I'll keep eating cheese and we'll keep talking about something, I guess.
Yeah, like I said,
people should be able to start seeing that comment. The comment, I don't have the listing for it right in front of me. I put it away. But the comet is visible now.
Thing as well. So it was inside the northern lights, that thing.
Like the northwest sky. Should be in the northwest sky, somewhat after or around midnight-ish, depending on where you live.
Is it low on the horizon?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Wendy, I see that you're here. Thank you. You did excellent work this week, Wendy Williams. Thank you. And I did send Rebecca a whole bunch of your pictures today, this morning, and we've used one so far, but as you can see, she's unfortunately absent. Let's hope we're still going.
I'm sure. Can you still
somebody in the chat's comments room? Yeah, would you comment if you can still hear us or not?
It looks like they're responding to what you're saying about the food and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're still here. So I was like, no. Yeah, da 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 da. Well,
Yes,
we don't
thanks,
know.
Sam.
And, you know, if Rebecca's internet went down in her area, then the show will still keep going because we're still in the room and talking. So it'll, clip her out even though we're here. Yeah. So we'll still, hopefully she'll get her internet back within a reasonable period of time. And if not, then we'll ramble on till we can't more, do so and go.
Oh yeah, maybe we should talk about, how I like to research the different kind of stones and things up here. I found a recent, a Celtic cross one, and it looked like it had pictures or etchings of two suns. So I had actually wanted to try and sort of share
you'll find that on those. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I put it into one of my posts or into something in Northern Skies because
if you go back history in Scottish history, in the UK history, they always talk about the Pictish warriors, and how they had these really strange customs and beliefs, and that too is the origins of the Celtic cross and everything. Of course, now the Celts originally come from the Goth region in France, but then they moved over, and that's also a period of time that's in the early 800s through 1100s, etc. Way prior to that, if we go all the way back into the BC era of the UK, now the Picts came from an unknown area, and of course there's a mix in of the Irish and all of this, and you can go, there's lore about where they came from too, as well as where the Welsh came from and all of that. But if you go back, I truly believe that the Pictish beliefs come from the ending of Doggerland, when that whole area between Germany and
that was
Southumberland and all of that.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was they say approximately 8,000 years ago, which would be roughly 2 cycles ago.
Wow,
and that's where supposedly that area is submerged, which was a few thousand years after melt off of the ice age and the increasing levels of the ocean levels, etc. So you have to take into account that whole area was also larger, and then you have to worry about ice age melt off and great floods coming from glacial lakes, etc., which happened repeatedly in Lake Missoula, etc., which I'm sure happened far around the world, many times that they haven't recognized yet, etc., which is like where the Great Flood came from, for example. People talk about the Great Flood, but they don't ask where the water came from. Take that into account. Well,
I was remembering that today.
It didn't just miraculously appear out of nowhere.
There's so many European countries flooded now that it almost, if you think about it being a great flood, it would have had to have been a lot of water over quite a large area, but just not all of the area of Earth. So other countries,
and that's also recorded in Chinese history, is their great flood. China, in the year of the dragon, roughly at the same time period, which is where the wormwood and all this great worm is a dragon. All these legends come from, and it was recorded in many civilizations of the great dragon in the sky causing Chinese great flood. And then there's many great blood stories, and this is another example of the passing planets, and the disruption in the deep vault of the Bronze Age, and all of this, and the moving of entire civilizations where city country states were developed right after the passing of the last cycle, anywhere from 1650 BC through 1500 BC, which is 150 years of reformation, et cetera, because they don't always get the dates right. So give or take, give a little target area in that same time period. Thank you, Esther, call it. And you have to take this whole transition of the planet at the last passing of the Nibiru group, and this all fits into place. And it's insane that people, of course, don't take it into account. And we've done the research where most people have not yet. Hopefully they will. But more cheese.
I'm just looking for that picture to show you the cross thing. I was just checking. Rebecca says they're still trying, so just to stay chatting.
Yeah, there is. I've seen quite a few Celtic crosses with carvings of two suns on it as well.
Yeah,
and it's in Egyptian. It's in Sumerian. It's in Akkadian. It's in Greek. It's in Roman. It's in Egyptian. It's in Aztec. It's in, Mayan. Olmec.
Yeah.
Mycenaean, Mesopotamian.
Just looking and looking and looking. I got great shots of the moon as well when it went full, but that top bit was sort of cut off. I kind of wondered if we were.
Yeah, we had a clouded sky. I could not see it. I looked the other night for that. I was looking for that moon, and it happened, and I didn't get to see it because we had clouds.
Just drives you wild. Naturally, happens when you're full of clouds. No, it's just taking me back to that other one with the little squares of that other language. Yeah, I like that when we were talking about that the one week, the little cubies that have the words on.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of depictions of literally that the sun drawing where our sun is in front of the larger sun, which is in front of Hercules/Imaru, and a lot of those matching depictions, and people just automatically discount it as just one sun.
Yeah, it's crazy because this thing honestly looked like 1, 2, 3 things all behind one another, and it's like echoes or something. Can't see. Where did I put it? Oh. Don't you just hate it when it's not in the thing that you think it's in? You get dog pictures and flower pictures. Oh, there's a great big spider outside my house as well. Wow.
Yeah, I was just scrolling out here. My internet just started scrolling. Celtic 2 Sun. Yeah, there. If you just go to Google, Wendy Williams, and type in Celtic stone crosses and hieroglyphs, and you'll see probably hundreds of photographs. And if you look for side carvings and internal carvings, don't just take it for elaborate carvings and designs. Sometimes they put little sneaky stuff in there. Da Vinci did it, and everybody did it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely there. I'm just trying to remember if I sent it to somebody, Wendy. I think I sent it.
Yeah, the Olmecs are very intriguing, and they're very oriental.
Who did I send?
People have to realize that there was more transportation between continents than given credit for, and there was more civilizations that were far more advanced than given credit for. And modern European or empirical UK standard English science is so wrong. Oh my God. And that's part of the story that I got when I had a conversation with an off-world extraterrestrial, and them filling me in on how wrong we really are. And how, it took many years to try and swallow all this information. And I try to coat that in a little bit of sugar for everybody and sort of mention this and sort of mention that. But there is so much more going on than we are aware of.
Look at those things.
Yeah. And we are, oh God, I wish I could see that up closer. Yeah, exactly. There's one above and one below.
Yeah.
And then, that same cross could be a cutoff halo formation even. And they're trying to warn us about that in a way. And then we've turned it into a standard religious, it's Jesus Christ. And it's a celestial marker rather than a religious marker in some cases, and they're trying to, and that's all, of course, connected to the gods as well. And there's a fine line between science and magic, and they're both.
See, they're terribly old, some of these things, and they're very worn.
Right, and this is why I encourage you to go and look up as many of those crosses online that you can find. And this is, part of reading hieroglyphs and stuff like this is pattern recognition. And if you go back into the Sumerian text, or you go back into Egyptian, or you look at like that carving of Merodach cursing the gods, as you can see in the upper top part of the tablet, that there are two suns in the sky in that Merodach tablet brought in from Iran. And if you go and you look at these old carvings around the world, and you keep your eye out, and you keep your eye out for those two suns, and then once you start down that path, you will be amazed at how many you discover. And then look for the 7 planets.
They're all different. They're all there. They're all scattered and strewn around the highlands. You can actually, there's lots of them.
And remember, like even we talked about this before about Goblet Tepke and all of that. Those animals that are drawn on the sides of pillars, they're not just animals. They're star constellations.
Yeah, look at this thing. How cool is that one with the sun shining through it?
Yeah, and part of that is perhaps how they used quadrants of the, if you do it right, the sun will shine through that square at the right season. Spring, summer, winter, and fall.
Exactly. That's what I thought when I seen this one. Amazing.
All celestial. So there's more to religion. There's a magic to religion and a religion to magic.
Yeah, you see, all these things are in what they call religious, like in chapels and stuff like that. But that's because they built those chapels and things over these things that were there already.
Yeah, on top of the Romans, and the Romans built on top of on the Neolithic. And even we go back to Neolithic, and Stonehenge was built by the Neolithic, and they don't even have an accurate count of when the pyramids were built. And that's deceptive information because they don't dare tell you the truth. And Goblet Tepke and all of that. And the number one thing that just blows me away to this day is they talk about the Sumerians, and they talk about, Yemen and all of that. And back then, and Northern Africa, for another example, that wasn't always a desert. People say, they lived under these harsh conditions. No, they were living in a completely different climate where they were able to grow food, and they had rivers and they had water. And that's why all that civilization was there, because it was lush and wonderful and green, and it changed. And modern current man is not attributing the climate change.
This stuff is stuck right down inside there, as if the things fell over.
What am I looking at?
There's like great big blocks in this particular
what is this?
In Islay, and one of the islands. There's up there, they must have had a bigger civilization, all those islands and that. I wonder if all that was joined as well at one point.
Modern archaeology and modern history is completely stifled. They're penned in. They're completely penned in on what they can prove and what the standard science will accept. And they won't accept anyone on the outside norm having anything new unless you got a big, huge piece of paper on the wall. And I'm a perfect example of that. That's why I'm the nut job. Because, you know, I know about the planets, and I've known about the planets for 44 plus years. And yet, you know, we get 600 views a week when in actuality we've done, you know, a decade's documentation of reality that the rest of the world isn't talking about. So there are so many things with what they call Western science, European science. It's, you know, and the Arabs knew shit, and other cultures, and the Taiwanese and the Malaysians, and you know, the Buddhists and the Hindus and the Taoists and all of those people. They knew so much more, and we completely have discounted a great deal of technology, and we've lost a great deal of science. Look at Petra. Look at any of the you know, the city of Ur and Or and Ur, you know, Ur, it's Ur, UR, and all of that lost information. And there were societies. I mean, even the Greeks learned from that, from the Sumerians and the Arcadians, and then the Greeks, and then the Romans learned from the Greeks, and then the Egyptians were there, and the Romans learned from the Egyptians, and the Goths, and the Picts, and the Gauls, and you know, and the northern Germanic tribes, and the Vikings, and of course, Viking means raiders and warriors, and that includes Scandinavian people. Doesn't necessarily, it's one of the same, but it doesn't mean the same. But anyway, and these were all these information, and all of these races all knew things that we have blended together and lost the true meaning over. And you know, we talk about the Mayans or the, you know, the Olmecs and stuff. They had knowledge of the stars that we still don't easily mathematically equate the way they did. So that shows you there was so much more going on than we even understand today. And we're still beyond knowing where Rebecca is.
I'll just go after again.
I tell you, it's a conspiracy. Let's point the finger. Who is stopping Rebecca from being online? What evil force is thwarting her in her efforts to reconnect? The answer lies.
She says she's still here. She's trying. Oh, I'm starting to echo.
Try turning everything off and then turning everything back on.
Oh, shame.
Like if she has a Wi-Fi router, turn it off and reboot your Wi-Fi router.
She said her son did that for her.
So they're messing with her, man. They don't want her to put her information up. Okay, I looked at the clock for the first time. We are coming up on 3 hours tonight's show.
Yeah.
Thank you for your participation. You know, like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification button. YouTube.
Did you know that
Nibiru followers anonymous.
Did you know that one of the volcanoes in Guatemala was going as well, Santa Maria?
Santa Maria. No, I did not know. I didn't hear about that one this week. But baby Krakatoa is burping. It's coning. It's really building itself up. It's quite active.
On the 19th, eruptions.
And then Kilauea in Hawaii is quite active.
Apparently Hawaii as well.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah, Kilauea. She burped open and did fissure volcano that has worked from the side, from the left-hand side all the way to the middle of the right of the normal older cone, and fissured out and been pumping out quite a waterfall of lava into the main open core. That's a cooled older core, but it has reached from the left-hand side and gone back up into the main volcano. And the original fissure open up was a few like a kilometer downhill, and then it reached all the way up into older Kilauea. I've been watching it for like a week, and the funny thing is, I can sit in front of those volcano films and just stare at the lava pouring out for like hours, and just mesmerized. I'm addicted. Must watch more waters, or not water, excuse me, but must watch more lava splattering all over the place. I like watching it mound on the cone and then run out the side and just stare at it and stare at it.
I'd like them to put more of the sky on as well.
Iceland is still going on.
How busy is
Iceland is still going on. Did you hear whether or not that? Did you hear whether or not the town, if they move back in?
No, I don't think they're in.
Did they return to Grindavik,
so,
or were they
because the
completely
last
booted
time
out?
I heard they were out of the Blue Lagoon as well.
I knew they closed it down at midway, like a week after it erupted on the new bigger fissure, but then the lava flow was going in the opposite direction, which was good. And it's all building land for the future, and it is a spreading fissure volcano, because the land and the North American plate and the European plate are spreading apart. And we did see a few months ago some underwater activity between the UK and the United States on that fault line. So we haven't heard much of that coming in. And then, of course, the Ring of Fire has been quite active with 4-point and 5-point earthquakes all around. And like I said, there was a couple of major storms that have gone through. Oh, okay. Good to know. I'm sorry for all those people that were just building their houses and living and enjoying their lives. And it was a major fishing village, and I wonder where they moved the fishing village to.
Well,
I'm sure it's a way of life they'll hope to continue.
My friend said that her friend lived there. They've been there for 20 odd years, and they had to leave. Go stay with another member of the family.
No fun.
And then Blue Lagoon, I don't know, let's Google Blue Lagoon if it's still empty.
Brooke Shields, wow. I haven't seen her for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, look at here.
Hey.
Holy cow.
Yeah, well, I thought I could at least do that. I'm on StreamYard on my phone.
Hey.
For the first time ever. So, hey, I know, Michelle, here I am. I don't know how to operate it from here, but my son had reset the router because it kept booting him out, and it went downhill from there. We can't get back on. So, but I'm back in a way. And let me see, we actually have, oh boy, this is going to be different. I'm guessing I'll be hearing okay. Hi. I see people. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
I know Tara is here in the green room. Tara is here.
Cool.
So I'm trying to get to her. I know. We'll get there.
Hang on. Looks like it's
you all have been very entertaining. Been very entertaining.
There's.
Well, come on now. Oh, maybe.
Butters. Butter. So. Butter.
Oh, that's better. That was better.
It wouldn't let me enter that. Oh, that's interesting. There it is. Oh, wow. Faderstolsslaven is an oil on panel painting depicting a halo display, an atmospheric optical phenomenon observed over Stockholm on 20 April 1535. Oh, have you ever seen that one?
No.
No, I haven't seen that shot.
What year was it?
Here, I'll enlarge this stuff.
Did you say 1835?
1535.
1535.
Oh my.
Yeah, there's
Real
been
photo?
a lot of talk about some of the older celestial events that people have documented in the 1500s, which is shedding some doubt on the reoccurrence pattern ratio of the Nibiru system. But I have yet to see enough evidence that has been comparative to the 1650 to 3654 years rather than less than that. Although, you know, I listen to it and I pay attention to it and I go, okay, all right, you know, there it is again. And I don't completely attribute what there was perhaps some celestial events that were going on that they were not documented properly that could be attributed to a solar cutoff halo of some sort.
Yeah, I know because I've got something called the Book of Miracles, and it's also from it's from the 1500s as well, and it's full of stuff.
Well, including visit, you know, perhaps, you know, there was a large ship parked. You know, we know that the Texas Cube and the Longbox Cube have caused visual solar cutoffs and halos and all sorts of refractive scenarios in the skies. And let's not discount the possibility of a major celestial extraterrestrial visitation in 1535 or a passing large object that we can't account for to this day because we don't have enough background information.
See, we don't live in a virgin
but as far as I
space, so
know,
anything could pass over.
Yeah.
Sorry. Couldn't it? I mean, anything could go past and nobody would know it's coming.
Yeah.
I mean,
it
really.
could be any number of things, and we don't have enough information to you know, to adhere it to the Nibiru system, and you know that would be inappropriate to every other piece of information that we have that correlates or doesn't correlate. So interesting as it is, and yes, there have been numerous references to 1535 and the 1600s and many different other time periods where there were some odd anomalies in the skies that were recorded in paintings, including the year that we went without a summer, and I actually it was about 2 years, and that had to do with volcanic ash in the sky, and I think that was in the 1600s, 1650, or maybe it was the 1800s. I don't remember exactly the date, but we've had effects from volcanoes as well as interstellar objects or extraterrestrials going on back millennium.
I'm just
sorry, I was chewing a cracker.
Yeah, is it cracker? Okay. Thank you to Christopher for the donation. The Nibiru System Skywatchers. Hopefully, I'll be back on my computer by then. I can add him. I'm finding out, like my access is so limited from my cell phone.
Should we send him the link to his phone? Should we send him a link? Can I send him a link? Can't we send him a link?
I sent him one. Yeah, I sent him one before the show started, so he'd have it.
He can. I hope he can use it. Yeah,
he has it, but so far I know Tara is, waiting to be added. And there's not an option to add her, and there's no options to even show a picture or videos. No.
Yeah, the difference between cell phone use, tablet use, lap is immense. And on this, great opportunity for me to bring this up. If you are, watching this show on your cell phone, I recommend you go up to your tablet, and if you can go up to your tablet, go up to your laptop, and if you can go up to your laptop, go up to a computer, because the level of experience of what is really going on in these pictures and what we're sharing with people is hugely different when you go to a larger screen. I mean, I'm running a 43-inch screen, and this is how I see stuff other people do not see, for one. For two, I see stuff in my head. That's a different story. But this is why I went to a 43-inch screen, so I can, do this better. Because the whole idea is I want to do it better for you guys, because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be misleading in any way whatsoever. It's very important to me. And I'm sure it's important to everyone here as the panel of experts, because we run off of information that is time proven, and we do not make this shit up.
Yeah, that's why I always get told I overthink everything, but I don't. I feel like there's 15 voices going on in my head every time going, but yeah, what if it's this, or what if it's that, or what if you go back and you do it again and you did this and that this way, and like, oh, please stop. Well,
that's part of where you are and where you're supposed to be, and it's also part of it. Knowledge is a gift, and it's also a curse, because you get those 15 little voices instead of one or two. You're adding more voices to your mind, that little mind that talks to you and says, hey, I need to question all of this crap. And it's a very good thing on one hand, but society will look at it in a different point of view.
Oh, Dennis might be getting another call.
Excuse me, I had to sneeze there, and I muted my mic for a second.
So everybody knows.
I had a question again on YouTube that was saying, how come we don't get to see Sam talk? We'd like to see you. My computer and my internet service, which is crappy, does not allow me to run my microphone and my camera at the same time. When I try to do that, it boots me out of StreamYard, and so I go, and then I lock up and don't move anyway. So we learned over the beginning of the show forward that I just post my picture, and this picture is like 4 years old, and believe me, I look far uglier today. And this way I can talk on the microphone with less interruptions and less scrolling out and getting lost and booted off.
Yep.
Yeah, Wendy, my granddads were both on the boats as well in the Second World War. Yeah.
Sam, William or Bill was asking about this video. We did share it, William. It was, Sam, the video about the mini moon.
Yeah.
Mini moon.
Yeah, thank you, William. It's so small. What they're pointing out, it is an asteroid, and it is going to lock in and get close, and it's one of the bottom smaller shit. But there's a bunch of big boys that are hanging out, and if you spend any time out after sunset, try to cross-reference the monthly side drawing and try to figure out and look straight up. You're going to see some colors up there at night. You're going to see some illuminations. You're going to see some really odd light illuminations in places that it shouldn't be after dark, etc. And we're also going to have some really cool auroras, because these planets are so close to us. They are also showing their bottom polar illuminations, which is all the planets are illuminating on the bottom of the poles, and so are some of the object cluster group, the OCG, the asteroids, and they are illuminating in some cases between the bodies. When they're going between, they get a direct link. They become static charge by the the transfer of the electrical between the bigger planets and the smaller planets, etc. And then the negative bodies, which are asteroids, now positively charged planets, drag small amounts of electricity from each other, and they also discharge and push each other away. Remember, we live in an electric universe, just like Tesla talked about. He hypothesized that as well. So there's a lot more to the reality of what we're all talking about than what Western modern science is even ready to accept. So there's a bigger world out there, Gumby.
see here. Oh. Just now
Yeah, I
started?
loved Gumby and Pokey as a child. It was one of my earliest favorite cartoons.
Yeah, that's early for
Claymation,
me. Like 70s.
top
With
animation,
Height,
claymation,
Esprit
yeah.
Colette. Thank you for your donation. I wasn't here when that was sent, so good to see you.
Yes, I did when I saw it come in. I thank you.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And remember,
Yeah,
folks,
so
we thrive on, we do better. Go ahead.
oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, you are. What you're getting ready to say is accurate too. Like we are, what they say, viewer powered. Which is true. I mean, it's all of us to make all this happen. So,
Gumbies.
donations would be necessary at this point to keep things up and going.
Wow. Yeah. I would love to upgrade, and we looked into Starlink even, and I find out Starlink has got a worse upload than what I'm already running. And their download is great, but their upload is horrible. And it's like, oh well, I'm not going to invest in that to find out the bad way.
There she is. Yes. Okay. Hey, I found her.
Hi, Tara.
Sorry for the surprise, everybody. But here's Tara. I did not know it was going to work or not. Here she is, everybody. Tara in Texas. How are you, Tara?
Mute.
We cannot hear you.
You're on mute.
Yep.
Hey, I'm doing sign language here.
Yep. I think she's muted on her end. Everything's open on my end. I know.
Yeah, it's fun finding all those little bits in the app.
On the bottom of your screen in StreamYard, do you have the little microphone on the lower left where it says mute? I don't see the icon showing on your thing. You are muted.
Yeah, I checked. On my end, she is not muted.
Well, sometimes we have to come in twice. So maybe you have to go back out and come back in.
She says it's not muted on
that
her
has happened to me
either.
That happened to
back
me.
out. Leave and come back. Let's try that.
Hey, that's
next
what we're
time
all
you're in the
doing tonight.
green room.
That's my technical
You're in the
advice.
green room, do a mic check.
Yeah, you're doing a Star Trek there. Yeah.
Leave and come back.
Doing a Star Trek there, Rebecca.
I am. I don't know what was on here. It was a slideshow earlier. All right. Well, I'm here. I'm sort of. I mean, I am here.
Are you able to share pictures?
No.
I'm
still looking. Maybe. I just found some things I couldn't do earlier. So, because I do have all this.
Learning to fly.
Sam's going to sing for us.
Oh wait, that's not it.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's try it again, everybody. Okay. Let's add her to the stage.
Yeah, ever since my thyroid cancer surgery, the singing department is closed.
Okay, say something.
Are you back?
Oh.
Come on. Press.
What? Huh?
Bugger about with them little buttons down
pirate
there.
noises.
Press all them little buttons down there so something works.
I know. Wow, what a day for pickups.
Well, it's got to be in the green room setting. When you go into StreamYard, check your mute status and your settings.
Yeah, lift your screen up.
Like now I have her muted, and so I want to click unmute. Put unmuted.
No, it's probably her settings. When you first set up StreamYard, it will have a variant ability. You can set your camera, you can set your background, you can set your microphone, and you go to manual on your microphone rather than automatic. And you check where your manual setting on your microphone is, and you may have to grab and pull and tug the microphone setting off the 0 up to 160.
Yeah, that's right. There is a place in settings. Maybe in settings.
Right. In settings. That's in the green room.
And she's left now. Shame, man. She should
before
press in settings.
Well, she's probably. Yeah. She probably went back to kicked herself out and then went back in so she can go back to the green room again.
Mm.
This is like show business talk, y'all.
Yep,
Yeah, it's
exactly.
like landing on the moon must have been, eh? We landed on the moon. We got all the way to
We're
this
not
really cool
using
place
it.
and nobody can see it.
Showbiz. Funny.
Now remember, they
can you
use the
imagine going
equivalent.
all the way to the moon, and then you've only got your mangy little camera and shit with you, and you have to
running
take
off a
all the
computer.
pictures mankind would ever see.
They were running off a computer, which was the equivalent of a Commodore 64. I'm not kidding. You know, like an early stage of like Genesis 1 or
Like Pac-Man or
PlayStation
something.
1. Yeah, or Nintendo Max or or Nintendo 64. Those early that was the computing power of the crap they were flying their asses up, 285,000 miles away. Those guys got big fuzzy kahunas.
Yeah, especially if you jump in a tin can. with
And
a
we're
rocket
waiting.
on your ground.
She's gonna try it
Yeah,
from her
right.
cell phone.
And bolted
today.
in.
Mhm. Yeah, she'll be back from her cell phone. Let me check my computer. See.
Okay.
Well, just everybody think of, American Tail and Five-O Mouse and his sister sitting in her window staring at the moon singing somewhere out there beneath the neon sky. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that wee mouse movie with that song? Oh my
Oh,
god!
yeah.
I thought that was
Around.
excruciatingly spiritually enlightening song in a pretty darn good cartoon that should have got a little more recognition. That's all.
Beautiful song
right.
though. Love
She
that
is
one.
back.
Never
Try
thought
it
forgotten
again.
moment of my more emotional self from decades ago while my children are watching. One of those moments.
Speak.
I just tried from my phone.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know what's up with my computer. My computer kept saying I
Yay.
wasn't muted. I don't know what the deal was.
Yeah. Well, good to see you.
Tech doesn't like us
finally.
today.
And hear ya.
It was Gremlins and Witchcraft
Mm.
Yeah.
and the Great Evil Eye.
Now she's gone black.
Now she went dark on us. Now she went
She's in dark mode now.
blue on.
Yeah.
Red.
Here he is. Oh,
Here we were
okay,
laughing
now
too
she's-
early.
She's coming back in.
Back.
What's going on?
I'm sorry. I
Back.
opened it up in the app instead of on the browser.
Okay. We'll close that one out. Perfect. Did we lose you?
Now we're looking at Gillian's owl.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Well, how are things in Texas? What's the weather like? Let me guess, it's hot. Oh, no. We can't hear her
I
again.
can't hear you. Now we cannot
Can't
hear you.
you. We can't hear you. What? You guys, what's going on?
This is the
What's going
Cosmos teasing everyone here listening to this program. And if you'll
One of
bear
them
with
shows.
us, we are suffering technical difficulties. Please stand by. Of course.
Hey, we should just
Boy.
record
Welcome
you,
to
Sam.
live.
Professional.
We should just record that. Sam can bottle that one for Rebecca.
Yeah, we, when I was running my nightclub and I was the bar manager of a nightclub, we would do a lot of our own commercials. That way we didn't have to pay voice actors.
Okay.
Okay, now you just
Wow.
got to talk. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Speak. Oh, good Lord.
Wow.
Nope,
That was
nope. Not yet.
What button
Wonder
did you
Yeah,
click
you gotta-
now, man?
maybe you should leave and come back in.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
go in, when you come back
Yeah.
in, adjust your mic settings, Do it manually. And turn it up to like 167, 165. And then test the meter on the microphone in front of you while you're in the green room. It has a mic test zone. And you talk into it, and you see the meter go up and down, and make sure that's working, and then enter. I hope she heard that somehow, some way. I just realized maybe I'm talking to nobody.
I'm there.
Yeah, we're here.
Now we hear you. Don't see you, but now we hear you.
Yeah.
Can we hear her now?
I did briefly.
Here. Oh, I don't think she's here.
It
Is she
goes
back?
from another plane.
Oh,
of
here she is.
existence.
Let's try to bring her back. Okay. We'll bring her back. There she is.
Bring her on.
Wow.
Ta-da! Are you back?
Wow.
No.
How come it works for just a moment?
What a
is going on?
frustrating night.
Very. Wow. I mean,
Yeah, I hope
got
everybody in the comments section is now laughing and having a good time and personally distracting themselves while we work our
Right.
shit together here.
I hope you're entertained.
This isn't normal. This is not our fault. This is stuff that you get when you do live.
I'm still not connected on the computer either. So we're not.
Well, perhaps this is something larger than us messing with us on purpose. Oh, the big they.
What?
No, I can't go there. I really can't.
No.
It's the we're gonna blame the universe.
I mean, we'll remember show 80 forever. Show 80. Remember show 80?
Yeah, remember show 80? Oh my God, yes.
It's like the Alamo. Remember the 80. Remember the Alamo, the 80.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This could be a code from now on. The 80. You know, the 80.
Yeah, we're gonna have to speak in code, like.
Yeah, don't 80 me, man. Don't be giving me no 80.
Right.
I don't want to. Like you be handing me 80, and I don't be needing no 80, man.
No way. No 80.
Keep your 80
Don't
to
want the
yourself.
80, man. No,
Christopher
hell.
will be here soon. Christopher.
You think he's
That'd be
gonna
fun.
be like?
Yeah, well, he did text.
well.
He was on the way, and
Uh-huh.
we're awaiting his presence.
Yeah.
Probably stuck in traffic, that Las Vegas thing.
Yes.
The Twilight
The
Zone.
Vegas life. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, the Highlands was nearly like the Twilight Zone the other night with one of them hars, the mist, they call it har. When I came here at first, I'd never heard that word.
Har.
Har. The har.
Hmm.
You haven't been in a har yet. I'm like,
Yeah, I can't roll my R's.
Har. Har.
I
Guess
can
that's
do that if I
gonna be
burp.
Samuel, you're a real boy.
I do try, I throw it out there every once in a while,
Or, like the pirates would say. Like
And I can
those.
be telling you that.
Or.
Our mateys, indeed it
Arr,
was.
Oh, you're on the side. That makes me feel drunk. Oh my God. What did you do, Rebecca?
I actually watched a few pirate movies this week as well. Some of the older ones I had not seen that were still in black and white, done from the early
Nice.
40s and the 30s.
I Googled Brigadoon.
YouTube can be boring. Oh,
I
there you
googled
go.
Brigadoon because I felt like we were in Brigadoon with the mist and shit a bit.
Okay,
Trying to
we're
go
going
to
to try
choir.
it again. Everybody, cross your fingers and let's hope we hear from her.
I'll try and
Da,
cross
da, da,
Stella's
da.
tail.
Ta-da.
Cross Stella's tail here. Come on, girly. Press the
Wow.
button, man.
That's so weird how it worked. It worked. It was working
Press
fine.
the button, man.
Oh, man. What a disappointment this is. How come it worked for a minute? Like, what changed? What
Well,
changed?
see, this is
no
where you pull a
button,
Carol Ann and you get paper and a black marker. You get paper and a black marker and you write your message on paper and you hold it up in front of the camera going,
Yeah, get a
free the
whiteboard.
world! Unite.
Get a whiteboard and write it backwards so we can all understand. Oh my God. She's not pleased.
Sorry. I'm sorry this is happening to you.
Chris,
Do not feel embarrassed and just laugh it off.
We want to hear you. That's not cool. This is not cool. Okay.
I'm bummed out. I'm bummed out.
Help us out here
Officially.
because it's ridiculous, really.
Really, I am. It's like, this has been the worst.
Yeah, we could put the wires on fires. The wires are on fires. Yep.
I'm trying to think what you did different for that split moment. Because it worked. You were talking away.
It all has to do with the settings. It's got to be settings on when you come out of the first, before you come in to into the green room. There's a setting you set your page up for, and sometimes, like I've had to actually restart my computer, the entire computer, before it accepted it properly. Where I walked in, I came in, I couldn't even get my background up, I couldn't get my mic to work, etc. And then I'd come back in a second time, and then I would go to the pre-settings, and that's when I recently readjusted my mic again for like the third time. And then it every once in a while it throws me out, and then I get old background settings from not me, and it's like a green screen effect with no picture. And other times my mic doesn't work, so then I have to restart my computer, and I come back in and it's fine. So that's my best. Before you go into the green room, check your settings, adjust your mic, look at the meter, make sure the meter is going up and down, and talk to your settings on the mic check, and then come in.
Ouch! I'm just taking this cat.
She said she's going to try to restart and try coming back. Okay.
Yeah.
Sandy says.
And sorry, everybody else out there, that you're having to tolerate this for the last 20 minutes.
There's a cache issue.
Or half hour, or Well, before that, for over a half hour, you were gone, and then we,
I'd still be gone
live.
if it wasn't for the hopping on the phone. Yeah.
I think your local internet is down, and you're probably running off a cell tower. I hope you're not getting roaming charges or anything crazy like that.
No. It's unlimited to a point, but basically. So she can go out, show stuff.
And
I wish
the
I could
rumors
show
that
stuff.
are out there flying around the world right now.
I can't show anything, you guys.
God, I'm not too pleased with what's going on in Israel right now. Israel has decided it's okay to bomb Lebanon, and they've got that Lebanese the Houthis and these terrorist organizations that all had all these blowing up, exploding pagers and walkie-talkies, and a lot of people got hurt this week. And I'm not thrilled with the level of warfare that certain people feel that they should be allowed to do, because there's always collateral damage issues going on around the world right now. We've gotten a little soft on that, ladies and gentlemen, and more diplomacy instead of blowing up people's pagers. Shame on you. The victor is the guy that has the better ethics, not the guy that kills the most people. I'm not happy with a lot of the shit. I mean, I'm still mad that Russia decided it was okay to invade the Ukraine. Nobody has the right to do that. I can't go to North Dakota and say, well, you belong to Montana now because we said so. I mean, there's just I don't care who you are, and you can't do that. And we, in our era in 2024, let's hope we've actually learned something and grown. And it seems in question right now. This goes back to people being grumpy and stupid and angry and all that. We need to check that shit right now. And if it's happening to you, just be a little more tolerant of them, and pardon the expression, but pray for them as well, that they will see enlightenment, to see the error of their ways, and to take the other person and the underdog into account rather than pointing fingers. And anytime we have divisionism, I will remind people that we are the United States of America. And we have a multi-party system for that reason, so that we can get along, not so we can point fingers and argue. So let's all remember we are the United States of America. Brought to you by Hostess Twinkies. Anyway.
Yes. Good advice, Twinkie. Yeah. No. I'm waiting for more and more people to hop on board with that notion. You know, it's easier to get along than it is to
Well,
fight.
that was the main thing that, for decades, we've run on that fact and the realization that we are, we're separate with all different opinions. But the idea is that we can come to a level of compromise with civility and integrity. And now all of a sudden it's been somehow exceptionally okay to lie and say whatever for no matter what negative reason without any ramification or concern as to the outcome of who it hurts. And these lies, and our entire society is run on lies all of a sudden. And that's divisionism. And that is not how we move forward. That's only how we linger in the past and anger and war.
Power hungry, it's like, what would motivate somebody to lie? Well, they're power hungry. They just they'll do and say anything just to have.
Well, that has to do with mind control and cultism and disinformation propaganda to lay out a certain goal of the oligarchy and the politic and the polity to change away from democracy, which is the one man, one vote. Now, granted, we do not live in the United States in a perfect democracy, and we have been staunchly swayed to the wrong direction for many decades now, literally to oligarch without even realization of how little the people actually can say. And Rome is in trouble, and I'm referring to the U.S. as Rome in a generic metaphor kind of way. And Rome is in trouble. So we ought to check and refer to Rome and how Rome fell apart, and then compare it to where we live today. So people think about it, and I would suggest you to do your homework, and I'm not going to go beyond that to cause divisionism in any manner, but we really need to check our shit. And I'm going to say again, vote. Make sure you're registered to vote. We've got 45 days till one of the most important elections in our country's history. So be sure to look up and check your background information, and please do vote. And no excuses. I don't care what your excuse is. Go vote. It's important. Do it. And be a citizen scientist. Check out the shit that's going on over your head right now. That's really important too. And people are letting it pass. And you can't expect people to do it for you. You have to do your own homework. We've been doing it for 14 years. Buck up, little camper. The sky's the limit. I mean, we have the coolest damn show that ever was right now. Happening right now. And, even my kids discount it, and it's kind of sad. The shit I saw this week was worth all of it.
Like, you're just
all of it.
I don't want to say the star of the show, but you are like the center of attraction in a way of all of this, and you would think they'd be more impressed and mesmerized, our family members, but not so much. It's like,
and they go, Dad, we grew up with it. Come on, we're so bored.
It's like my kids are like that too. Like, not that interested. They're not. Like my youngest son, he just starts walking off when I get to talking about it. So, like, I've heard that before.
Come on, Mom. I know. Yeah. I've had this my whole life. This is boring.
Like, not
of
again.
Course we have, of course we have a binary solar system. It's an electric universe. We have two sets of planets, and there are people up there. Of course.
Sure.
I grew up with this. It's like normal. To them, it's normal. They know that there's other races right here, right now. And everybody else is going, oh, these guys are bad shit, crazy. They're out of their mind. Where the hell did they come up with all this crap? Holy crap, listen to that guy, Martha. And I understand. I do. I mean, had I not gone 44 years knowing this shit was happening and then watching it occur and all shit, here it is. and I wouldn't be screaming it from my soapbox, trying to get everybody on board with this. And if we were talking out our ass, we'd have gone by the wayside, just like the Money Boys or whatever. And we don't even need to mention who they are. But I mean, we've suffered all the trolls all these years, over a decade, and been called all kinds of names. And each of us, the major guys, have had poop hats. Gillian, you were not granted a poop hat. I do apologize.
No, I got a poop hat.
Did somebody do a poop hat of you?
Yeah, and fart noises and everything.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
yeah.
Have you got that video? I haven't seen one.
Yeah, it was like a
Yeah, well, they made we had trolls of all kinds that made videos about us, and we all had poop hats, and they said things about Rebecca and Lucinda and me and everybody else, and they tried to make their little downplays and knock on wood. Thank you, trolls, for going away or getting bored or whatever happened, because we've been with minor exceptions, we've been rather comfortable recently. Thank you. Not that I'm trying to tempt the fates, but now watch. But yeah, they sort of like quieted down a little bit, and I haven't received any mail, so that's a good thing. I received some mail, but nothing majorly negative, and I haven't had to call the police or anything lately, so that's a good thing. Yeah, God, and how do we begin to tell everybody that we watched these planets come in when they were tiny and they were small. And then we got pictures of them, and then they got bigger, and then they were over here, and then they were over there, and oh my God, and it matched, and it matched, and it matched. And I reposted Facebook handed me one of the posts that I made like 9-10 years ago, and it was one of the old site drawings. And I looked at that, and I reposted it on my personal page. And I look back, and back then, the plants were drawings the size of a Coke can, and here's the Saturn, and there's Nepenthe, and there's, Atu and Uri, and they're all tiny on the early site drawings. And I chuckle over that.
Yeah, I remember when I seen that first one, and it really popped me awake. They're amazing. They're beautiful when they're that size. Coming towards you, size.
Back when they were, the size of little dots and little circles, and little balls in the sky. And then we watched Yuri come in, and we watched Nibiru, and we watched Saru coming in. They got bigger and bigger. And then we realized there was something purple in front of Yuri. And then, oh my God, look right there in front of Yuri. What is that blob? It's purple. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And we went, oh my God, look at that. That purple striped angle. It's got to be a gas giant because it's got striped stripes. And what's that white blob in front of it? And then it got bigger, 214, 215. Then it got bigger. And oh my God, Atu has a moon. And then it got bigger, and then we went, oh, look, underneath Atu and Uri are all these asteroids. Do you see that? Here it is again. Here it is again. Here it is again. And then we started documenting the object cluster group because it was brighter visible than even Nibiru and Saru were on the first early year onsets. And then we finally realized that they were these discharging rainbow-colored, unusual patterns of repetitious around the world sightings that kept coming in up in the upper left-hand corner of all of our normal pictures. And we kept watching it, and then I started blowing up that area, and the rest is history. All these planets got bigger and bigger from dots into this blob in the sky to the point where right now they're so over the top of us, it's insane. They're so massive, I can't even begin to describe you the difference of then versus now. It's been an awesome journey.
I bet.
Boy, we get the full opportunity to bring out the whole story rather than photographs.
Especially when you can go back to watching them when they were little, because they were pretty big when I come along, 2017.
Yeah, that's when they were. That's when 2017 is when Saturn was on the left-hand side beside the sun, where literally where the red asteroid used to be, and the side of Uri is now. And then it lifted up over 218 over the top of the sun in our out view. It was in front of the sun, but just a little higher. And then we saw the wing trailing of 2017, 18, and 19. And that's where we all were watching the winged red planet. And everybody's going, oh, it's Nibiru, it's Nibiru. No, that's just Saturn because we know it's got a yellow moon, blah, blah, which is where the wings come off of. Because we got to see that in 215, 216, 217. And we got to identify that because it was small enough you could actually see on the moon, the yellow moon, and it's two smaller moons on the side. We believe that Saturn has 3 moons, although we don't get a lot of photographs of it. But we going back in the years ago, this information we saw enough to actually to believe in. And usually we take many sightings before we culminate a summation and say, yes, this is happening. It's real. And we've done that for 14 years. We've been very empirical science, strict about stuff. If we got photographs that are through glass, we don't use them at all. We're very careful and picky about what we use for fact. And we do not spread supposition. We spread information.
One question I was thinking of was, how did you know what was what when you first started to see it? Like, how did you know what the descriptions were?
Well, we had the 2008/2009 Pleiadian message of the Nibiru system/Nibiru system. And I saw that, I looked that up far before I even realized that the planets were back. And I can't say, well, okay, it's because it says it's on YouTube and it says it's the Pleiadian message. I can't absolutely tell you that, yes, that was from the Pleiadians.
Right.
But I saw a video and I saw it, and the names grabbed me, and the references and the multiple planets and everything grabbed my attention. Like, God, I remember this. Sounds familiar. As I say this, my ear is just broke into ringing. And so I laid a copy of it aside, and I kept the link. And then after that is when I first saw.
Sorry.
Wow. I first saw the incoming close passing planets large, not small like we normally see our regular planets. And after that, I went, oh shit, they're here. And then so I kept a copy of it, and I kept watching it every once in a while, just going, what do we got here? What do we got here? Then we watched the planets coming in from Nibiru and Saru and Uri, and we didn't name them. We didn't go, oh, this is this, until comparing it for well over 2.5 years. And then all the planets started to match the description in that video. Just about the 3rd year, and we saw a purplish Atu come in, and we went, oh shit, this all matches. And so after that, we started sticking with the names, and we've run with it ever since. And we've had no reason to discount it ever since, because it's been aptly correct. And yes, that comes from me, and the names of the planets come from me in that Pleiadian message video, which I occasionally share from time to time. I've got a copy of it still, and upon request at Facebook, we can share it with you.
Yeah,
it's kind of a long and involved. I'd hand out the link text, but it's kind of long and evolved. Involved. Okay.
It does seem like that video really is from a Pleiadian. If it matches the planet,
you should just Google the Pleiadian message of hope for the light, the family of light.
Yeah, that's a great video. But that doesn't give the planetary thing. I should actually.
Oh no, it doesn't give the
I can look it up right now, and I can give you a generalized. I can go to Facebook. All right, it's in German. I only have a German link.
What's it called again?
Okay, I'm reaching for right now. I'm still waiting for YouTube to open it up. It's Nibiru AR. Planet Nur 6 in Bruna Divergen Immerus solar system. Solar system. It's a German translation by Johnny Svensson. One word, Johnny Svensson. and it's we got the German link back years ago after it was banned in the U.S., and I don't have the American link copy per se. I don't think I do anyway. I can slowly scroll through a very long list here and see if I do have it. Oh, good music choice. Thank you. You can even turn it up.
All right.
I don't see it so far. I see plenty of... Okay. Let me click on this and see what this is. Okay, I'm not listening to Wikipedia link. Wrong one. Sorry, I can't find it. Yeah, I have to get the American translation of that, be able to hand it out. And back to stream.
Well, we'll get it by the next show. We'll get a picture and a link.
Okay, it's time to cut pizza.
Oh,
Be right
yeah.
back.
I love that picture. Wow. Those are asteroids under Uri, pretty sure. Definitely asteroids, yeah.
That was
Look at
World
that.
of Signs or something. Has it on in
Oh,
front.
yeah. Man. I would love to see that. Like, in person.
Yeah.
I've seen some cool red asteroid
I've seen some like that. I've seen some like that here.
Nice.
Something breathtaking. I'll send
Yeah,
this to
that-
that post from World of Signs.
Be our entertainer. You can hold pictures up. I still can't get onto my laptop. Sad. And I cannot share pictures from my cell phone. I'm disappointed with. And they didn't have an app in the App Store. Just this is their website online.
This one says it's Scotland on the 16th of September 2024, 3 hours ago. It must be a new video of World of Signs. I'll just go there quick.
Oh yeah, yep. I like that channel.
Yeah, they're good.
Well, my goodness. I agree, Michelle. Everyone in here is here for a reason. I love that. I totally agree. Tara, she agrees too. Boy, I am bummed out about that not working out. And I wonder if Christopher is going to be able to communicate. I don't know. Oh, I missed seeing Irene though. Good night, Irene. Yeah.
Oh my God, you should see some of these pictures on World of Signs. Wow. September's really a good month. Wow. Oh, wow. Well, I hope my tablet's not going to die now. Wouldn't that be just ironic? Holy cannoli. What a night. What a week.
It has been a long, drawn out. I mean, but it has flown by at the same time. Went by pretty fast.
Thank God.
When Thursday starts crawling around, you're like, I cannot believe tomorrow's Friday, which is almost show day again. And I can't believe we have 35 people watching. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. They didn't give up on us at all, Gillian.
Yes. We try our best, that's the thing. And everybody wants to know anyway that we're going to get back to normal and show the pictures. It's
I
quite
know.
frustrating.
I have your video ready to
And
show.
I'm back.
Your
Shame.
pictures. I know. Man, I had.
Yeah, by all means, if we can get back on course, that'd be great.
Mhm.
I know. I wish I could. If I could just show anything on my phone, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I'm
Well,
wondering.
we do
if
have
I
those.
can actually, let me try. Let me just see. Let me see if I can make my phone a hotspot. Let me just try it.
Yeah, I could use some. I know you can't even see them.
That's great, right there. Yep, the old ion tail of Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side, and lead asteroid crossing in front of it, coming in from the left-hand side, and we're starting to see that the red asteroid is moving farther over to the right as well, and that is this week. Like Christopher's pictures and other people's pictures from Belgium and from Germany and from France and from Asia. So yeah, I had to do that with my router all week last week. I had to keep calling New York to have them run a test and reconnect to my Wi-Fi router. It kept saying it was working, but then didn't work, and then I'd turn it off, and then it wouldn't connect at all.
You can't see it.
Yeah, there it's crossing in front of as well, and that blue, and that literally that blue flare almost looks a little bit cubish. And there goes Rebecca.
Maybe she's trying something.
Yeah, I have a minute headache brewing here. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you can see the things that, like the squadron going past the sun. If I could get why do I have trouble with angles?
The left and the right. Oh, the opposite.
I know.
The other way.
The other right.
The other right. Your other right. Yeah.
Other. I got it a minute ago. No, just
Stop looking at the camera and start looking at the camera.
yeah. There you go.
Yeah, everything on the right-hand side is all that illumination and that ion trail and everything going off to the far right. The dark area is Saturn's yellow moon. The long box cube is there. Earlier this week, I saw quite a few representations of the space tube, which is usually right dead center to the right of the sun. On God, I can't even remember what it was on somebody else's YouTube channel. I was like, oh my God, look at this. There it is. There it is. There it is. And it's like, oh, wow. Cool. Awesome. And these things they're showing up in TV commercials, ads, movies. And literally you can watch these things and go, oh, I remember that back in 2019, or that was filmed in 2022 because I remember when that planet was right there. And it's just 10 years from now, we're going to look back and we're going to laugh about this because, oh, I remember that and I remember this. And yeah. And, thumbnail size all the way back there, you can actually see to the right of the sun is the Saturn's yellow moon with a sea trail going across here trying to break it up from you. They did that a little bit first thing this morning in front of my eyes to the north where they laid out a few sea trails. And immediately after that, I saw the planets passing in the northern sky. So, I think they're frankly wasting their money trying to hide it anymore. Thank God we still got some good classical music playing in the background.
Yeah, comforting.
Although we're not informing people like we'd like to every show. And I do worry about the quality of that, how much we actually do share pictures rather than gossip. And I too am very, very guilty of over talking about whatever and losing topic. I am guilty of losing topic, and I do apologize.
Why do you think this happened? Looked like a...
That's a flaring. Well, what's going across horizontally is a sea trail, but the downward shaft is a light pinch on the cut-in of Uri from the left. Uri is cutting into the sun, and that's why that shaft light is existing, because that's covering the face of Uri.
Wild, isn't it? It was just really incredible.
Yep. And the thing with it is we have to go back through the sky. You have to go back years of looking back at old videos, looking back at newer videos, even a few years old, and then coming forward and comparing the site drawings and everything. And year after year after year, all of this matches. And we are not talking out our noses. We really know what we're doing. You're back.
I am back. Like better than before. Because I can get to my pictures.
Yeah.
I'm back on the internet.
You can get to them better properly.
I'm using the internet off of my cell phone. Yeah, I'm using the internet off my cell phone on my computer. So, look at that. I know. It just like dawned on me. I was like, well, let's try that. And let's play Gillian's video now before anything happens.
Yay. Yay.
Yay!
I know, it's about time,
Yay.
y'all. Y'all are patient. Thank you. All right, here we go, y'all.
Yay.
Wiggles.
The real sky is the yellow area.
Here's the fog. Go above it. Yeah, the sun through the trees.
That's a cool shot.
They're cool, aren't they? Very Halloweeny.
Yep. Good orange color. I'll put some ghosts in there.
What in there? Look at that.
Ghosts.
A what? Ghost.
You know, white sheets, blue, blue, blue.
Glow above the sun.
Bottom of the stair roof.
Well, that
Yuri
orange
cutting in
is the
from the
bottom
left.
of that roof. Look at that. What?
Yuri cutting in from the left, and Matim cutting in just to the edge of the sun right there. Right there, just left of the sun is Matim, and the blue in the upper left corner is Yuri. And the
Right
blue
corner.
asteroid. The blue asteroid is there on the left of the sun in this shot. And again, you've got lead asteroid on the right-hand side in front of the Saturn's yellow moon. Lead asteroid again in front of the Saturn's yellow moon. Very dark and shadowy, but it's there. See the folding big crescent in the ion tail. Very large in this one.
flares were amazing. They just didn't stop. You couldn't. That constant blue.
Well, you got a cutoff on the right and on the left and on the top. So there's a lot of cutoffs, so you're going to see a lot of flaring. And sometimes the lens flares will actually show you what's really going on.
Yeah, the green thing. Look at that. Look at the sun. Look at the sun, Sam.
That cutoff edge is that's the cutoff edge right there in the upper right. Is the Saturn's yellow moon cutting in on the right hand side? That's showing you that it's cutting off the. And that's why it's flaring. That's why it's that large. There's something between us and the sun, and these are planets. And they move.
Look at that stuff.
Asteroids under Uri.
Hey, Rodney. A nova explosion.
Look at all of these steps in there.
Not here. Not here. No, we've got other stars out in the distance that blew up 6,000 years ago that we're going to see the light of. But
look at the glow under there. That was the
nothing.
The glow of a...
Now our sun, the output of our sun is rather odd. There is heightened solar activity going on. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. Let's pray for the best and make sure everything's going to be okay. But our sun is acting very strangely.
All the debris, isn't it?
Yeah. Bottom of Uri. That's all the stuff in the asteroid field under Uri. That's the lead asteroid on the right-hand upper corner. Going in front of the Saturn's yellow moon and its Saturn.
The moon was opposite that sunrise. That moon.
Well, then it would have been in the west. And the moon does normally track from east to west. And it moves throughout the month and cycle.
That was a fog on. Pretty, man.
All in all, good video. But look how, wait a minute, why is it so tipped? It's a paw print pointing down.
Yeah.
That paw print should have been in the upper right corner.
Yeah, it was all the wrong way around.
Oh.
That's not supposed to be.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the moon was funky.
Well, yeah, if that, you're in the northern hemisphere, so in no way, shape, or form should that paw print be pointing down to the lower right-hand corner. It's supposed to be in the upper right-hand corner, so that moon is entirely tipped, or that Earth is entirely tipped. So, ladies and germs, yeah, we got some shit going on here, because the moon view throughout recorded history has never changed. And she just captured where the paw print is wrong for the northern hemisphere. Argue with that one. Earth is tipped. There's a whole bunch of shit going on they're not telling us about. Oh, look, it's a Fiat.
Awesome. Let's go back and look at that moon a second.
Yeah, go back and look at the moon.
Yeah, that paw print, see the little dots on the lower right, is supposed to be in the upper right.
Yeah, it looked upside down to me. That's why people ask me, why is the moon upside down?
And it's not, because the moon doesn't change, it's Earth. That means when whatever was going on and this was the supermoon, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this
Earth
was
is being
just the other
tipped.
day.
Something's way off, and they lied to us again about this supermoon, because that is not. Nowhere in recorded history has our view of our moon ever been the location that we're at. And if it's completely different in the northern hemisphere, then something is drastically tipping that. That is wrong.
Okay,
I mean, you didn't tip your camera, did you?
What? I didn't what?
You didn't tip your camera to get that and then load it screwy. Because, I mean, that paw print is supposed to be in the upper right, not in the lower right.
Go and look for them. Where's the picture?
We're looking at the Tycho plane on the moon in the northern hemisphere, and the Tycho plane on the moon is in the southern hemisphere. I'm sorry, this thing is completely freaking upside down.
There.
It's not supposed to look like that. Closer. Oh, you lost it.
Yeah. Here, I've got
This
it
is
brighter.
Wrong. Closer. The other way. Yeah, that's wrong. That's, flip your phone upside down.
It'll just twirl back round to being this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's wrong.
That's the way I took it. That is the way I took it. That's upright the way I took it. As I looked at it.
Yeah. Then it's wrong. That means
two
the
of
Earth
them
is
that's
literally
the same. Look at that.
At the time you took this photograph, Earth was drastically tipped.
That was. Oh, tell me.
Because that paw print is supposed to be in the upper right-hand side, and I know that for a fact.
That's the 19th of September at 3 minutes past 7 in the morning.
Now, if you were in the southern hemisphere, I would say, if you were in Africa or Australia, I'd say, okay, maybe. But you're in the northern hemisphere in Scotland, so there's no way that this can be normal, because it's not. So, people, another example, something is drastically freaking wrong. And we give you the answers. The one and only.
Wow. That reminds me, this was from Jesus before the show today. He asked me to relay this to you. Oh, man.
Same as in typo from his phone instead of Sam.
This was a question for you, Sam. He wants to know about asteroid activity at nighttime with the moon, and he included this picture. So
yeah, and if you look at that literally looks like the green asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Huh.
Yeah, I would say I would say that's the green asteroid, because it has the little blips. It does have the blips, and it is slight. Let me blow it up even larger here.
Like,
that looks. That looks like the green asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon, and the moon is on the left-hand side of it, and we got the ion tail and the big, downward-facing box cube in the white middle lower. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Look at night. Look at nighttime. If you have a clear sky at night, go outside. I mean, you're going to see some amazing shit, and people have got to realize that there is so much more going on right now outside. It's insane, and it's happening over and 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 over again, which makes it real, because you can't have these made-up repetitive patterns where we're talking out our noses if they are really out there every damn day. Yeah, this thing's green. It's got the polyps to it. It's got the little blips.
Okay, and then there was also another video. It's a guy, talking about how the moon looked like the sun.
You
So
see this over here?
that's
And
what that's
no,
about.
that is not the sun
Yeah, my
today.
moon looked like
That
the
was
sun
what
too.
the moon was looking like last night, y'all. Tell me why it looked like daytime in the sky last night. Weren't we supposed to have an eclipse of some sort? I was watching the
Supermoon.
moon from 10 p.m.
Yeah.
all the way till 3
Right.
in the morning last night. I didn't see
We had a
anything really
partial
eclipse it,
eclipse
but
this
I
week
seen the night sky
on this
looking like
super
the
moon.
daytime. I mean, just look at that, y'all. It's a clear blue sky, clear as day.
It was
much
weird.
light shining into my window
It was
that I
very
barely
illuminated
sleep,
up here,
y'all.
but we couldn't.
I
We had
literally thought
clouds.
it was a sun. And then when I zoomed in, this is what I saw. Right here, y'all. This is what I saw. I'm not kidding you. This is not a sun. This is what the moon
that's
was
the
looking
sun.
like last night when I zoomed in. And when I zoomed in even further, this is what it was looking like. Why is it changing so much? Look at that.
Well, we
y'all. You
know
see
that the supermoons are supermoons because there's a larger object behind our moon they're not telling us about. And
Yeah,
NASA
there's a
years ago announced that we had a second moon anyway, and now everybody's going off about the mini moon thing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So,
Look at it.
guys, we're being lied to across the spectrum. There's so much more going on up above us, and all you got to do is go outside at night. If you got no clouds and you're seeing weird illuminations, get a film of it. Get your phone out, take a shot, send it in. We want to see it. There's so much going on, and I can only prompt you so often, so hard, so forcefully, so overzealously, or whatever. It's up to you, the citizen scientist out there in you, to go and get these captures and share them with everybody so we can see, yes, this is real. Because it takes a population to change things.
Guess
One
what?
person could start the movement, but everybody else has to grow that crop of wheat. It takes a village. Oh God, Tara, we barely even scratched the surface with what's really going on. I mean, if I told you everything that was going on outside of our planet, you'd scream.
Christopher's here. Let's go ahead and bring Christopher on with us so we can get to talking with him.
It's a long
I don't want to
commute.
start screaming.
Yeah, you should see the video he made. He made a cool video with the
I
pictures.
can't hear y'all. Hang on one second.
Oh, no.
All right. Oh, no, don't start lagging.
Here we go.
Don't
again.
start lagging. Here he is, everybody. Christopher is in Vegas. Hey, Christopher, you made it.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late.
Only 4 hours and 18 minutes late.
Right?
It's okay.
Hey Gillian.
It's
I
excused.
didn't think I'd make it
Thank you for
before
the
you,
video. They
get to
haven't
knock
shown
out.
your video yet. You can send it to Rebecca. Poor Rebecca's having trouble.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had all kinds of technical issues today.
Oh man.
In fact, right now I'm running off of the internet from my cell phone because I haven't had internet for a couple hours.
That's
probably.
weird.
Yeah. So anyway,
At least you had a backup though, right?
it took a while for me to even think about hotspotting it, but
Yeah.
we're hanging in there. So
Yeah, I would have probably
I'm glad
totally
you
forgot.
made it.
Yeah, me too.
Well, how is Vegas? Is it hot? Is it
It's
cloudy?
actually starting to. Today was semi-warm, but it's starting to cool off. Thank God.
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah, it was just this.
I joined your Facebook group.
Yeah.
I subscribed to your YouTube channel.
Cool.
So here,
I
go ahead and
know.
tell everybody about your Facebook site and your YouTube channel, please.
Okay. Yeah. So, for a while, you guys have been encouraging me to, make a Facebook group and set up a YouTube channel so I can put my videos and, the excerpts and the segments of the Citizen Science podcast on there. So I couldn't come up with a name for it. So Nibiru System Skywatchers I thought was suitable. And then
Perfect.
yeah, I changed my TikTok channel to everything is this name. So all you have to do is look up YouTube, Facebook. I guess I could do a Twitter account too, but I don't ever really go on Twitter that much. So, but if you guys want me to, I'll do it.
Well, that'll add to your viewer member base.
Yeah.
Because you'll get crossover.
Might as well.
If you encourage them, say, hey, if you include TikTokers, they'll go, oh, cool. I will go to YouTube or I will go to Facebook. You'll get them sooner to YouTube than Facebook. But yeah, I joined your Facebook site, and I did subscribe, and I watched a few of your videos and rewatched a few of them.
Nice.
And you're doing wonderful work and awesome, and welcome to the team.
Right. Yeah.
But
it's
then
been
you've already
great.
been
This
part of the
week has
team for a
been-
very long
I was
time.
gonna say, yeah.
Yeah. I
Well,
Now you print out
I set
print
up
out
the
your business
Facebook group,
cards.
like, I think I set up the Facebook group in February, but I don't know. I don't know if it was the name or whatever. I couldn't think of a name, and then like we were gonna name it Sin City something or another, and I was like, well, I can't do that. That's just, I don't know. So I figured
Not
out
bad.
just the generic name. Like, we can always change it.
Well, you
somebody
have
comes up with
Nibiru
something
in
better.
there. You have Nibiru system, which is immediately a locator tag that you do need, and
Right.
therefore it'd be a symmetry. It's a bonus because when I type into Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, your site now pops up 2 sites next to. There's the spare channel, Nibiru Followers Anonymous Extra channel, and then yours is right next to it. So you're getting a direct link on our work as well, and then we have a quick reference to go to your work as well.
Cool.
Which is so keep
Right.
posting all your videos on there because you're doing
Right.
great work.
And I
And I like
emphasize
your
in the
music,
group
Dad.
that I make sure to say, everything that we're talking about in these groups and on these pages the information comes directly from Samuel Hofman, and our parent site is Nibiru Followers Anonymous. To always, make sure to go back to those channels for all the pertinent information.
But you're
about
also an
the
expert.
system.
And you know what you're doing. You
Okay.
know what you're doing. You're an expert. So rely on that as well. And I appreciate you promoting us. You don't necessarily need to because we all know you and it cross references and great. You're doing what you're doing and you're doing excellent. Well done.
Yeah, it's just gotten really exciting. This week has been just incredible. All the captures people have been sending in this week, you can see all the asteroids coming in super close, and it's like the skies are all the same all around the world. It's just like the last 3 days have been really awesome.
Has it? I was gonna say
That's
where I
how it comes
am,
out. And oh my God.
It's been totally clear.
Really?
Totally clear.
Yeah,
I know.
today was
I
clear.
know.
The
Clear.
last 2 days was just unreal. I mean, I went to the doctor, I think Thursday last week, and on the way home, there's like the freeway interchange, that crosses in the downtown area. To my left, I'm looking in the south sky, and there's this just wild looking. I can't even describe the shape. It was so tall. This thing was huge.
man.
The tallest tower in Vegas is like over 100 stories, and this thing just went all the way out of. It was, you couldn't see the top of it. It was just awesome. And just that telltale shape of how the asteroids come in, that really funky, weird shape. It wasn't like super colorful or anything like that, but you can tell these are these close passing asteroids. Now, Sam, when you talk about the 180-day cycle, this is officially like the end, right? So is this when they're at their closest?
Yeah, officially.
Okay.
Well, this is when we're underneath the whole mass, just as we start to turn into our winter orbit, where we're going to go around the corner and start heading the other direction in our orbit.
Okay.
And then our angle of view will change, and our angle of orbit will change, where we'll start dropping away from them in a slightly downward angle away to our orbit. Then we'll go out until spring, and then we come back to our centrifugal orbit, and it's sort of an egg shape. And our egg-shaped orbit is because of the binary system as well. Otherwise, we'd have a circular orbit, and that's why all the planets in our solar system do this weird oval, odd spirograph orbit model. And because we're all connected to the other solar system as well, and all those pathways are interconnected. and non-paradoxal because it's a compound. It's an electrical placement. That's why. And I mean, we were talking about the moon just before you got here, and yeah, within the transition of the where we are in our orbit, and we have this super moon with this partial eclipse crap going on that nobody talked about before, but well, there it is. And the jogging of light, and we see the moon is completely upside down in our out view. That means we rolled forward or something to tip it that far.
It's just so strange.
And we know we got freak weather all the way around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all freaky, and it's snowing and frost freezing animals in South America, and all this shit that's going on. And yet everyone goes, oh, it's just normal climate change. No, this is not normal climate change. This is accelerated superstorm movie 2012 crazy shit that's happening all over the planet, and it's not making the news at all. And I mean, these anticyclonic rotational northern hemisphere cyclones, which are hurricanes on land, which don't exist, or do they? On land,
they do now.
They do now, and and so, and we're gonna see more. There's a new one coming in on the northwest. One we just had 2 days ago over the top of Montana here, and it's now running up into Canada. Of course, we don't get Canadian weather anymore. So now another one is coming in off the Pacific coast. It's going to be hitting Seattle tonight, tomorrow, and then it's going to formate and then rotate and backpedal a little bit, and it's going to go back into the middle of the United States and cause some more havoc and bring you cooler weather. You'll get cooled down because this is an Alaskan cold front rotational back eddy anticyclonic. We'll see if it turns into a cutoff low or what. But yeah, it's crazy shit going on, and moisture values and the jet stream is wrong, and we're going into this visible El Nino. And it's insane. And El Nino for the Pacific Northwest means more snow, which is good. We want the water. And again, our smoke is gone here in Montana. Yay. Because we got a heavy rain from that freaky, overly abundant monsoonal flow from Mexico, which is why they're playing. And I watched a video this morning on Gordon Michael Scallion's 1979 map, future world map. So that's a good topic for you to go look up on YouTube. I'm not saying it's 100% accurate, but I did revisit it so that I could mention it to people again. It shows you a future map of including the possible melting of the polar ice caps coming. And by the way, his belief was it was going to be by 2037. So we still have room to encroach upon his vision and his prophecy, if you want to call it a prophecy. Right. Gordon Michael Scallion, future map, YouTube. And yeah, look at that. That again is wow, that is literally most of that's weird. I do believe that is mostly is Saturn.
That's what I thought.
The Saturn's yellow moon in the half middle upper, and this dragging middle to upper right cloud is very possibly all Longbox cube related. Lead up is that, or it's a very very thick ion tail off of Saturn's yellow moon, or both. There's kind of a square at the horizon right next to just right of the telephone.
Definitely.
Very seriously square.
Other side of the sun.
Yep. And then you have the spiral asteroid is the white cloud center, upper left to middle of the rooftop. That's the spiral asteroid. Underneath,
you took these, Rebecca?
Moon, Attu, and Yuri. Excuse me.
I have to go back. I drawing a blank. Oh shoot! I'll go back and get it. I'll go get it. Yeah. What was her name?
Lost me.
I'll get it.
Okay.
Just a few days ago. Right.
Okay, I
I'll come
see.
back to that. And I've been seeing a lot of peach-colored sunsets. Let's see.
Oh, look. Matim in front of Yuri.
Right.
I mean,
Have
behind
you shown
Yuri.
Afon's Matim shot yet, Rebecca?
We did, yes.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I know.
That just goes to show
This
you
again.
what we're seeing. Sam is so accurate with his drawings. It's incredible.
I know.
Yeah, this again, that white blip.
Wow.
Yeah, the white blip in the upper right was Matim in front of Yuri.
Oh,
See the little
is that
white
it?
blip?
Uh-huh.
See how it's
Okay.
like, half, it's the 3/4 moon crescent in front of Yuri, which is on the left-hand side. But that's Matim in front of Yuri.
Yeah. It makes sense. It's crazy, but you would not think
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, and it just jumps out at you and you goes, hello.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Yes. Okay. Wow.
And everything above the orange yellow is planet, and everything below in the light blue horizontal sky is real sky. And at the horizon on the left-hand side is the spiral asteroid going across the lower horizon.
Speaking of spiral,
Over and over.
this is from
Speaking
Gillian.
of spiral, yep.
This is
Yep,
from
that
Gillian.
is the spiral.
Look at that.
There
Wow,
are two.
that's really cool.
His news got a really good capture. There are two objects. There are two objects to the spiral asteroid. There's a smaller little side buddy, and that's why it spirals, because they concentrically orbit each other, but yet they stay together and they spiral. That's why one pulls the
tried
other
to
one,
put
and then
those-
they rotate and they leave it.
They put the sky scribblers up and down and all around past that so that you wouldn't notice it. But it was right there, like in a fixed, just one to one. You could see the whole beginning and end of it. And
Yep,
the
it goes all the
scribblers
way
were all
across the
around
sky
it.
at lower to the right.
Yeah, it was low to the horizon. That's what caught my eye. And I was coming home from work, so that must have been between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon. Well, obviously afternoon, but
And you can see
Right.
the light show on the roof.
Oh, and and if you want to say that's what, I'm not going to say what we all know everybody is calling these things, but if that's really happening, then who's ever in that plane is the pilots are
Yeah,
sick.
that pilot
everybody's
would be
sick.
very
You don't
ill.
fly like that.
Yeah, everybody's puking on the dashboard. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good.
And we've watched the asteroids for over a decade, and 14 years for the planets, and then a few years later we started documenting all the smaller asteroids. Now, in the bottom right-hand corner is the red asteroid, and of course we have a lens flare. It's the blue blob in the middle left, and we have background smaller asteroids way in the bottom left. And if you notice in the upper left corner of the sun, there is a light bounce where you're seeing the shafting, multi-shafting, and that's where Matim is coming in from the left.
Wow. This is a short clip. Speaking of asteroids, I figured this is an asteroid that Bill was sharing this. So I'm going to snag this from him. But what is this here?
Well, the sun is behind us. So this is
Yeah.
something underneath Atu, because Atu goes beyond Earth now. So that entire blue area is Atu.
Wow.
Okay.
So this could easily be the red asteroid in a very funny spot.
Uh-huh.
However, it is tipped oddly.
Right.
So maybe this is an undocumented or wow.
Yeah, look at
I'd
that.
have to look at the rest of the sky, but it is definitely an asteroid underneath Atu, because the sun is behind us, and we know that Atu goes beyond us, and it's midday. See how bright the sun is? So it's midday, just before noon, and this is beyond Earth in probably the southwest by western sky. And so it's an asteroid underneath that too.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Interesting.
That
It's
was
just new
that was a
and
really
different.
neat one.
And then there was this picture. One of our members caught this.
Wow.
And
Wow.
there it is up close. It's like, I wonder which, just a
Lorraine.
random asteroid.
No, that's Lorraine.
Is it Lorraine? What?
Yep, Lorraine.
Hi, Lorraine.
Oh, it's cute.
Lorraine. Lorane. Lorraine.
Lorraine.
Look at that. That
Wow.
is wild.
Yeah. That is pretty neat. Well, cool. All right. Wasn't sure which
And
one
off
that-
screen to the left would be the Tan asteroid, and then beside that would be Pappy. But yeah, this is Lorraine underneath the edge of Uri.
Okay. Oh, that was it. Okay, same one. Yeah. All right. Well, good to know. Now we know what Lorraine looks
She's
like.
smooth. Lorraine is smooth and doesn't have very many facial feature. It does have a slight Pac-Man or Pac-Woman facial marking. That is the illuminated side edge of Uri.
Beautiful. Look at that.
All that orange area and that white stripe at the base horizon is the white stripe of Uri. And again, if you look dead center in the top of the middle of the picture, right at the top of the picture is Lorraine.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, is it? Okay. I would not have known that either. That little illumination.
Dead center, top of the middle of the picture.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right in front of the
Oh, my
edge of Uri.
goodness. Okay.
And the illumination in the middle left, toward the top, is the 2 or 3 little asteroids in front of the Tan asteroid, which is in the far upper fringe left corner.
Yes. So basically, the yellow area, gold area, is
The side of Uri. That is the
Uri.
illuminated side of Uri.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's so perfect. I know. Isn't that cool?
And the stripes match, and the stripes match, and the stripes match, and the stripes match. That's how we know it happens.
Let's look. Let's look at the
And
stripes.
we've watched very, very striped planet Uri since 2000, 16, 17, 18, 19, where she was so evidently visible on the stripes and the angles and the colors, and how you could see through some of them and not others. And we've got repetitive pictures of her going back many years. And the cool thing is they never change. They're always the same, even when they get bigger and bigger and bigger, which means they are quite real. And that is the bottom axis tip of Nepacity, which, notice where the light is. Nepacity is now moving beyond Earth, overhead, into the light, because the light is behind us, slightly to our left. So that means this is southwest. And there's that rolling, bubbling bottom of planet Uri.
Is that Uri? Okay. I was
Over-
thinking.
Yeah, it's liquid, it's gaseous, it's coming over the top of us big time. The light is behind us to our right, which means this is in the north sky.
I have.
Yeah, when did you ever see skies like that in your entire lifetime
I
ever
know.
before 2010? But not.
Yeah, this is not the clouds or the sky I had as a child. Can you imagine seeing
Shit,
this
if we
as a
ever saw
kid?
that back then,
Scared.
we go Armageddon, run for your lives. Run for your meager lives.
And now nobody even bothers to look up at it.
Oh,
In this
look,
really-
yeah, it's HAARP. It's HAARP. They're trying to geoform Earth for the aliens. Oh, you know, the ones that's been killing me lately. Everybody's talking about the Anunnaki in all these videos. and they're going the reptilian Anunnaki.
Oh no.
The reptilians and the Anunnaki are two separate factions. Holy crap, people. 2 seconds, I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. All right. I have Tara sent me some pictures, so we're going to look at those in a moment. Too bad she can't be on here with us.
That's so frustrating. Poor Tara, shame.
That was the plan. I know, bummer, huh? I love this picture.
Yeah.
Like, what else would make those? I'm in a sea trail group on Facebook.
Right balls, look at those.
I'm in there lurking, mainly because they share cool pictures, but
I did
anyway.
Rebecca, I did not know that you lurked.
I lurk.
You're a lurker. Oh,
I'm
no.
a lurker. I don't say anything.
Hey, I have been kicked out of I don't know how many Facebook groups for lurking.
How do they know if you're lurking?
I am, of course, joking because it wasn't my lurking; it was my comments that got me kicked out.
Yeah.
Oh, that asshole Samuel Hofman. He's out of his mind. He's writing the crazy, he's batshit crazy. So much so, we've had numerous people making videos on professional people making videos about us. You included Nibiru Followers Anonymous, on YouTube because they thought we were totally out of our mind. And here we are a decade later, still going strong.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do act like I don't know what's going on. I'll ask innocent questions and whatnot just to see.
Oh, that must
I'll just say stuff like surely you don't think, all of these streaks are by planes. I mean, that's impossible, and just to see what they'll say. But they tell me that they are dragging throughout the sky. They're just constantly dragging everywhere.
They have to be really good to paint the same thing over and over again for over a decade.
He's a lurker too. Hi, Biko.
Yeah, you lurker.
A lone lurker.
There's a new term, man. Hi, sky lurkers.
Oh no, it's a new group. Oh my gosh.
Don't
do not comment.
Or as Captain Picard would say, do not engage.
Oh, I think Tara is here. Let's try it.
Cool.
Let's see.
Yay.
Let's see what happens. Hey, Tara. Let's try it. What is lurking? Haha, he doesn't know. He acts like he doesn't know. Come on.
Well, to lurk in the shadows, to stand in observation of others with ill intent in mind, to hide and slink in the background.
I love it. Oh boy. Lurkers Anonymous.
There you go.
I hope it's not already taken. I hope that name's already.
Oh no, you got to add the Nibiru name, otherwise it's not going to be an easy reference.
That's
Nibiru
true.
Lurkers Anonymous, or Anonymous Nibiru Lurkers, or whatever.
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
I am lurking to see you. Oh, look at that. Asteroid.
Robin, she'll be the first member.
Question: is that the Dan asteroid crossing in front? Is that the Dan asteroid crossing in front of the sun off the bottom of Uri? Sure looks like it to me. Look at the size of that. Boys and girls, we're in for a fish storm. Our Avesti, our mateys. A weather she be dawning and breaking. This is great. Yeah, and I want to almost scream out the warning. It's like, oh God, here we go. Come the end of September. Woohoo! Here we go.
Yeah.
And then I'll wait. And we talked about the 180-day cycle, and last year we saw the events going on all the way through till December. So that the all bets may be off. I don't know, but wow, there's some scary shit coming, and I know it. And we're seeing the same. And this is why I freak out. And I'll post that picture all the time of the little girl pointing their finger at people, going, "You were warned," and you were warned. So.
Yeah.
And I've got to the point where, I'm almost stressed out by it. And yet at the same time, I'm going toward the humor side where you just start to laugh about it because there's no way you can explain this to the masses, even though we try. Yeah, look at this. Look what's coming in from the left.
I just
Look
now
what's above
see
in the middle.
Tara is here. I don't know if we can hear her or not. Hi, Tara.
Hey, Tara.
Nope.
Oh,
God.
no. Darn. Why? What is the reason?
What is with the cosmos?
Ah.
They don't want to hear you tonight.
She just
She'll come back.
Like, that's it. Come back, Tara. Come
I'm
back.
so sorry for she's probably frustrated and embarrassed and God only knows what. We're with you, girl. No worries. You know, if you can hear me or not, we're with you. Skylurker. There you go.
I know.
Almost like
Michelle, she's got
Skywalker.
a team song already written here. Man. Look how quick we can put a group together. We're talented. Well, we'll go ahead and start. Here his these are pictures from Tara in Texas.
Wendy, the planets are spiraling. I try to put off a larger photograph of it pretty regularly to everybody. They're tighter together than our solar system, and our solar system is so spread out compared to these planets. And a lot of it has to do with our out view, and I don't still to this day believe our out view from what my eyes see versus what my imagination can bring. But they are tighter together, and it's been just phenomenally frustrating to continue to watch and try to plot in my own head. But they are spiraling from our lower left as we're looking at the sun. And I generically say, sundown or sun up, whichever, or midday, doesn't matter. But if you think about it in the morning, they're coming from our lower left and they're working to our upper right as they go away from us. And they're going to continue to spiral in front of us and over the top of us as they lead to our back right shoulder in the end. And they are moving right now. Currently, Nepesity and Atu and Uri are going beyond the sun during the day and being facially illuminated in the southwestern, the western, and the northwestern sky first thing in the morning. So as the day goes on at sunset, it would be in the far east at sunset. As they set in the western sky, there are planets that are visible in the eastern sky at sunset and straight above us. And look up, you'll see asteroids, you'll see all of this stuff. It's insane. It's awesome. So you just have to keep it in mind that the planets don't change sides very often, but they do that in approach and out view, and we've cataloged all that over the years. I hope that answers your question.
Hi, Tara.
As I almost choke on my Altoid here. Yeah,
I can read lips.
Talk, speak.
I can read your lips. I'll translate. Oh man, why? Like, is it gonna be this way forever? What? Why tonight? What could it be? I wonder. Because everything else
Gotta be
is the
settings.
same.
Yeah, someone in the chat
Gotta
asked
be in the
Tara
chat.
if she can hear us, asked her if she can hear us at all, and
she said
if
yes.
so,
Okay.
to check her settings. Right.
Go to the settings icon, which is the cog, and adjust your microphone manually. Don't let it do it automatically, because there's a setting for that. Click on manual and then reset the volume knob on the manual
Yeah, that happened to me
before
also.
you go into the green room. Yeah, I've had to adjust mine like 3 times already.
I know.
Or
when I log
test the
in,
plug-in.
Sorry.
Test your jack.
I know
Maybe
StreamYard
your turn-
asked me.
If you're maybe you turned your sound off yourself on your machine. What are you on? Your phone or your computer?
What was strange was Christopher, before you got here, she was on and we could hear her talk for about a minute or two. I'm not sure what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, we moved around or something. She moved around and then it quit working again. But it did work.
Oi.
So we know it can.
It's Gremlin. It's Gremlins. That's all there's to it. It's
Definitely.
Gremlins.
Gremlin. Oh, I see. Yes. Well, it's been that day, one of them days.
Atu's moon is middle top.
That.
Lie down.
These are awesome
Oh,
pictures.
lie down.
And then, yeah, very nice.
Look at
Atu's moon,
Wow,
Uri,
it's
and
nice.
Saru stacked up. And then, of course, the asteroids are on the left. It's Saturn Yellow Moon on the right.
Oh, that's
That
beautiful.
again is the bottom. You can see the core of Nepacity in front of Atu, and then Atu's moon, and then
Oh, look
an
at
illuminated
that. I love
asteroid dead center slightly left. Atu's moon, facially illuminated from the far right. And that is illumination from the left, which means Nibiru. And that is that is Nepacity with the Saturn Yellow Moon in the upper right corner. And then Saru is in this shot also. Yeah, this is the bottom of Saru, just above the sun. And then this is like 3 planets plus. Atu asteroids above it. See where the sunlight's coming from? This is Saturn's yellow moon to the far upper right.
Well, it's not there. All right. Darn.
Yeah, it's got to be very frustrating for her, and I'm terribly sorry that it is.
Yeah, it's too bad. Really too bad. Shame.
Yeah, hopefully it'll resolve itself next week.
Oh, like what could it be?
Right. Like last week I had the issue with the camera setting. It kept turning me upside down. And now this week it's fine. I don't understand what the deal was, so.
I had this thing with the
Lead
sound as
asteroid
well.
crossing in front.
Well, that looks like Yuri, that.
Wow.
Look at that thing. Oh, it's
That's a
stunning
cutoff
yellow.
halo. Here is cutting into this, or Tim is cutting into the sun, which is more likely currently. Again, let's see the blue.
Oh, go to sleep.
Atu's moon. Right at sunset. It's the illumination in the center of the picture is Atu's moon. Again, the illumination at the white area is Atu's moon in front of Atu, in front of Yuri, in front of Saru. Again, the illumination is Atu's moon in front of Atu, in front of Yuri, behind that is way off in the distance. Illumination is orangish space cloud of Yuri.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the real sky is at the horizon. Everything else is planet. That illumination is your Atu's moon again. Illumination again is Atu's moon again, with probably the red asteroid dead center, which is the brightest part of that illumination, because it's below the planets. And it shows brightly where you see shadowing on the rest of the backside of the planets. And you can see the big rounded body with the shadows. You can see the pock marks of Atu's moon in this picture. And that is the halo orange color from the bottom of Saru. Top cutting off. If you see the sun, the top is being cut off by the bottom of Saru. Which in this case is very big in front of us right there, with Yuri in front as well. See that white illumination? That is the asteroid group at the bottom of Yuri. The white illumination in the middle bottom left. Same with that. That's the bottom of.
Wow, look at that.
Again, the bottom of Yuri. With Saru behind it. Bottom of Yuri with Saru behind it. Very big, and the view is changing. It's like a-shaped mushrooming thing from our out view, and it's just this freaky angle that we're looking at. And that looks kind of cubey. That could be the lead asteroid illuminated after sunset, etc., etc. There is a lot going on up there, folks. You got to keep looking. And yeah, Wendy again. Wendy Williams, you did some great captures this week. Thank you. And you were
These
pretty much
Wendy's.
well, she was the most predominant poster this week on Montana Skywatcher 2. And I used to tease her over bombing the website with all the amount of work that she produced. And now I'm thankful that she does. Because unfortunately, a lot of folks have drifted away somewhere. I don't know where they've gone. And I'm not going to try to judge it. I'm just going to keep doing what we do. Things on the site, have changed since Lucinda left, and got a little freer. So I don't know. Maybe some people got upset about that or whatever, or complacent. I don't know what's going on, but less people are there, and I'm glad she's posting. Thank you.
Oh, it ended. Oh, okay. Well, cool. Thank you, Tara, for sharing that with us. Was this the skull? Sam, let me get that back up here. This last picture. This one here. The last two, I think she said.
I still can't see it yet.
Okay.
I'm still
Here's
scrolling.
One.
Still scrolling. I don't see anything yet. Nice thumbnail.
Right. Sweet.
No, that is not the skull.
Okay.
Now
What
look
about
at the telephone pole, and look at the cable wire. It's white. That means we're looking due north, and the sun is setting in the left west. So this is probably the lead asteroid underneath is Saturn's yellow moon.
I see. Okay.
Probably looking due north. Probably looking due north at sunset.
Probably this one. What's this one?
What about this one?
Yeah, I don't know which direction I'm looking because I don't have any shadow reference, but it's definitely an object in space. Not normal clouds because you can see the shape.
Yeah.
Totally awkward.
Odd.
And it is past sunset, so you're looking at illuminated nocturnal clouds.
She said 11 p.m. in the west.
Okay, 11 p.m. in the west. Asteroid. Very big one.
Yeah, so I posted a
Sweet.
I've been using these they're like nighttime cameras for your cell phone, right? Like you can go on the App Store, there's a bunch of them. They're like night cameras, and they basically like shut, the brightness down, and it just gives you a more clear picture. Because I know with like my iPhone, if I just take a picture of the sky at night, it's just a really weird it kind of grayish blue. You can't really see what's going on. And then if you use these night cameras, a lot more detail comes out. And I posted a couple of them on the Facebook group. So if you guys want to try it, and then like it also will, if you want to take pictures of the moon, instead of getting like that glow you usually get, it totally knocks that out, and you get to take pictures of the surface of the moon, which is pretty cool.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested.
I've noticed if you take pictures of the moon, usually I don't see like the man in the moon. I don't know. I guess the Chinese like see the rabbit ears, so that's how I always see like the surface of the moon, the rabbit ears, and they're not in the right spot. They're like underneath.
Yeah, I call it the paw print.
The moon now. It's like, why are they?
I called it the paw print. Mine was upside down.
Or the paw print.
Was it upside down? It was upside down, wasn't it?
Totally upside down. Like,
okay.
Wow.
Well, here's the video. Alexander just sent this
weird
to me. It's tonight in Germany, so let's take a peek and see what his moon looks
Awesome.
like.
Yay.
That's two of us, and now maybe Alexander will get
Look
it
at that.
That's what he has.
Yeah, see
Look,
where
his is opposite to mine.
Tycho Plain is that big open area in the middle left, and it should be farther south. Yeah, that is the paw print where it's supposed to be in the upper right. And Gillian's picture showed that in the lower right.
Wow.
On the 19th. And we saw, wait a minute, was that not the day that we had the major earthquake off the coast of Canada that caused the tsunami?
Wow.
What, the 19th?
which is a setup. I will have to look that up. I could go look that up real quick here. Let me do that. I am allowed. Okay, I'll go to the earthquake site and I will actually look up the date of that 6 point if it'll open for me. Okay.
That was incredible,
All right.
Alex.
Come on, map. Come on, mule.
Let's see.
All right. Last 30 days or
Camera display.
7 days all magnitude. All right. There we
Look
go.
how clear it
There
was.
is.
Look how
6.5. Okay, a correction. It was on the 15th. It's on the 15th. I am incorrect. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I'm impressed with you.
4 days later, we had a.
I'm impressed. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got great cameras.
Yes.
Great lenses.
Never get that.
Great abilities. Great work. I mean, he's better than we are.
Professional.
You are. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for
I know.
coming along with our wagon
What's
train.
that? Whoops.
Or the crazy train, or whatever you want to call it.
Golly. I am in the dark. Okay.
And I hope we don't lose him on our English translation and our slang terms. How's your English, Alexander? I pray, and I never think about that anymore either, and I used to. And it's like sometimes we throw stuff out so fast that people in other countries don't get what we're talking about because we use American slang, and what we know is normal, they don't. And it's like Gillian for the longest time lost us, and now she's just sort of been Americanized, or we've been Scottishized, or Scottish South Africanized, Africanus, and all of that.
Africotish. I'm Africotish.
Yeah, Africotish. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just always say, I read Taiwanese real well.
19.
Taiwanese. Anyway, I digress off of topic into silliness again. Yeah, some really crazy shit going on with the tides and the buoy markers on that major tsunami that didn't go anywhere. I didn't see any play in the tsunami reports after that at all, and yet it was like a 3 to 5 meter tsunami that went nowhere, going off, but that was it. And real quick, while I'm there already, there was a 4.7 in Placeres del Oro in Mexico, and I think that let's see. Yeah, it was a 6.0, is now being listed. Villa General Roca, Argentina, is now listed. They just had it, and I will go and check. I doubt if there's any tsunami report on that, but I will go look. Because you never know. Sometimes there's tsunamis, even if it's a landlocked area. Of course, it's a skinny landlocked area. I am being silly. There we are, National Bowie Center. Look around the world. Any tsunamis anywhere? Nope, nothing. All quiet on the Western Front.
Good.
That's good.
Yeah, well, we got enough weather troubles as it is, and Europe's going to change, and the U.S. is going to change, and we're going to have a new storm that's going to hit Thursday, Friday, Saturday in the Gulf of Mexico from Louisiana to Florida. The world models don't match yet, so that's the wider forecast. Generically, probably Alabama will be the landfall area and might be a Category 1 hurricane or tropical storm or Cat 2. But it's going to build right offshore in the middle of the Gulf. And they haven't agreed yet on the models, so we'll see where we develop. And that'll be literally Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So next week we'll be able to talk about it hitting as we speak on Saturday evening, afternoon. So be prepared. And if you guys do have generators that count on gasoline, maybe buy your gasoline earlier. so you don't get caught or you're cold. Now remember, do not run compressors indoors because the CO2 will kill you and your family and your dogs and your cats. Can't do that. Keep them aired. Don't run space heaters in the house, especially coal oil or whatever. Always do it in a highly ventilated area. A lot of people die from that. So learn about your stuff. Collect your bug out bag in one place so you know where it is. That way you don't have to spend an hour and a half collecting it.
Right.
God, the flooding in Europe is just amazing. And it's going to continue. And I watched that and I think, oh my God, those people,
Wow.
Or William on here. William sent me just sent me this.
Yep.
I'm trying to
The
remember
whole
where
blue
you
area, everything, but that's all asteroids
Where you
right there.
located?
I
Where are
see
you
one
located?
major triangle ship sitting there. Is that the
Yeah.
cube?
It's like, is it Wisconsin? No. You gotta remind me.
Looks like
Wow.
the bottom
There you
edge of the cube with that dark blue area with the backwards L and a star destroyer below it, or 2 or 3. Yeah, right there. There be extraterrestrials and a whole, or it's underneath Atu's moon and Yuri. Oh, they're there. We know there's a lot of there.
Mm.
Oh my God, you guys! I see this week after week, month after month, year after year, and then we try to talk about it and generalize and just go, yeah, there it is, there it is, and yet, if you had said this out of the blue 2 decades ago, and people would either gone, oh my God, or this guy's whack job crazy, and yeah, look at the blue, look at the horizon, look at the blue, look at the horizon.
This was the 20th. So, pretty sure it was the 20th. I'll double check. That was just yesterday.
So at nighttime, isn't the sky usually dark?
Usually.
Yeah, so why is there illumination up inside this? This is the bottom of Nepacity, by the way.
Wow.
Man.
Wow.
Find it.
Now we have to remind everybody that Nepacity is a very small planet. And she's the second smallest. Tim is really tiny, very bright. Nepacity is green, and this is what we're looking at is a blue-green illumination.
Incredible.
And some of the patchwork, Nepacity has these dots on it of inner atmospheric volcanic activity, and we don't believe it has any water on it or anything. It's like a volcanic green copper planet. Beautiful. Of the soft metals group, etc. And she's very small, and she spins and rotates very quickly, which is where we get the snorkel effect and the gathering of the atmosphere, and then the release of the rain bomb when she drops away after tugging at our atmosphere, not actually collecting it, but rising it up into our upper atmosphere through an electrical close pass, because it's a small, highly spinning little magnetic body of metal. So that electrical effect between Earth and smaller, it could be the same size as Earth, it could be a little bit smaller than Earth, it could be larger than Earth. We don't have any way to measure that. But we have seen enough sightings of her over the years and her first major close pass. We watched her approach in 2017. There was a big, beautiful green dot in the sky. We watched it sighting after sighting after sighting, getting bigger and bigger for years. And then her first major close pass and major discharging occurred from 2018, 2019. And then it has progressively moved in its rotational orbit / close passes that we've documented a little bit over time, and it's too complicated to go into, but we have noticed a transitory pathway of her close passes, which also adds to the criteria and summation of it being a smaller planet and having a rather unusual smaller planet close pass event scenario on Earth and our weather, etc., where we've documented it going from one end of the United States to the other, where other people, from California all the way to North Carolina, saw the pass and the transition within a few hours. And so it was, we watched it, and we haven't come to complete conclusions on it, but most everything suggests that Nepacity is visually, it's a much smaller planet. And it does different things. And this is, of course, part of all that culminating information of the base cloud, open core illumination of planet Nepacity, etc., that we've gathered over the years. And of course, each planet has its own unique, specific cloud-based pattern and behavior, including, a couple of different phases upon approach and exit, etc. And this is how we've documented the drawings of the planets over the years, etc. So. Yeah, it's kind of like, trying to teach advanced math and the student walks in the middle of the semester.
Right.
It's like, yeah, we're going to do we're going to do this and do this and do this. And would you, please plot this for us? And it's like, well, how do you do that? Because I'm getting in the middle of the story here instead of, understanding the piggyback concepts of the mathematical equation. Anyway, I digress into silliness. At 5 hours, 13 minutes. My brain's going too fast, I can't even talk. I'm saying shit ahead of time before I get there.
Right. Wow. That's talent.
Yeah, minutes instead of hours. I'm going 5 hours, 13 minutes. And I'm going 5 minutes. Yeah, no.
I know. It's kind of flown by, and then it kind of hasn't. So I don't know.
Yeah, I get a little wound up around hour 5, and I'm officially brain. We were talking about that before the show. I get loony. I do. I get loony after about 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Make me dizzy doing that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, that's where I am.
Sam was telling me he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed of things he said. So I'm like, he didn't say anything embarrassing.
Well, I am getting on in my years, and I do, I try to stick to topic, and sometimes I'm, sitting here telling fireside stories, like, coming from a lost old geezer going, when I was young,
No,
and then
that's not how you come off at all.
Well, I worry. I worry. And yes, I get embarrassed watching our shows again because I do ramble. And I lose respect for myself when I can't hold topic. And then these long about round the corner stories before, I finally get to the, convenient finish in this, and what I meant to say in the first 3 minutes instead of 20, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah. Hi, and welcome to my crazy train. Yeah. And thank you all for being so tolerant of my words and being here every week. And gosh, what a wonderful world.
We got some patient people. We really do. Like, very patient. All the
thank you for tolerating today, Sam.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Today, no pictures and videos for an hour or more, and everybody stayed right here.
Hey, yeah, we're those crazy people, and thank you for listening. Welcome to our circus. How may we help you?
Right.
And buckle up your seatbelts and enjoy your flight. And wow. Yeah, it is. It's I every week I go through it. Every week I go, God, are there really planets there? And oh shit, there they are again. And in the same breath, and it happens over and over and over and over and over again for years now. And I'm going, there they are. There they are again. You know, that is
Kinda
not
like-
right there. That is not normal sky.
No.
Over and over again.
Right. Like, why would the blue be so slanted and no. And no.
Pointy on the
And
end
dark
as well.
around the other
Yeah.
edge on the side.
That's not normal.
And, you know, that's the lead asteroid crossing in front of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn at sunset. And our light is wrong and everything's wrong. And we've got all these other things. And our moon is tipped and our weather's screwy. And the shit that's going, our weather's going one direction around the planet when it's supposed to be two and blah, 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 blah. Again, lead asteroid being illuminated after sunset.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, I can't stop yawning. Probably time
That's
to go to
because
bed
it's
soon.
lower
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything else up higher. Everything up higher is dark. And lead asteroid is smaller and down lower. You have Saru, you have his Saturn, and you have lead asteroid in front of his Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
I just realized how late it is for Gillian.
17 minutes
And
past
she's
2.
yawning.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the yawn police are after you, lady. Maybe you better go to bed, Gillian, if it's after 2 o'clock.
Do
Don't you have
you
work?
have to work tomorrow or today?
Oh, okay.
No, it's
Then
my
you won't be getting
weekend.
in
It's my
trouble for work.
weekend.
Okay, good.
It's my weekend off.
Oh, happy weekend.
Awesome.
Okay, side of Uri with the tip of Matim is in that shot, but it's kind of buried in the cloud base. But that is the side of Uri cutting into the sun on the left. And then dead center in the top of the picture is one of the asteroids, and they're going away from us. Probably the
Looks
red.
like two things. Look, there's like a curve.
Oh, there's a bunch of asteroids right there. Bunch of them. And the real sky is at the horizon.
Yeah, it's yellow. Ugh.
Yeah, and above that there's a white area, and that's bottom of Saru in front of Uri.
Wow.
What looks like the sun is not the sun. The sun is actually down in the yellow area. The sun illumination that's white.
What
you
is
see-
that? Is that Saturn?
That is the bottom refraction of the sun on the bottom of planet Saru,
Wow.
because the sun is already down. And the light illumination in the middle left is the illumination in one of the rings of Uri.
Yes.
And
Do
this is a
believe.
light refraction from the red planet is Saturn. No other color is going to come off like that other than the off of is Saturn. Saturn's yellow moon is the
Yeah,
white
that's
area.
the colors of that one picture you have, where it's all
Yeah.
swirly on top with the black and the reds curled around it.
Yeah, these are reds that you can directly match over months. And you'll never normally, if you go back 10 years ago, you'll never see this red.
Nothing like that.
Completely different red. And you know, the same thing with Atu purple. Atu purple is always Atu purple. And Nepacity green is always Nepacity green. And you can judge the varied colors over time. The refractive colors of the close passing planets that are there. They're real. They're here. Well, I mean, my God, what a show. And this is why we're doing this. It's like, you know, we're all numb to all of this, most of this is a cutoff of Saru, and then we've got some sea trails going on here, and then we've got glittery, glidey pathways of this is the bottom of Nepacity, and the big three are the asteroid group that is leading down from the left corner to the above the sun. And the big three is in this month's drawing, but it got cut off by the picture when I took a photograph of it. The big three are in the upper right-hand corner, or excuse me, upper left area on the side of Nepacity.
Okay.
And Nepacity is in this. That's the green area in the upper area in front of Saru. Wow, this is a cutoff of something. Both of those are sea trails, top and bottom.
I seen
Oh, I
the
get it.
sun looking like that as well, with the rainbows around
This
it.
is Matim. This is Matim cutting in front of the sun on the left-hand side. Little tiny blue bright planet Matim. And I have to go get another Coke, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Also, there's something cutting in from above, like at the top of it. If you see, there's a curve going all the way
That would
across.
be where Saru. Yeah, straight across the Saru.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's out view. But the reason that there's a flaring with this weird 1, 2, 3, 4 ringed halo that's all rainbow is because very bright blue Matim is cutting in on the left-hand side of the sun, and that bright blue is adding to the rainbow hue effect rather than a normal cutoff halo. And proximity.
Yeah, there's been a deeply blue, like a lovely blue, a new blue, kind of different blue. Yeah, that's sitting there on the left sometimes, but it does a flare over to the right. I got that flare. Oh, look at that. Wow.
These are always really neat.
I love those kind of ones. They're so cool. Yeah, like I said, thanks for the video, and I really liked it. I showed it to my friend tonight.
Cool.
She's like, "Oh my God, I love it. That so gives me goosebumps." I say, well, he's an artist. He puts everything together, like kind of matches the pictures with the crescendo and the music kind of deal. Oh, look at that one. Whose one is
Look
that?
at that.
Wow. What's that? What's that?
It's a
So
toss
is that like? Is that Atu's moon?
I want
or
to say
the
is
Pacific
that
moon?
no, I want to say it's Saturn's yellow moon, very close, very overhead, because of how small and micro the edging cloud is. But I also want to say Nepacity, but it's too stripy, too multi-stripy to be Nepacity.
I think
So
you're right.
I'm really
It's a
back
yellow
again.
It's
moon.
Back
not
into
zigzaggy. It's not zigzaggy
Yellow
too
moon.
zigzaggy, but
very
it is
light.
kind of zigzaggy.
Because look how micro these lines are, and we know that the Saturn's yellow moon is very flame-like, and so this could be one of the major first close passes of Saturn's yellow moon. So we should also take into account its base cloud, and how this base cloud effect is in the line. So study this, and we'll look for it in the future. But I believe this is a very large, very up in our faces is Saturn's yellow moon. Very large, from left to right.
I can't really tell because it really reminds me of both of them. If you
Right, but I mean,
stretch out,
yeah,
it looks like little
Nepacity,
squiggly faces.
okay, but Nepacity never has this many very close fingers.
Yeah, I know,
It
but what
doesn't.
if it's just because she's
It
closer?
We've never ever seen the Saturn's yellow moon up close before, and this could easily be it. I would sooner believe that than Nepacity. It just does, and I don't see the 3 base rings of Nepacity.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
No,
They're
you
not
don't.
there.
eh?
This is more
They're not
tiger
there.
striped and flame-like. So I'm going to attribute this as a very large, very close to Saturn's yellow moon. And if it's this week, I would believe it. Because it's always changing. It's always, just when we think we know what we're talking about, it changes.
Mhm.
So this is, wow, great capture. Put a pin in this one, a blue star, gold star. Sorry, I have a hiccup here because I had a sip of pop.
Oh, look at that thingy.
Yeah, I love this. It's like last week from Andy Pohl. That is Atu's moon doing a weird, on the left is Atu's moon. On the right is the Saturn's yellow moon.
All right.
There's a
Because that one looks
drag
like
off
fish
going
bone.
on.
That one looks like a fish bone, like a fish fossil, and that one's different. It's got like spot things.
Yeah, right. The Saturn's yellow moon on the right is Atu's moon on the left. And great, Andy Pohl, great capture, phenomenal,
Oh
perfect
yeah, keep
lighting.
that one there for a
Wow.
minute. I want to take a picture of that. That is so cool.
Look at the differences between locations of where the sun is at which angle and which
Right.
arc. On the left picture, it's way high, and on the right picture, it's way
Nice
low.
one.
And yeah, we talked about these came in, I think, last week. All right.
Yeah, I
That
agree with
is-
that, but how can you not want to know what this means? How can you not
This
want to know? what this
This
is.
is the edge of a Saturn's yellow moon again on the right-hand side. See the dark area with the ion trails leading to the right. And then the lead asteroid coming in, folding in, and going dead center, along with other micro-asteroids behind her, because there's more lately. And they're so close and so big. Maybe we got to start, getting out the number index, going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I mean, there's a
big
guys,
arms.
incoming asteroids. You've been warned, Here's the shit right here. Look at that crap.
Like, no, it's just big blue clouds.
Yeah, it's just clouds. It's just clouds. It's normal weather, I mean, other.
All right.
I'm,
and this guy does that normally too.
I'm lumpy, lumpy space queen from Adventure Time. Christopher, did you ever watch Adventure Time?
No.
Huh? What's that?
Ah, great cartoon series. Adventure Time. Come on, join your friends. It's go to YouTube, type in Adventure Time cartoon. You have a whole series of cartoons. My kids loved them. Anyway, it's like I went through the My Little Pony phase and all of that too, and then now we're doing anime. Yeah, kids. Great editors. They won't do my work for me, but they edit their own videos. Like, well, what about mine? No, Dad, I don't want to. I'd be embarrassed. We'll talk about that in public. Okay. I got that the other day. Dad, don't talk about the planets in public when walking through the Walmart parking lot, please. Like, why not? I see the planet right there. Can you see that? There's Atu's moon right there. Dad, shh. Don't say that so loud. Don't say that in public.
Don't do that, Dad. You sound like a nutball. Dad, don't.
Yeah. I went, oh, yay, Skippy. Yeah.
Wait. Can you imagine if you pulled out a cell phone and started recording in the parking lot?
Oh
my God! Look, there's these moons.
Why are you taking pictures of me? I'm calling the cops on you.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, we've all had the cops called on us for filming the sky. I know.
I know. I've gotten over the fear of people looking at me, in the parking lot taking pictures. I just really don't care.
Yeah.
Well, they'll drive past me and kind of look at me on this corner going,
I had public talks about the binary solar system before they, were even majorly visible. In the early days with Montana Skywatcher, I did public talks and then we had people show up. We had some folks show up that were not people we wanted to show up, so I stopped doing public talks, and I was trying to avoid the MIB, kicking in my door. So, yes, my non-disclosure agreement is over, but that doesn't mean they don't stop screwing with me, and they're still screwing with me. There's mail I don't get unless, and it's been spooky. My benefits have been messed with. My mail's been messed with. Everything. My packages have been messed with. They're all, they all got the corner ripped open where they put a camera in and all that. You see it regularly. Yeah. And worse.
Yikes.
I can tell you stories. Well, I'm still, and I don't talk about this. I got the thyroid cancer from being exposed to radiation. And, sometimes I wonder, well, was it the rainstorm or was I exposed because somebody put something in my house to get me, I mean, the Russians do it to people. They put it in their coffee or their tea. And and I did find a package in my house that was oddly marked with a tag in a plastic bag that I couldn't identify, that I never put in my house. And it looked suspicious, like a rock sample, and I was going, what the hell is this? And I grabbed some rubber gloves and escorted it out of the house right away. But I did develop a thyroid cancer from being exposed to exterior radiation. And they said to me, not were you, but when were you exposed to high levels of radiation? Because it's exterior thyroid cancer, which is part of half of why my voice does what it does. Because right before they're putting me under the knife, the doctor, I've already been anesthetized, and I'm going to sleep now. And the doctor walks in and he says, oh, by the way, there's a 50-50 chance you're going to wake up from this operation and not ever be able to speak again.
Yeah.
Because the cancer went right through where the vocal cord nerve was. And ever since then, I've had a very gravelly voice. And this is why we do the Ricolas all the time, because when I talk too much, it actually hurts. And I have more. I have another surgery coming eventually. And I'm trying to ignore it and be, positive and say it doesn't exist, it's not real, and it's going away. And I'm going to beat this, and I know other things. But anyway, I'm still working my ass off, even though I should do other things. And there's a lot of shit that needs to be done here at the house as well. And only with donations from other people can we get better at this. Right. And can I need to deal with my roof. I need to deal with my car. I need to deal with my life. And yet, where am I doing all my research? Monthly, Montana Skywatchers, rather than, getting a side job or anything. I am absolutely obsessed. There's no way I could do anything else. I don't think anybody wants to work with me at a job. They go, man, that guy's talking conspiracy theories. You got to get rid of him. It's because, oh, look, there's the planets right there. And I can't shut up. But anyway, here's my P.O. box. If, write me a letter, send me a $5, $10, $20, $100 donation, whatever, if you think you've learned from me, please help and further the cause, because only together can we make this go on. And I'm going to try again to save for a camera, although I had a TV issue that my TV went out again. So I ended up spending my camera money that I saved for 6 months on a TV. That, and I do need it because I do research on my living room TV. I have a smart TV and I can look up YouTube a lot faster than I can on computer and more leisure time. Anyway, it's part of my repertoire. And so write me a letter or whatever, and you'll get one back from me. And one of the famous Samuel Hofman Montana Skywatcher gold cards while supplies last.
I know, it's so exciting, the gold card. I got another gold card. That reminds me, yeah.
I chuckle at that. I chuckle at that because
5.
Well, to me, they're just business cards. And obviously, they're special to you guys.
Mine are in one of my books, and then my other one is still up on top of my dresser. But my other one was in the 3 or 4.
Well, I am happy that you treasure them. And,
it's like, yeah.
Is that a meow?
Here they all are.
Oh, there's yours. You're going at them like you're saving a pack of cards, Rebecca.
I know. It is. It's like,
hey, they are redeemable for a hot cup of coffee or a hot cup of soup.
So, like, somebody give me a gold ingot. I want to get on that spaceship, but it's my gold ingot. See, I've got my plane ticket.
For every card, I will tell you one story about something that's classified that I can't say here publicly. And
looks like
she wants a story now. Are we getting a bedtime story now?
It'll turn your hair snow white overnight, or if you were on Monty Python, it would be, it turned her teeth snow white overnight.
Look at that. It's autographed.
And the official Samuel
Hofman
signature.
How cool. Yes. So there's an incentive right there to...
Yeah, the famous signature. I laugh. I do laugh.
And
but anyway, they're running low. I've got about 2 inches of cards left, and I can't even, like 30 or 50 of them, something like that. Yep, and then I got to go to the. We have to do a lot more printing. I got to now say TikTok, Google, Bing, YouTube, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, etc. And I got to mention all our sister sites. And my name and Nibiru is here, and somehow I'll try to explain that. Go to Nibiru Followers on YouTube, whatever. And include, our weekly podcast. And, that's like two sides of that card right there for sure.
I want to get some cards too, because you never know. There's those times when you're passing somebody and you strike up that
Here's
conversation.
my card. It's about the binary.
I know. It's like they're never going to remember all this information.
Well,
Right. You may have to
Right,
get
and
one
they won't retain all the
just a little
information
bigger.
you hand them that we ain't. We're so used to this information, we throw it out like confetti, and they're trying to grab one word at a time of what the hell we're saying. If you hand them a business card and a reference point that they can go to, YouTube, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, or in the case of Christopher, you can go to your website and your YouTube channel and look up your references. Then they'll go, oh, hey, I talked to this guy. And then they have something that will remind them to look it up later. Hey, it's in my pocket, and I talked to that guy, and I'm sitting at home with 5 minutes on my hands. Let's look it up. And then off they go. And if you just tell them at the store, they'll go, oh, that nut job, he's talking out his head. I mean, that's a crazy homeless person I met. He must have been trying to hit me up for $2 for some vino or whatever. But if you hand them a card, then they're going to, maybe get it home. Maybe it'll hit their dresser next to their change and their car keys, or maybe they'll actually look it up. And that's why I do that. And I'm on my third batch of cards. I've had 1,000 cards printed 3 times now, and this is my third batch. And there's probably maybe 50 cards left.
I mean,
I bomb people with them.
Like they're really sturdy, like they're really thick, sturdy cards.
Yeah, and I went with the card stock and the gold because the whole ball game, all about the Nibiru, Earth, factory planet, everything is all based around the commodities and gold. And my inclusion in my paper of the binary system, is based around this soft metals group that I knew we had to be of, the soft copper and iron and gold and etc. and lead and silver and all of these precious metals. And because of that equaled the equation of the atomic structure of soft metals group. And then I cross-reference that into 2 atoms. Two atoms occupy that. Binary solar system occupy that. All that stuff referenced and cross-fit. And that was what the basis of my paper was all about. In order for us to produce gold and silver and lead and zinc and tin and iron and mercury and all this other stuff, we have to be atomically connected to the soft metals group, to have an iron core of our planet, positively charged. So it all fits, and that's how I based my view of our solar system as an electrical universe rather than a gravitational willy-nilly rocks floating in space that gathered around a star. No, we are a compound in space, just like a compound in our subatomic table in front of us, because the rule, what is above is also so below, and that's the unification model that Einstein did not see. He didn't adhere to that. And that is the unification model that modern science is lacking, and it's so easy, it's so basic, it's so simple. They overlooked it. One rule.
They're lost.
Tabletop, astrostellar, galactic, out there, all the same set of rules. We can't have 2 sets of rules. And that's the unification model that the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is missing.
Well, like I said,
not because you watched your chemistry equation fail, because you have over complicated your chemistry equation. It is far simpler. When the same rules in chemistry are the same rules in astrochemistry, astrophysics. It's not gravity. It's chemistry. It's that easy. And we've had the rules of modern chemistry since 1440, whatever. And it fits, it functions. We know it works. We see the evidence of it when we mix chemicals and we create elements and compounds. And we make it, and we see the evidence of it. It's there. It's the building blocks of the universe in the tabletop and in space. And to separate us from that equation by saying, oh, gravity does this and gravity does that, and what happens inside Earth's atmosphere is different than what happens out there. And the gravity well and something, Earth or stars pulling us in, and yet there's dark matter, this unknown, unforeseen thing that holds us from crashing into the sun through gravity, which they can't figure out why. That means it's not true and it's not accurate. We have our place. We're electrically placed. We don't lose our place. We don't roll into our star. We don't roll around on a dinner plate. We spiral behind our star in a static electricity placement of the chemistry of what we are. And our atom, our star, is moving through virgin space at all times in the larger solar system called the galaxy, the universe. It's got its place. It's all connected electrically. It's one thing. It's not disconnected. It's all connected.
I love this model.
Now, if you add a second star and you put bigger planets with a bigger second star, and our star spirals behind that bigger second star, they're tighter together. We're farther apart. We are in an off-oval egg behind the second star. That's why we have an oval rotational summer-winter oscillation, because of the larger second star. Otherwise, we would rotate around on a dinner plate normal. And we don't. And it's far simpler. It's easy if you look at it in the basics of the basic building blocks. And they're complicating it because they're trying to stack all these Einstein models on this and that and the other thing. And then they wonder why their equations don't work. They're overcomplicating it. It is far simpler. So simple, a 17-year-old could figure it out.
Well,
It's
I need to
just
go to bed.
it.
I need to go to bed.
Go to bed, Gillian.
I need to say nighty night.
Everybody with headphones just grab their head again.
No, wait. Well, again, thank you, Christopher.
Nemesis
I really
star.
enjoyed that. I like
Yeah,
showing
it's-
my friends this stuff, and when it says my name and then it shows the stuff of Nair, and they're all like, oh, does our sky look like that? Oh, I must look for that. And it makes them look. A bunch of
Right.
people are looking now. So we'll get there.
Yeah.
Be another couple soon going, oh, I see what's that up there. I see a blue bot. Yeah. But I'm off to bed. Going to go to
Careful
bed.
you buy into.
Good night,
Good night,
Jill.
Good night.
everybody.
Rest well.
Good night.
We'll be on for a little while longer
Have a
so
good
you
day
can fall
off.
asleep
You
to it.
again.
Yeah, rest well.
Yeah, I will. Night night, people. Night night, Robin, and night night, Tara. Night. Yeah, gobbledygook. Good night. It was nice to see you all again. Night night,
It's been
Michelle.
fun.
Okie dokie do. Bye.
All right. Bye bye. Bye bye.
I found it myself. Look, there's the little red cross. Dink.
Wow, she did it by herself.
Right.
Congratulations. Oh my. Man, that went by too fast. That went by too fast. You know,
Well,
wait all
she
week.
does have a different time period than we do.
I know, but you wait all
And
week to get to do
We're
that.
always glad to talk to
Yes.
Europe and Scotland, and we had some other friends that were here regulars, but because of the time difference, it does affect them be able to come over and be live. We need to drag out Andy again, and we still need to get Dave over from
EJ. Yeah.
Waffle Dave's Waffle House. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like reaching for the name. We still need to get Dave's Waffle House on, and we still need, anybody else want to be a guest, holler at us during the week, and we'll try to get you on, and that way we can hear what you know and what you've seen or what you want to learn,
right?
Or what you need to learn. Let us know. And we are trying. Boy, are we trying to get everybody on board with this, because, it was another wonderful, great week. Not that I'm ready to wind it up, but do you have anything? What else do you have for us, Rebecca?
Nemesis Star says they'll be a guest.
Yeah, great.
Well, I was wondering actually who Nemesis Star was.
Are you in the group, or?
Was destroyed. I understand that. Well,
I mean,
anytime you're gonna, say Nemesis Star, you're gonna get a lot of flack. That's why I went with my real name.
Wow.
I could have gone Dr. Nibiru right away, but didn't. I should have, but I didn't.
I was going to say, you can contact me either through Messenger or you can email me. And that way we can discuss.
Yeah, there you go.
This on the show. And that applies to anybody,
Right.
So if you want to contact me about being on the show.
And you can use, a anonymous picture if you really want to. And we just, as long as we can hear your voice. I understand there are some people out there that may not wish to be publicly outed, pardon the expression, that still have something to say, and we'd like to hear your opinion no matter what. Even if you think that we're nut jobs or nutters, depending on if you're in the UK, or batshit crazy, we'll listen to you for about 30 seconds. So actually, we're not cruel, and we're not rude. We don't block people.
Some
we generically
opposition
do not
instead of
block
just
people.
seeing it in the comments. Right?
Yeah, we have not had very many negative comments recently. It's been
I had
weird.
somebody tell me this week that space is not real and asteroids aren't real. You're freaking nuts. Space isn't real. Asteroids aren't real. I gotta write it down because I'm just by this comment.
You wait, Christopher. You're gonna have people on your Facebook site. They're gonna make statements to you that you're gonna sit there. You're gonna read it about 4 times, and then your jaw and the saliva that is dropping into your lap.
Right.
You're gonna have to literally manually raise your own jaw with your hand because you're so in shock of the thing that person just wrote. That is, and I apologize, and I try not to be arrogant on this, but it's so fucking stupid. Oops, did I do F-bomb? Where's Carol Ann? That you can't believe that person even was able to type.
Right.
And I've had those days where I just sat there and I went, that has to be one of the dumbest things I have ever read in my entire life. And oh my God, how could you possibly believe that?
It's weird.
And where the
it's
fuck?
Where did you come up with this?
Where did you get your science? Who told you this that you bought into it? And I mean,
told me,
yeah, I've had that happen 50, 100 times, where you just sit there and you can't close your jaw. You're just like, huh? And then you have to literally put your hand on your own chin to close your own mouth because it's so unbelievable. And where do you get your science from that make you even type that? And I'm not trying to be rude or arrogant or mastermind or any of that or prejudicial or anything, but there are days that I am so shocked by what people buy into that I am literally absolutely caught off guard and undeniably dumbfounded, gobsmacked, and it has actually affected my day. I went, what? And now that you're running your own channel, you'll find it 50 times easy. It happens. It's amazing.
I'm not surprised. I just wish people would, if you, I don't mind comments like that, but if you're gonna comment like that, at least take the information and actually do your own research and try to debunk this information. And nobody seems to want to do that. They want to come in, they want to give an opinion on how this is absolutely not real, and then that's it. They're not going to go look at this guy. They're not going to look at Sam's information and use it and draw a conclusion that way.
Because we're nuts.
I don't understand that.
Yeah. Well, the thing with it is and maybe we don't under promote this. Maybe we should stress it more, that this repetitive patterning that we've watched for over a decade is absolutely undeniable. And that's exactly what we've done, is we've watched the base cloud atmospheric patterning that has happened day after day after year after year after year. And that's, and only through, which is what it took you. You had to jump in and go, okay, I'll look. Right. And then you learned and saw and saw and saw. And then it convinced you. And you were completely going, okay, no, I don't buy this. This is crazy. And I mean, I spent a long time trying to debunk myself. I really did.
I'm sure.
I spent forever going, this is insane. Am I really seeing this? And then this is, why we did the Montana Skywatcher 1 information that was from around the world rather than waiting 2 weeks for something on YouTube. And this is why I formed the Facebook group and suffered, and I put my own name on it, my real face. I wasn't anonymous or Captain Nibiru or any of the other money boys trying to raise a bunch of money up, which they tried to do, and some did, some still are. And I didn't try to jump on that bandwagon. I tried to do the scholarly absolute truth here, because everybody has a right to know this information, and it's very, very real.
Right.
And we have proven it, and you learned it, and you're a great testament to the reality of this. And we're not a separatist group going, we know and you don't, and we're better than you, and we're the mystic cult group from planet whatsoever, or we're not doing the cult routine here. We're doing the information citizen science group, and this is free for everybody. And all we ask is you share, either by sending to your friends or people around you, or smaller donations, or both. Because that's how we keep going. Point with it is like, we're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. We're not trying to lie to you anyway for any reason, and I'm not trying to sell you camping supplies or post-survival tents or food storage or any of that stuff, or timeshare really properties in Michigan.
Right? I mean, you could do that and make quite a profit off of it, but that's not what you're here for. That's not what you're doing.
No, we're doing this because, first of all, it takes all of our time and effort just to pay attention to what's going on over our heads. And not only that, the number one thing, people, I got accused about 2 weeks ago again. Somebody went, "Oh, this is your cult." And I'm going, because, a cult scenario is a separation scenario where someone says, okay, we are divine people, or we are prophets, or we know something that they don't know, and they are a lesser people, and because of that we have to keep ourselves clean and be this thought process, and we have to support our leader and all that. And I don't do we don't do any of that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And the people that I support is our member base. They're my hero. So it's not about us being a cult in any way, shape, or form. And it's not about us and them. It's about us and all those damn beautiful planets above our heads, and this being information for everyone. That's the reality. That's why we do it. And Rebecca sees it. I see it. We're obsessed with it, and we want to share it with everybody because it's really cool and all of that,
It's pretty fun. Yeah. I'm looking for other
pretty fun. How about spectacularly fun?
Oh, well, yeah.
I get body rushes when I see my work, and I do a drawing, and 2 or 3 days goes by, and then that picture comes up, And then I see a close up of the twirling clouds that match exactly the way I drew it, including the larger minutia. It just matches, and I see that, and I just go, "Oh my God, this shit's real!" And it, even years later, that my drawings cross match. Even years later, I get this body rush from hell that just says, "Oh God, yes, yes." And part of me never wants to ever quit. Another part of me says, "Oh my God, I'm so tired of this, I could scream." And I weigh back and forth, ebb and flow. And all these years, guys, you cannot argue with the documented, hand-drawn realization versus the comparatives, which is what Rebecca specializes in. Why she made herself the expert that she is. She took the time. She did the comparisons. She thought for herself. She took my work and she went, hey, I'm going to keep a copy of this. And oh my God, a month later, look, this matches this. And then she'd send us a copy of it. She shared and she shared, and she became an expert because she took the time to learn all this stuff. And that's why we're where we are. God, a decade later. And, would you really want to miss all this really cool shit that is really, 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 really happening? And we are documenting it, and nobody else is. We've got the greatest story that ever was. And why are we being blocked? Do tell. What are they afraid of? Was that Mittens?
It's Diana. It's
hi,
that
Diana.
One cat that I mentioned, how she's changed.
Yeah, she's mad.
Yeah.
Well, Diana, it's okay, but thank you for agreeing with me.
I mean, it's going to be cold soon, and she does not want to be, an outsider when it gets cold. But for now,
she'll get used to it.
I know.
Yeah, when there's snow on the ground, it's not going to, those cold paws. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'll be nice to my neighbors because they're warm too.
She's kind of snooty.
So. Doesn't look too moody. She looks tolerable.
Well,
they all earn their family status.
I know. Yeah. Look at that. That one on the right is mine.
Well, Shiloh wants a pup.
Anyway.
Yeah. Shiloh wants a dog, and we can't get a dog. I don't want her to have to take her out every day, but our cat would shred any dog that came to this house. No. So that's already a pre-no, because we already have a very big, fat, very expensive cat that, Montana Skywatcher helped save because she was dying, and we had a fundraiser, and we managed to get her through surgery. And thanks to everybody, she's very healthy and very fat right now. She was a skeleton when we took her to the vet.
Aww.
Very sick, had a major tumor. Oh, it was horrible. It was sick. And the thing is, Nova loved that cat so much we had to try and save it. Had to.
Yeah. Wow. That's a success
And I had three
story.
vets tell me to put her to sleep, and the fourth vet finally saved her, and it cost, over $4,000 to save that darn cat. Now, she's this blob, and she's she's also part of my asthma issue. I'm allergic to cats, and when I come in my house, I have breathing issues. When I'm outside, I'm fine, with the exception of the fire smoke. And yeah, I get a dry throat from that cat all day, every day. It's runny nose and lots of tissues.
Remind me her name again.
Yeah, the cat's nearby. Yeah, Rosabelle.
Rosabelle.
Rosabelle. Yeah, Nova picked out that name when she was like 5.
Cool.
So that was Nova named her when she was like 5 years old.
Oh no.
So anyway, I'm not responsible for that name, but
you guys are tough.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could do it or not, but I probably would. I love cats too much. I'm just.
Well, my favorite. It wasn't my cat, but I saw in a paper or on an internet listing is the name of this guy's cat or this lady's cat was Mr. Professor Nacho Mittens, meaning a cat that stupidly walked through the nachos, like, duh, Professor Nacho Mittens. And that's still to this day my favorite cat names, Professor Nacho Mittens. Duh. Walk through the nachos, you know, stupid cat, Professor Nacho Mittens, you know. That's anyhow, off. Let's go back to planets and away from house pets.
I know.
Because the Republicans might come try to eat them. Oh, wait a minute. That's Haitians. Yeah. Right at 6 hours. I mentioned Haitians only as a joke because there's a current political thing going on about pets and Haitians, and it's stupid. Anyway. Let's not go political.
Yeah.
What a week in politics as well, and what a month in politics.
Oh.
Yeah.
And be sure to register and have all your information to vote, and have it current because you want to go. You want to be current on your registration. That way you can vote without any problem. And mail-in ballots are absentee as needed. Very seriously, everybody should vote. It's coming. We've got like 45 some odd days.
I'm curious
left.
where you're located.
And then, oh my God, all that shit will get off my television. Oh, please.
3 at 8 a.m. Experimental. Is
yeah,
that
if I see one more end.
You are devoted.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, up there in
yeah. That's Ricolette.
I believe in Belgium.
He's daring us. Can you do 7 hours?
I gotta reach the average 7-hour mark. I have a little bit of wind left. I'm still talking, so we're okay.
Oh boy.
What do we gossip about next?
What else did I show you?
Well, I did send you those Wendy Williams photographs at the beginning of our PM, our private messaging.
Yeah, I did.
And there's one. You showed one of them, and I sent you like 4 or 5 of them, and then you also showed the Nicole one, and then you showed the picture about having intelligence, and I sent you this and that and the other thing, but you covered most of everything, but you pulled one out of the 4 Wendy Williams pictures I sent you, and I think if you can find the one with the tan asteroid under Uri. Out of all of the 4 of those,
you should look at what you sent me.
That's the one we can talk about, how important that is. Because currently they are huge, scary huge.
You should look at what you sent me, Sam.
And we could see some scary huge lightning storms. Go ahead.
There's only one from Wendy that you sent me. Go look.
Wow, really? Okay, I'll go back. I'll scroll back.
Go look.
I know. I tagged it Wendy Williams, and then I spent a moment. Okay, where are we? Had to move. Well, I can rehand you the picture I'm talking about if you'd like.
Yeah, you can.
I'm
curious.
I'm here, Wendy. Wow, I see.
Oh wow.
Wow, I see only 3 of. I only see 3 of them. Weird. I know. I thought I posted like 4 of them.
Yes.
Okay, let me grab this one and then I'll resend it to you.
Maybe one day we can get her on the show. I'm trying.
I will grab this one again and I will repost it to you at the bottom.
Okay. I'm saving.
Do you want the tan asteroid drawing to go with it or not? Do you have that?
I have it.
It says log in or sign up to view. How weird. It's giving me a hard time here. Okay, not cool. Okay, I gotta do it a second time, but out of my file. 1 second.
Okay.
Means I gotta get it out of my picture file and hand it to you, and that way it won't tell me to make you log in. Always something, those little devils. The big they are stopping us again.
Huh.
Dun dun dun. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. If you go to Caddyshack, Bill Murray going.
Yeah.
It's a prestigious shot, ladies and gentlemen.
He tagged me, but
it's
not taking me like to her.
Okay, I'm still scrolling. Trying to find today's saved pictures. Okay, 1, 2. God, I've got 500 pictures to go here. I know you're here someplace. Show thyself. Okay, there it is. What do you know? All right, sending it to you now, and then I will add underneath that the site drawing to go with it. So you can grab both of these two. Da, da, da. Pardon me for taking so long. Yada da. Hear me singing my
Proving
song.
today that our
Yada,
listeners
da.
are very patient. Very, very.
All right. There we go. So I sent you two on PM on Facebook. And they are matching.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
And I'll come back to StreamYard now. See, we've lost Christoper.
All right. Well,
Oh, there he is. Okay.
okay, Sam. I just see one picture and a link.
Well, oh, wow. Well,
One.
there should be two. It might be. The second one might be on there.
Oh,
Take the
maybe
one picture. The first one after the link was the picture,
Yeah.
and then the second picture is a drawing matching the first picture.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, here's what we have. I'm just surprised.
Okay, start with that.
Yeah. Come on now. All right, here it's loading. Okay, here we go.
Good background music.
Yeah, I like that one.
Still scrolling, still scrolling, still scrolling, 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 still scrolling, still scrolling
That's the
for
one and
you.
only.
I do like the thumbnail.
Well,
Look,
cool.
Atu's moon in front of
Jumped
Atu.
out at me. Yeah, I liked it too. That was cool.
Okay. What do you see here, Christoper?
Let's see. I see lots and lots of asteroids going on.
Right, dead center. Start dead center.
Is it a cube or
No.
no or the
No.
I don't know.
Tanner asteroid, salamander asteroid.
Which
Dead center
one? The
is
Tan
the Tan
asteroid.
asteroid.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Is this Yuri or
And
Atu's
Poppy
moon?
is in front of it and very large. This is the bottom of Yuri.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought at first.
And
I
behind
don't
it
know
is
what
Teru, which is
why I
why
thought it
the
was
yellow
Atu's
is off in
moon.
the right corner.
Yeah.
No, this is the side edge of the bottom of Yuri, and that's the Tan asteroid group, and they are getting huge. And that was from
let's see
Wendy.
your drawing.
And there's another, yeah. And that is that. And see that larger one above? It's now in Wendy's capture. That larger one above, where it says salamander, is down lower. But there it is, right again, and that's Poppy and Lorraine and asteroid, and again and again and again, and it was so prevalent in this shot that I'm looking at, because I know it so well that I went, oh my God, and that's why I had to share it with Rebecca today, and thank you, Wendy Williams.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
And these suckers are huge right now, and they have been predominantly small way back 218, 219, 220, and they were these little tiny illuminating dots. And now these are big suckers again. And this is the 180 cycle discharging bodies that I expect to cause us some great deal of freak out in the next few months. Is these things right here. This is what I call wormwood. This is what I call the salamander asteroid group, the Tan asteroid. They are so predominantly volatile at the base of Yuri, and as she goes to the close pass right now, this month, at the end of the month, like she did last year and the year before and the year before and the year before, we should see some violent storms coming from this. But I'm hoping and praying they're higher than they used to be. So we'll see a lesser, and then maybe last year we saw the higher effect. I sometimes showed the San Francisco close pass asteroid storm. And then there was one in South Dakota, and then there was one in Canada. And they all, one in Montana as well, and they all match. And the cloud patterns, the sky patterns, the tan asteroid, the reoccurring discharging of lightning all coming from one spot, really insanely intense, huge freak out storms. And they were all in the same month after month after month, but in different locations as time went by. And they were all working their way north as the path, the crossway path, because they were in our face before, and now they're above us, and it all fits.
Okay.
So this is, the history of it, and this is for, why I try to warn people. And here we go. We're at the tail end, which can be excruciatingly electrical. And just, ask the people in China right now, or ask the people in Poland or Czech Republic or Northern Italy what their weather has been like for the last few weeks. And there's some nasty shit going on. And here we go. And I try to calmly share that information with everyone, week after week, going, I warned you. You better listen. Here it comes. And we're seeing it. And it's spooky. It's freaking spooky. It really is. And I don't know how any other way to, try to share that information as logically and calmly as I can. And yet, I want to go, lives, dig a hole, you'll go underground, move to the mountains and collect your water and your food and, in an underground dugout hobbit house. That'll happen soon enough for everyone. And yes, that's insane. I don't want that to happen, but.
No, but when you can see asteroids by eye, it gets a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and they're in everything. They're in TV commercials. They're on television programs. They're in movies going back years now. And I go, oh, shit, there's the OCG. Oh, shit, there's the tan asteroid. Oh, shit, there's the red asteroid. Oh, shit, there's the lead asteroid. Oh, my God, look at the size of that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, awesome. See the green? Nepacity. Right over the top of us, just at sunset. Rotating base cloud, just over the top of us. That is not where the sun is. The sun is off we're looking north at sunset.
You're so cool, Esri Colette. Thank you.
Avoid lurking.
How many? This is he's like a multiple donator today.
Always very kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He's lurking. He is lurking. He's a lurking donator.
Lurking. A lurking donator. Dun, dun,
I like that.
Yeah, you can see the planetary rotation in that dark area above the clouds. It's just like, hello, I'm a planet. Look at the round. Look at me. This is the bottom of, I'm affecting your atmosphere. Half of me is up in space. The rest of it is your normal sky. But no, most everything above. And you can see the upper secondary layer and the rotation. And they're right there. They're dogging us. They're saying, I'm right here. Can't you see me? And massive sky fillers. Planet overhead. The sun is in the upper left. That means this is his Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn coming in right in front of our faces.
Wow.
Rotating and going by. See the light change where it gets dark in the middle of the day. It's not just a storm because it's illuminated above. It's a planetary shadowing. Dun dun dun.
I've noticed also days like this where it's just clouds, from morning till night some days, and that's not normal either. Just to have this blanket of clouds at all times,
right,
or many hours.
Well,
a
that's
day.
when I go to the radar and check the radar. And a lot of the times the radar won't show you any clouds over the top of you, and you have to do complete URI whiteout.
Wow.
Yep, we have documented this in the ultra illumination at the higher elevations, pre, post, and pre, during, and post sunset. So you got to learn the lighting, and when you see illumination high above you, you got to ask why and how, and you will see gas rays sometimes underneath very dark planets directly over the head, and you go, wait a minute, it's not even supposed to be sunset yet, but it's literally dark outside, and we don't know why. And there's been numerous events of that in the last few months. And all this summer, we talked about how the illumination was weird and wrong and cut off. And now look at the yellows and the oranges and the greens that we're looking at right now. Oh, look, mostly normal sky. See the cutoff?
Right.
Zoom. Mostly normal skies here. That's a normal storm. What do you know? Real weather.
That's
not right
normal.
there. That wasn't normal. Nor is this.
Go back. Let's go back and just take one last look at that part. Wow, right there.
Yeah.
That.
Well, that right. Yeah, that's
the planet.
That's Yuri coming in.
That's Yuri.
That's Yuri coming in.
Dang, that's just, yeah.
And you can see it in the secondary clouds above, not the primary lower clouds. And that's Atu's moon right there. And that is that, yeah.
Boom. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That was cool, y'all. All right. Keep going.
Rotational Atu's moon right there. Going beyond Earth. Sun is going down. On the left-hand side, you have Yuri, Atu, etc.
Nemesis star wants to come on. Are you meaning like right now or in the future? Let me know. Clearly something. Yes, Tara. Oh yeah, that was so cool.
Well, she'd have to have a way to send you a link.
Yeah, let me know what you want me to do, Nemesis.
Because Nemesis Star is kind of new. I don't recall seeing the name before.
Well, they act like they know us and what we're doing, and
this is why I use my real name. So
yeah. I mean, it's whatever their YouTube channel is called.
Wink.
It's like
I'm not going to judge people. Yeah, it's a crazy subject, and some people, they don't want to be, have their family members know that they were actually talking on this website to us in the middle of a show.
Right. I'm gonna look at their channel. I'll spy on them. No, I'm kidding.
There are ramifications to your public persona on YouTube that will come back years to haunt you. I'm sure I will pay for this years to come. I hope I'm around long enough to pay for it, but I stand behind my opinion to this day that I've been nothing but as honest as I possibly could be.
Well, he's not.
No, I'm not judging. Not at all. We don't know who Nemesis Star is. Could be a he or a she.
As
we don't know.
We're gonna team up. We'll be spies together. But here's that's Nemesis right there. So he's not hiding too.
Okay, so Nemesis Star is a he and not a bot. Okay, that we've got, and likes his coffee cup and has a necklace, and actually owns a kitchen, and is not standing in downtown Philadelphia or anything interesting, or LA or whatever. Okay.
Yes. So, and he's playing the guitar in a couple of videos. So he's
there. You go.
Musically inclined. So
Always
anyway,
good, always good.
So now we know.
Well, if you can work it out, I'm fine. I've got a little bit of time sitting
Okay,
here.
yeah, we can make it happen.
We can venture a connection if you like. I can't think of anything else to do. So.
But Esri Colette has my back. I appreciate that.
There you go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, what are you thinking, Sam?
Oh, I'm up for sitting here doing whatever you'd like to do, and we can go on or we can quit or whatever you're ready to do. I got another half hour easy in me, no problem. Hour, however long it takes. I'm not chewing my lips and mumbling my words quite yet.
I know. Sabrina, she has so many pictures. She does, actually, she gets like the best light pinch pictures of, I don't know where about her location or what it is, but she gets more light pinch, cool picture, light pinch pictures.
Yeah, that too is another example of, we
That's
never
pretty cool.
saw that going on in 2008 or 2005 or 1990. None of that ever happened. And the light pinches alone tell you that there's planetary objects in between us and our star, and the light is pinching in between them. And these are these flared halo things and all sorts of stuff that's going on there. So, and of course, she's way higher up latitude-wise than I am.
This was from a month or two ago. I don't know, about a couple of months ago. But
Longitude, latitude.
I went through her Facebook and I lurked and found a bunch of good ones. So she's not kidding around. She has a lot of cool pictures.
Yeah, we'll point out the microclouds here, atmosphere clouds. Those are clouds that are extra atmosphere. And whatever object is most likely the yellow moon cutting off the sun on the right in the previous shots as well. But most of these clouds are above our orbit. They are micro clouding. Some of this is natural clouding in front of us here, but some of it is not. That's like a Uri whiteout right there, where the asteroid field is dropping in and cutting across the sun, and yet we see the sun through it. This is okay. These are sea trails covering the cutoff and the squaring and pinching off of the sun because there's objects top, left, and right. Pinch off. This is Uri cutting in from the left. Saturn's on the right. Atu's moon. Notice where the sun's coming from. It's beyond Earth in the northwest sky. There again is the striping. This is the side face of a Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side. Ion trail. That looks a little cubey. Long box. Again, long box. Side of Uri. That dark area is where the tan asteroid is again. It is, yeah, okay. We move past, no problem. Another Uri whiteout. With the bottom clouds, the bottom of Uri is cutting in from the left. This is the light pinch, which is why it's doing the flaring. I'll cut off from the right. This could be a normal cloud cutoff. This one is not. This is right and left cutoff. A little older. This is, I think, back to winter. Some of these may be older. Some of them may be current. But that is a light pinch. Bodies in between us and the sun pinching the light. That's the side of Uri. Again, the side of Uri. This is like Saru, Nepesity, and the Saturn's yellow moon in the upper right corner. Light pinch from left, right, and top. You can see the dark areas on the left, dark areas on the right. You're getting Atu's moon and his Saturn. Another light pinch. Another light pinch. an object above cutting in from the top on the right. The light shining underneath. Atu's moon. Asteroids under Uri. Mix in of both right and left. Atu's, Uri's whiteout effect. Asteroids underneath. Cloud pattern, Atu's moon. Photographer, light pinch from above. Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn. Side of Uri with asteroids. Light pinch again. I hope this helps. Trick is to learn to check the edges of the roundness of the sun. If you see a flat line, there's something cutting into it.
It's crazy how much these planets actually like identify themselves. You know, if you study the
Saturn's yellow moon.
You know, the line as it goes all across the sky. You know, it's like
there it is, and there it is, and there it is again and again.
Off.
And it's repetitive, and it happens over and over again. It doesn't go on the other side tomorrow or above us the day after tomorrow. It's always in the same spot. This again, there's no such thing as a sideways rainbow. Right. That is the atmosphere of the side of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
That's normal cloud flaring. That is the bottom of Atu's moon. Normal cloud flaring. Most likely Uri, but I'm not going to go too far. This is the side of Uri on the left, upper left. And Saru cutting in behind it. That's why the top part of the sun is flat. Most likely red asteroid in the middle, just above the sun. Again, this is the bottom of Uri. See the stripes and see the cloud pattern. Again, very close, very on top of us, Uri. Clouds crossing in front, which is causing the flaring. And there's an right object cutting in. If you look at the upper right corner of the sun, there's something rounding cutting in right there to the light. Could easily be lead asteroid. Then again, here's Saturn's yellow moon cutting in from the right, and is Saturn again cutting in from the right. That is just Saturn cutting in from the right of the sun. Very large planet is Saturn currently. Again, very large is Saturn cutting into the right-hand side of the sun, which is causing this flaring. On the left-hand side here, this is the asteroid group underneath the bottom of Uri, which is the tan asteroid. Poppy and Lorraine. This is asteroids crossing underneath on the left-hand side is Uri. And nice Batman hat. I like it.
I know.
Except the only problem is your brim is straight. And we over here in Montana, we bend our brim.
Right.
You gotta bend the brim.
Gotta bend that there brim.
I know. I feel like it looks better curved.
Yeah.
But the younger people like it flat straight.
That could be that thing, we're on the East Coast, they call it a soda.
Yeah.
And over here on the West Coast, we call it a pop.
Right.
And I chuckle about it because,
defending it. She never bends her hats.
And in Minnesota, they call it a soda pop.
She will not bend the hat.
Yeah, okay, all right.
It's not going to happen.
I've got my thinking cap, and my thinking cap has got a definitely rounded brim. That way, when it rains on you and it snows on you, the water doesn't drip in your ears. It actually drops in front of you.
Oh, okay. There's a reason.
It's really raining. Yeah, a straight brim, it'll actually run to the brim to the middle of the hat, and then the water will run in your ears. Back pedals to the lowest point.
Never put that together. Water running in your ears.
Well, why do you think we wear a hat? You know, I mean, you know, not only for the sunshine.
I don't know.
And that big bald patch not getting blistered. You're out working in the rain. If you have a flat brim, it actually will run backwards to your. Every time you look up, it'll run backwards and down along your temples and your ears. And if you have a rounded brim, it'll drip off the front of the brim.
Yeah. He acts like he's had that nod of approval. Like, I've been there and done that. Mm-hmm.
You know, I've worked in the mountains in snow, and you know, you touch a tree with chainsaw, and it snows down on top of you. So you know, you learn when you get a foot and a half of snow that goes doof on top of you, you know, and drops you to your knees. You go, okay, yeah. What hat do I wear?
S. Colette, he'd be in the Curved Hat Club as well. So, should we take a poll and see what that? No.
Yeah, well, it always, you know, and anybody with a straight brim, it always looks like, okay, I can see, you know, it might sit on the shelf very well like that, but when it comes to the rain, that won't do you any good.
You're welcome.
It's all right. I'm
I've been waiting for you to be here to show it. So, perfect timing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
We be jamming.
What a show. This has been one of them shows. Show number 80.
Wow. Awesome.
It's been one of them. I know.
Yeah,
it has
been amazing we got to 80.
It had a small little hiccup in the middle, but we figured it out.
Sounds to me like you want to.
What?
Hey, you know, we can quit at 6.5 hours. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'm just filling Christopher in on what all he missed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go back and watch it.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't miss a whole lot. No, I'm kidding. It was pretty good up until we lost.
You know, if we run out of material, then that's a good time, and then we don't have to. Sound redundant.
I could keep digging. I could keep going. I do have.
Yeah, you know, we could do this for hours. Yeah.
We could, yeah. But I feel like this would be a good point to end the show. What do you think?
Okay.
I'm good.
You're in charge. It's your show.
Give me a chance to call my parents.
Yeah,
and stuff like that
it is like what time is it? It's 9:30 in the night. I know my cats are pacing the door wanting to eat. So I know Esri Colette.
We didn't even see Mittens tonight.
Oh, Mittens.
Yeah, we did not see Mittens tonight.
Diana. I had to separate their arch rivals. Yeah. Darn it.
Yeah.
Being bad.
And when
bad cat.
Diana's in the room with you.
Next time.
Yeah.
Good night, Robin. Yeah.
Okay, well then, everybody, we hope to see you next week, next Saturday, same time, same bat channel. There's a good Batman hat joining comment, and be sure to keep looking up and write us a letter. Comment on the YouTube site, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, tomorrow when you rewatch this program and get the highlights you may have missed and walked out to the bathroom for, or when you went to get a snack or popcorn. So please do watch us again and contact us and let us know in the comments any questions you have, no matter how frivolous you may think they are. We would love to hear from you, and please let us know and give a like and send copies to your friends, and et cetera, et cetera.
Etc. Everybody's getting their good nights in.
Dun.
Yeah. Good night, John Boy.
Good background theme.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good night, John Boy. Yeah. Good night, Grandpa.
He's hooked on donating tonight.
Too kind.
Yeah.
Too kind.
Yes, that's awesome.
He gets.
Boom.
That's so cool. Thank you.
Boom shakalaka.
Boom.
All right, we'll talk to everybody real soon. See you again next
Good
week
night,
for
everybody.
81.
Yeah, we'll be
All
back.
right.
Go 81.
Glad to see you guys. We'll see you next weekend.
Keep those cards and letters coming. All right.
Bye, Sam. Good night, Rebecca.
Bye. Bye, Chris. Bye, Sam. Bye, everybody. See you next week. Mm-hmm.